All right, dude. I just plainly don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because you don't understand thermodynamics.
I don't think that's it, but whatever. It is kind of a funny thing, though, when you walk down the street and just randomly tell people that the Earth is flat and stationary, because you're technically in mass pointing out the obvious, you know. But most people wouldn't even think of it as that. But I mean, that's what I'm doing. It's what anybody's doing when they're telling someone the Earth is flat. You're just pointing out the obvious.
My point is that if you do a vacuum test, so you have gas in a container, what is the gas pressure of that container? Again, what is the gas pressure of the container?
Who are you talking to?
Anyone who believes that the claim of
I'll
vacuum
tell you
of
this.
space.
I'll answer.
Yeah, talk to him.
The X value is 14.7 psi at sea level. So that's gas pressure, X, the X value, and then delta X is the gradient that comes after that.
That's math. I want just the gas pressure reading of your container wall.
Well, technically the ground's part of the wall, so 14.7 psi at sea level. That's your answer.
And in the sky?
Unverified is the answer to that.
Then you cannot claim a container. That's simple.
Well, you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
If I put a gas pressure reader on a glass container in a school and I measure for gas pressure, I get a null reading. You know why? Because if I got a reading, then it would not be able to contain. It would be leaking, because you can have gaps where gas can go in and out. So a null reading, a vacuum, when people say vacuum, it's a null reading of gas pressure. So vacuum of space would be another word of, hey, container of space.
Yeah, I tried really hard to follow you with that one, man, but I can't follow what you're saying.
No, maybe you should try it. Try to measure gas pressure of your container, be it in your classroom or be it in the sky. But the point is, when you do it, a solid will return a null measurement for gas. What you're doing is measuring if gas is present.
Yeah, I understand you that far, but I mean, what you were talking about with that the school, and the container, and like the holes in it, I didn't understand that at all.
When you claim a container like a solid barrier or something, because
that's not a claim. That's not a claim. That's an observation.
Yes, no, it is a claim, because you haven't observed the physical container in the sky.
No. The observation is, hold on, buddy. The observation is not the container itself. The observation is the behavior of gas and how it works.
The behavior of gas will transition into the next phase if let go on natural progression of thermodynamics. So the logical conclusion is that when the gas pressure drops, that there is space for the molecule or atom to move thus fast to progress into the next stage. Same as with evaporation of water. When there is no back pressure or not enough back pressure, or there is energy induced into the surface, it will evaporate.
So where does the pressure come from?
The pressure, people say gas pressure is the pressure from the container walls. It's not. That's a fallacy. The gas pressure is the energy from the collisions of the gas molecule. So
collision of the gas molecule with what? Wait, collision of the gas molecule with what?
Of each other as well. You don't need a container. You need a wall to measure it. You don't need a container to have that pressure between them.
Yeah, but to have consistent gas pressure.
Earth doesn't even have consistent gas pressure.
We have consistent 14 psi at sea level. That's consistent.
Go to an airport and ask for Q&As. All over the world, the QNH is different, and that's the air pressure reading.
Okay, so are you saying there's a bunch of plasma above our heads? You're saying that, right?
I'm saying that is the natural progression when you talk thermodynamics and the decrease of pressure within a medium.
Yeah, I think you're really just getting confused with the gradient. I think that's your problem. You're just not understanding what a gradient is and how there's a gradient in every system. Do you understand that? Like what the gradient is and how there's one in every single closed system? I understand it
probably better than you because I've done chemistry for 10 fucking years as a profession.
Well, okay, so if you can just show me gas pressure contained by plasma with a gradient inside of it,
like
that'd be great.
A flame.
Yeah, but I'm talking like, like the kind of gas we breathe, not soot.
You don't breathe
Do
oxygen.
you have an example that's
You
not a
don't breathe
flame by
oxygen.
itself?
You don't breathe oxygen.
I don't know, man. If you just had a demonstration of this, other than just a flame.
You don't have a fucking demonstration of a solid container on Earth.
No, but
And you claim it.
I have literally an infinite and nothing but examples of gas pressure existing
Not
with a container
in the
and
literal form in the sky. You don't have that. Not one single bit of it. Stop claiming that bullshit. You're going against the natural order of thermodynamics, yet you claim the laws of thermodynamics which specify in normal conditions.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. You're not making jack shit for sense to me.
You don't make sense because you don't understand your own law you provide.
So can I use plasma to keep the 36 psi around the room of my car? Can I do that? No, you cannot fucking do that.
So, is up in the sky, is it still your 14 point what psi? Is a plane like an SR-71 flying in 14 points what?
I already answered that, buddy. I already told you.
Not,
it's 14.7 psi at sea level.
Don't me with your car tire. Those are sea level conditions, aka falls under normal conditions. The sky up there is no longer normal conditions. Do you not know your basic science or what?
I'm pretty sure the laws of physics apply same up there as they do down here. The conditions are different. I'm not denying that, but
so the air pressure up there is not the same as down here, right?
So are you saying that gas pressure can be contained by plasma up there, but not? I still don't know what you're saying, dude. Whatever. I'm not gonna fucking waste my time with this.
You will never understand. You should work in this rather than just blurt out whatever you want.
Yeah, well, you should demonstrate what you say.
No, you demonstrate a container for the Earth, as in measure the actual container you claim.
Yeah, well, hey, man, if you want to throw some money down,
then it is speculation.
No.
Yes, it is speculation because you strawman me with the car tire, which is
that's not a straw man.
Normal conditions against the air up there where you have a gas pressure gradient. So
yeah,
you don't have.
I'm just going to point out you have shown no demonstration. You have demonstrated absolutely no gas pressure without a container due to plasma, but you've claimed that. And hey, man, I'm not even necessarily going to say 100% you're wrong, but the thing is, you haven't demonstrated it. So much like unicorns, there's no reason to think it exists.
You claim a container in the sky. You claim a lid over the Earth.
No, that's not. No, I'm saying that I observe that gas pressure exists inside containers. I have no reason to think that gas pressure can exist without a container.
You are on the bottom of a layer of air.
You're going back to the gradient. Again, I think you're just confused about the gradient since you keep referring to the gradient in a very weird way that doesn't make sense. I think you're just confused about the gradient.
No, you are. Because you want to use a law that is made for normal conditions in extraordinary conditions.
I haven't made any extraordinary claims.
You do. You make a container out of what?
No. It's an observation. I observe gas pressure here. I observe gas pressure inside containers. I do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. If I have 20
Where
psi at sea level,
where on Earth outside do you see a container? Where do you see the wall? Where do you touch the wall? You never observed a wall.
now you're straw manning me. I already just told you I'm not
never
looking at
observed
that.
a wall
Yeah,
in your
I already
Earth.
told you that. Yes, you're just repeating what I just said. Do you understand that you're just repeating what I just told you myself? You get that, right? Like I just told you that I haven't seen the walls that give us gas pressure. I've already said that. You understand that, right? You heard me, right?
So when I use
So hold on. No. I'm not finished. Dude. What I'm saying is, since we got that clear, and you don't have to accuse me of that again, because I already said it myself. Now I'm going to say it again. I observe gas pressure here on Earth, consistent gas pressure. I do not observe gas pressure existing in any other form other than inside a container, consistent gas pressure. Do you have a demonstration of consistent gas pressure without a container? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Yeah, I'll take that as a no. You don't have consistent gas pressure without a container. You don't have a demonstration of that. Conversation over.
You don't have consistent air pressure. You have a
whatever, dude. I'm just here. I'll give you an example. 20 psi. Let's be specific about this. Can you hear me? So can you demonstrate 20 pounds per square inch in 1 cubic foot at sea level without a container, whether due to plasma or gravity or anything else? Can you have 20 psi in 1 cubic foot for me at sea level without a container? Can you do that? Yes or no?
No, probably not.
Yeah, of course you can.
But
nobody else can.
You cannot.
There's no reason to think that it can exist. So basically what I'm saying is we observe gas pressure being created by containers, not just gas. Gas pressure is not created by gas. It's created by a container. The gas inside a container.
No, it's not. It's created by the motion and the collisions of gas molecules.
Well, yeah, that inside the container. Yes, that's what we observe inside the container.
A gas pressure meter is not a full enclosed container. It has an open side to the outside world, so gas can bump into it. It's not a closed container.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. But that still doesn't stop it from being a consistent way that we observe gas behavior. We observe gas having consistent pressure inside containers. Like, again, you still haven't demonstrated gas pressure without a container. So, whatever.
A natural container of the Earth. You have never shown that.
Now you're going back to this now, because I already told you I'm not claiming any dimensions on it, and now you're going back to that. You're literally going in circles now at this point, dude. You're going in circles. This is embarrassing.
You need a sample to claim it. Like you need that container in your classroom to show gas pressure in a container.
So hold on a second. If I eat a steak dinner at a restaurant, do I need to know the color of the cow in order to know that the cow existed, or is the steak dinner evidence enough that the cow existed?
If you read your thermodynamics, then you know that when the pressure on the molecule is less, it has a higher possibility of transitioning to the next phase within thermodynamics. So if you want to ignore that part of thermodynamics and go to your second law of thermodynamics, which is specified for normal conditions, then have at it. But then you still need to show that container. Because we all see the natural progression of thermodynamics in our daily lives when we light a flame.
Yeah, I don't see a bunch of plasma in the sky, and I don't have the resources to go up and check if it's a bunch of plasma in the sky.
Maybe you're blind, or maybe you don't understand what you're looking
at. I think none of us know what we're looking at. I think understanding it is a whole different subject. None of us know what we're looking at when we look at the sun or moon and stars. There's unverified lights in the sky.
I'm not even talking about the sun and the moon and the stars.
But that's just it, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, because you probably don't understand your thermodynamics that well.
Yeah, and you're not very good at teaching them, apparently. If you know them.
If I was a teacher, I wouldn't be fucking here. I would be in a classroom right now. But you're reciting a container which is meant for normal conditions. Up there in the sky,
you keep saying normal conditions. I don't know what you mean by normal conditions.
Normal conditions up there in the sky. That's the whole point.
So you're saying gas pressure can exist without a container just further up in the air? Further up in the sky? At higher altitude? You're not making any sense, buddy.
No, nor do you. But you and people who go along your side don't understand the progression of matter within the law of thermodynamics, in which when you have more potential of motion, it will go for more potential of motion. It will increase thermodynamic temperatures and thus change state. And there is the only possibility for a container, unless you want to have a created artificial container, and then you got to prove that container. Otherwise you cannot. Because if you say, hey, on the surface of Earth I can only have gas pressure within a container, yeah, but that container is made. Show me that made container in nature.
So are you under the impression that we're allowed to travel freely anywhere across the world? Civilians?
Why would I be?
It sounds like you are. Because you're asking me to go places I'm not allowed to go. And
then,
that's silly.
If you're not allowed to go there, don't claim to know what's out there. That's my point.
If I'm not allowed to go there, don't tell me to go there.
Then don't claim that you know what's out there.
Well, okay, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Yes or no?
I don't have to, because your container, basically, when you're referring to the second law of thermodynamics, is in normal conditions at sea level. And we're not talking at sea level here right now, right? So you're skewing the law already. And then there is something about the ideal gas law, which it is not, because we have a mixture.
You gotta start over, dude. You gotta start over. Go back to the sea level part and, different. Gotta start over again, dude. You're going into gibberishville.
You should learn your basics of thermodynamics first. Because what I say is child's play, because I learned this in middle school.
So, are you claiming there's a bunch of plasma above our heads, or I don't even know what you're saying?
It is even demonstrated. It has been measured. You can replicate it. But you don't want to, because you want a container. You're fixed on a container that you have not proven to exist.
So instead of repeating yourself, why don't you go into details about this demonstration of gas pressure due to plasma, or what you speak of, or what evidence of with what, in regards to what you speak of right now, what evidence do you have to present is my question.
Light a flame. Light a flame. Go on. Light a candle.
Yeah, that's not what I was asking about. What I'm asking about is the plasma you think may be above our heads, like thousands of feet above our heads. Talking about that.
You know what
do you have any evidence for that?
You know what? I would drop a fat beat right now. Dun 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 dun. Y'all gonna make me lose my curve up in here. Up in here. I'm so Oh shit was I'm in here and I mic'd up. Oh shit, I'm sorry. That was so funny though. Y'all gonna make me lose my curve.
Y'all gonna make me lose my gas pressure.
Y'all gonna make me lose my container. Yeah, the gas pressure.
Is just a religious item that you need for your fantasy Earth.
I don't think it's faith. I don't think it's faith that's keeping the 36 psi around the room in my car. I don't think that's religion that's doing that.
No, but the tire was man-made. Yet you claim something was made to keep the air pressure system, which is dynamic, by the way, so it's not equal everywhere, for the whole Earth.
You keep using the word claim in a funny way. It's an observation of past behavior.
You make the claim that there is a container needed when even within thermodynamics there are exceptions to that claim.
Exceptions that you have not presented.
I presented it. It's the natural progression of molecules and atoms. And you just hand-waved it away while holding on to your container that you have not demonstrated, ever.
Incorrect. Your flawed understanding of molecules is not proof in itself. When we say we would like proof, it's actually something substantive, maybe a link to that piece of evidence.
Maybe a sample of the container in the sky? Would that be enough for your claims?
This is a straw man non sequitur.
No, you're straw manning.
No, incorrect. Because they've been very deliberate.
You have been straw manning since your molecule of air.
Incorrect.
So shut the fuck up, man.
Incorrect.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, incorrect. They've been talking about containment, and you keep wanting to go to what's the physical nature of the containment. No one here was trying to support either a physical or a metaphysical or a plasma state. All we're implying is that the second law of thermodynamics states that entropy is always increasing, which means there's always loss to a system when a system is trying to equilibrate. And if you have high pressure adjacent to low pressure or a vacuum, there would be loss in the system perpetually until there would be no more gas pressure. So the fact there is gas pressure, the necessary requirement for that to even initially start to build up pressure is containment of some kind. What nature that container or containment actually is, who the fuck knows? We don't have samples. But the fact that there is containment is a non-negotiable fact when we have gas pressure.
Every time I go to the beach, I got sand
between
calls.
the wording container and containment. I hope you understand that. Because I agree with containment. I don't agree with container.
Great. Then we've got middle ground, because that was the only purpose of what I was trying to point out. And I think Orion was trying to, but he kept saying container or physical container. The fact that we have containment is it doesn't even need to be demonstrated because we have gas pressure. And to have gas pressure in the first place, it's the pressure of the gas pressing against the walls of its containment or container. So when we're doing physical demonstrations of gas pressure, we do use containers, physical things, but the fact that we have gas pressure means containment is necessary. What's more interesting is that they call it the ionosphere. When you look, they can bounce signals off of this region, known to be at about 100 kilometers above the Earth. You cannot bounce a signal off of air. Nowhere in the world can I repeat a signal without installing an actual repeater, a piece of physical technology to extend that signal strength. So if a signal is also being returned, it would have to be striking a solid surface and then returning back to the original transmitter. So there are a couple of things that almost point towards it being physical, but yet, like I said, we don't have samples of this substance or whatever it is that's providing us with the necessary containment to have gas pressure in the first place.
And then you need to find out what is the transition for each molecule and atom at the level where you expect containment or find lack of gas pressure. Because when you have a lack of gas pressure, you are probably in a different medium.
Who's the medium?
TV.
When you use the word medium like that, do you actually mean lack of medium? Because you would have gone from an atmosphere or an atmospheric medium into a suddenly low pressure, so sparse that it's not even really considered a medium per se.
Um, that is defined by your interpretation of the word medium. When you change, let's say, from a solid to a gas, the pressure of the solid compared to the pressure of the gas makes the gas non-existent, in your opinion. The pressure of the water at the surface of the water next to the gas above the water, containing the water, preventing it to rapidly change state at the surface level, would be a no entity to you.
Well, that's why I very specifically said when you reach the vacuum point. So when you start comparing a vacuum
And that
to
is a
solid to
transition
gas,
point.
again, that's non sequitur. What I'm talking about in the vacuum, I'll explain it for you, is when you're talking about 1 particle per cubic meter. If there's only 1 particle per cubic meter of space, let's just use the word space for lack of a better word for now. If you have 1 particle per cubic meter, would you consider that a medium?
What do you consist of a particle? Is plasma within your existence a particle?
Perhaps you're not hearing my question. I'm expecting an answer from you. If you have 1 molecule in 1 cubic meter of space, would you consider that a medium? The same way that if you evacuate a vacuum chamber, you've sucked all the air out, but there's still something inside the chamber. What is that something? Is that something still a medium, or is it a lack of medium because now it's evacuated?
So let me get this straight. You have let's say, a solid container where you have thousands, millions of molecules next to each other, it contains a gas, a lot less molecules.
I'm sorry, did you hear my question? It's a very simple one. If you have evacuated everything out of the chamber, do you still have a medium, yes or no?
Yeah. Because you cannot evacuate everything, and
And
B,
plus, the chamber would be the medium.
the moment you evacuate gas from a chamber, there will be less pressure on the molecules in there, and thus increase the potential of the molecule to transition to another state. So you still have a medium in there.
Huh? What medium is that then?
That would be plasma if you evacuate gas from a chamber.
Plasma. Is it not emptiness? Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, you're using plasma in the wrong way here. Plasma is the fourth state of matter. You have to have dense matter to be able to
But it doesn't
generate.
matter. It doesn't matter. That's the thing. Is the fact that you've insisted that there is either a medium, which is A, or B, there is no medium. But there is no B. You'll never
cannot
have a B.
You cannot have B.
There's always going to be a medium. And that's a non-red herring for even insisting that there is a second option.
How can there be a medium if you evacuated the chamber, sucked it out of
You've already stated a medium.
What?
You already stated a medium.
Then you guys
But
obviously don't understand the definition of a medium. The medium is something that completely
Yeah, I
surrounds.
understand it.
Wait, hold on a sec.
You don't
I'm
understand
explaining
it.
to you
And
why
I
you
have to understand it for you.
And I wasn't really
It's just the
talking
chamber.
to you
That's
in the
just
first place.
chamber of
So
facts.
you bringing
If
up
you
unrelated
understand the
stuff
medium,
doesn't
then you
really
understand
Let's take
the
our time,
chamber.
gentlemen.
at all.
Take your time, gentlemen. Take your time. Take your time.
As I was talking to Monkey about this,
He's,
and it was a
yeah.
very specific answer I was waiting from Monkey. He then said, yes, one molecule per cubic meter still constitutes a medium. When that molecule
does
is
not.
no longer surrounding something, it is just somewhere in the box. That is not a
A
medium.
medium, sir.
That something
You're
is
filling
now
you're filling
involved.
your imaginary medium right now.
Once again, it's your misunderstanding of both medium
Yeah.
and particle physics and the vacuum
Yeah.
chamber.
Yeah. You haven't got a clue, have you? You see what I mean? This is the bizarre world that they live in.
Now, the bizarre world is that the vacuum
It's
of
just
space
imagine.
is not defined as being empty. That's the whole point. The vacuum of space, as in
That's
the
true,
globe,
but the chamber that was evacuated, but the chamber's empty, is it not?
No, you don't get to say the chamber is empty because you never measured the amount of plasma in that chamber when you evacuated the gas. You never did that. No one
if you
fucking did that.
No, hang on. If you take the chamber and you have a scale that tells you that it's
This is a mind experiment. If you do it in
talking about the
practicality,
mind experiment.
you will find a lot of particles in there.
You're shifting. You're shifting. All right, you're shifting the argument. You're moving goalposts.
Then were you here when he was trying to assert that basically
that's
as
enough.
you move up in the atmosphere,
I'm going with Epi Solar here.
as you start to exit the
The
atmosphere,
goalpost is
we
good. The
then
goalpost
assume
is
that
set.
you're moving into
It's
the next
done.
medium.
There's no more
Hold on,
goalposts
Witchcraft.
for you.
Hold on, Witchcraft. As you exit the
You're just doing
atmosphere
too
and
much,
move
man.
into the
Like you
vacuous layer,
think you just move the goalposts.
is a
You're
medium.
going to talk over him whilst he's trying to talk, are you? You're going to
Yeah.
do that, are you?
Yeah,
His point out.
I have
Obviously.
to because he's moving the
No, you
goalposts.
don't have
It's
to. No,
a
you
logical
don't have
fallacy.
to. Because I can do the same as well. I can talk over you as well. Let's not do that. Let him get his point out, and then you can get your point out. Rebuttal.
I didn't
okay?
get my point out.
And
I
I'll
didn't.
be concise.
And he won't let it.
He was
It's
talking
a
I'm
flat
going to
earth.
talk over you again because he was talking first. So let him get his point out. Okay?
All right, so okay, yeah, I'll let him get his point out once I get my point out.
Thank you. Let's go. Sorry, yes.
Now, so yeah, right,
What
so
I
you're
was-
shifting the
You
medium.
weren't
you're
even
shifting-
Let him get his point out. You're still talking.
yeah, come on,
You're
Solar.
still
Witchcraft, not
you're
everyone in the
still
room is
talking.
waiting for your flawed opinion.
All right, so
There was a conversation
What
in
do
the
your
middle of a
fallopian tubes have to do with this, Solar? Yeah, that's why I thought.
Great rebuttal.
You don't have
Great
any. 'Cause you'll never be a woman. Now, what I was saying is, you're shifting the goalposts, and
So,
you don't
Jim,
even
as
have
I
a
was
clue
just
what you're
saying,
talking
it was
about at this point anymore, except for
All right.
witchcraft. So keep my name out of your fucking mouth. How about that? before I fucking knock it
Oh,
out.
here we go. Post.
All right, you understand me?
Don't forget to take the
You got
testosterone
checked.
pills.
All right, and
Don't forget
mate,
to take the
yeah. How about this?
testosterone pills.
You also
Phil.
got wrecked.
All right, Jim.
You-
So back
mate,
to the point,
yeah,
the
you
original
checked and wrecked.
discussion before
Like,
he
well,
sidetracked by a child.
all
He
right.
was trying to
So,
assert
you're
as the
just
gas
still
pressure
trying. You're still
reaches
trying
the
so
vacuum.
hard.
Yeah, because
I
it's
let
still
you
trying
speak,
because it's
Michael.
not being clearly understood. So he has to continue. There isn't a conclusion yet. Okay.
I understood perfect amounts of
I don't
Do we
goalposts.
have a
think
mod
you
in the
did. I
room?
don't think you did here.
Do we have a mod in the room?
It took 2 people actually. That's how many people it took to shift that goalpost.
Oh,
Solar
look,
Engine
just simply
CPR of Canada.
Oh, you mean we were having a conversation and you came in here and rudely interrupted, and then have tried to sideline it, then take aggression towards me
I know
because
when
you're taking too many testosterone
I
pills?
know when the goalpost has
Can
been
I just
shifted.
finish my sentence and then we can continue with the discussion which we were productively having
Right.
before you jumped in with your non sequiturs?
It's not that I couldn't talk. Is that what it is?
No, you
That's
could talk.
that's
No,
a
it's
solid
gotta be
misunderstanding. I think you misunderstand the fact that I can actually talk.
No, you can
That's
talk.
Well
You can
done,
hear us.
Kyle.
That's
You need a body bag. You
real
need a body bag.
baffling fact that you have in your head right there.
need
Why
a-
don't you
you need a
just
body
stop
bag.
that?
Can we not do this and let's just deal with the matter at hand? If you
I
evacuate,
actually can
if
though.
you can I not? So now I can't talk now. Fucking hell! If you evacuate the material in a vacuum, is it indeed empty and devoid of a medium? That's the question, I think.
My point is that this is a mind experiment, and you have not done that. You do it on theoretical grounds. Because if you actually try to evacuate all the matter, in this case we're talking gas pressure, so I think you want to evacuate the gas, then the gas will evacuate up until the point it gets to a transition. Then there will be no gas pressure. But the remaining molecules will have transitioned into plasma. So you still have a medium to deal with.
Okay, and I'm going
But
to ask.
that's
I'm
not
going to
what
stay with
plasma
that.
is. But you go ahead, Jen.
That's my question. Yeah, I was
You
just
go
going
ahead.
to ask him. Let's carry on with where he was going with there. So now my machine is evacuating the gas. It's pulling all the gas. As it pulls the gas, what's left behind? Nothing, isn't it? Nothing's in there. Everything's been sucked out. Everything.
Now you're doing the mind experiment again, because when you evacuate gas, which takes time, in that time, the gas still in the chamber is getting to their thermodynamic potential to change.
Okay.
You
Now,
evacuate
can I-
gas. If you
Okay,
want
now
to
let's stay with
evacuate plasma, you need another device. The same as the.
Okay, so hang on a second. I'm still trying to get an understanding. So whilst it's going into plasma, isn't it not the machine sucking that plasma out as well?
No, that you
No, but
have to
I can't-
prove,
but-
because you haven't proven it. You assume it may be the case. That is not
Okay.
what is demonstrated in laboratories.
Let me just add something here, Jen. In terms of plasma, it's usually a high pressure gas, and then it forms the plasma state. It's not a low pressure gas causing a plasma state. That's firstly. Secondly, you said you were going to do a mental experiment, and then you said, but we're doing hypotheticals or theoreticals. A mental experiment is a theoretical or hypothetical because you're only playing with it theoretically in your mind. The point that Jin and I are trying to say is that, yes, we agree 10 to the minus 17 torr is still a positive value. It's not a negative value yet, which means there are still molecules present. But when you go and look at what they state as the amount of molecules present in that cubic meter, they state it is 1. Now, the pressure in a system is the collisions between multiple particles or the particles with its adjacent containing walls.
Is
Now, if
is
you have a
plasma
single
a full
molecule,
particle?
if you have,
Is
let me just
plasma
finish
a
my
full
point. I'm almost
particle
done.
within
I'm
the
almost
theory?
done with my point.
Can't he
I
finish
just finished
what
my
he's saying,
fucking.
mate? Can't he finish, please? Fuck.
So, if you have a
So
single
he's
molecule
strawmanning this
within a
shit.
cubic meter,
Let him just
you do
finish.
not have. If you have a single molecule within a cubic meter, you do not have the collisions necessary to have a registered pressure, and you certainly cannot generate plasma from a single molecule in a cubic meter of empty space. And that's the point Jin and I are trying to get across to you. It is theoretical because we're
We
all
have
doing
1
this in
minute
mind,
left.
but the numbers that they give us state that you would have one molecule per cubic meter, which throws out the plasma discussion.
No,
Also
it doesn't,
throws
because
out
plasma is not qualified or not quantified as a molecule. That's the whole
What is
point.
plasma then?
It is the separation where you have the nucleus of an atom, where the electrons become separated from the nucleus, and that creates a mixture, a fluid or a dynamic system.
Okay. Now, is
That's
this
not-
dynamic
Plasma
system?
is
Hang on,
not
one
a
question. One
molecule.
question.
So you're measuring molecules which might remain there, but you're not measuring the plasma, because plasma is not a molecule. It's not an atom.
So plasma is not subjected to the vacuum. That's the vacuum pump that's sucking out all the air and the gas. The plasma will remain. Is that right? It will not flow into the pipe and be sucked out with everything else.
When do you stop sucking? Because, again, you cannot
You stop.
suck something.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? We have a scale there that registers 0. So when the needle hits 0, you then switch up, boom, and you lock the
And
valve.
what does the needle measure?
Sorry?
What does the needle measure?
It would measure that there is nothing in that vacuum
No,
chamber.
it measures the
And then it's the
amount
pressure
of
that's being-
molecules.
Well, there's no
Particles.
molecules in there, I would have thought, by now. If the needle is saying 0. It means that there is nothing in there.
No,
Okay.
now you're going into an
plasma are
absolute,
we talking
which is
about?
not proven.
Well,
Because
this is what I'm. This
you
is what I'm.
measure the molecule. You're not measuring the nucleus and the electrons still in there.
How do we know that they're still in there?
So,
That,
Jin,
that is the
what
basis.
plasma is there?
That is the
Like, if
basis
there's
of your
none, then why would we
thermodynamics. If you want to apply thermodynamics, then use the full thermodynamics. Don't stop at your gas molecules, because now you're just ignoring the other part of thermodynamics.
What other part of thermodynamics? Because as far as I'm concerned, is that if
I don't care what you're concerned about. What I care about is that
Can I not finish? Fuck. If I am thinking that if we didn't have some kind of container to have this air pressure in the first place, it would be gone into space. That's what I thought. Yeah, am I wrong?
what? No, the point is, and I said this already, you need containment for
good.
gas pressure. You don't need a container, as in something tangible.
How could you need? Well, okay. How can you have gas being contained without a container so that the pressure can actually exert on the container to increase pressure? How you have to have a container, of course.
Gas pressure is the pressure between the molecules bumping into each other and
That's
the
not
force
gas
it
pressure.
exerts
No,
in the motion. That is gas pressure.
no. It's the pressure that's being exerted on the actual container that registers your fucking pressure.
Is your body the physical container of the gas pressure outside of you?
My body is.
Is it bumping against you, yes or no?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Then
it
are
is.
you claim you are the container?
I am the container of all the pressure within my body. Yes.
And
Absolutely.
outside, because the outside world is pressing against you as well.
Absolutely. It's protecting me. Yes, of course.
Are you the part of that container then?
I am the container.
Of the gas pressure outside of you?
There is gas pressure outside of me. Of course there is. Yes.
And it's pressing against you. Why is it pressing
Yes,
against
correct.
you?
Correct.
Because molecules bump against everything.
That's correct. But the pressure within my body is being kept there at a constant rate.
I'm not talking in your body, we're talking outside of your
Can I
body.
not speak? Can I not?
We're talking outside of your body.
Well, at the moment, the pressure outside of my body is being kept in equilibrium because of the medium I'm in. And my skin is keeping that separate from the pressure within my body.
Hey, Monkey, can I ask you a quick question? So, do you have any demonstration of containment of gas due to plasma?
Thank you.
Again, light a flame.
Do you have any example or demonstration that's better than that? Is that the only one?
I don't know what's better than that, because you can do it yourself. You can even, if you have the tools, you can even measure the gas up until the point where it transitions into the flame.
Okay, so let me ask you, is that your only example? Is that your only demonstration, or do you have another demonstration? Is that the only one?
Yeah, that's probably the only one I have at this moment.
Not a very good one, is it,
Well,
really?
yeah, sorry, buddy, but that's weak as fuck.
You can call it weak as fuck, but that just shows you your lack of understanding of what thermodynamics describes for
Totally understand it. Of course,
matter.
I understand what thermodynamics. That flame, for example, that flame of yours has the potential to heat up, but it won't heat up the whole room because it's too small. So you have to move closer to it in order to enjoy that heat.
I know what's really weak as fuck. I know that actually the weakest thing in the fucking universe was when Flat Earth Solar was talking all that time and like literally said nothing.
He said quite a
And
lot because
literally just
from what he
denied
said,
all medium.
First of all, the weak part is that you are measuring molecules and atoms in an environment that is not claimed to consist of molecules and atoms. So that's kind of weird that you say, oh yeah, you know, space is not supposed to be void of matter or things or anything. It's claimed to be a plasma environment.
right? But
all that
we haven't
comes
actually
with
confirmed that, so have we? That's just it's a supposition at this point. We haven't confirmed this. Hasn't been confirmed, has it?
Confirmed, you can't deny it though.
My point is, it is equal in relation to claiming a container, because it can act as containment as shown in the flame.
Well, the
But
evidence.
you don't want to see the flame for what it is because you don't understand thermodynamics.
I do understand thermodynamics, mate.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
because
do.
if you
Listen
did,
up.
you would see the flame for what it is.
Listen up.
So, Monkey, let me ask you another question. If you think that
air pressure, you see, so and in order to have air pressure, you've got to have some kind of container. Otherwise, we wouldn't have air pressure.
Yeah, he wants to go with the word containment, which I'm all right with. So you're saying there'd be a plasma above our heads containing the gas to the Earth, right, Monkey?
If you follow the natural progression of thermodynamics, that would be the case.
All right. So my question is, what would be beyond that in your idea? Would there be a vacuum beyond that, or something else, or what?
That would be asking me, or me asking you, to get a physical sample of the container itself and direct measurements of the container.
Okay, so you don't know.
All right. So say before we go into that straw man thing, let me just ask you one more quick clarifying question.
How
Do
can
you
I?
have a demonstration? No, monkey. Let me just ask you this quick question. Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum with plasma functioning as a containment for the gas pressure next to a
Great
vacuum?
question.
Why do you bring in the vacuum? Because a vacuum, as I explained in the very beginning, is the lack of gas pressure. It is not a void. And
Well, what is it then?
I cannot go to space. I cannot go above a certain altitude to
Wait, so
sample
yeah, so wait,
information.
one last quick clarifying question. Do
You're
you think the
feeling a lot of
vacuum of
gas
space is
pressure
a
right
real
now,
place,
aren't you?
monkey? Monkey, do you think the
Ryan.
vacuum of space is a real place?
Are you fucking kidding me?
I,
It's a great
I-
Is he a
question.
flat earther?
This is a yes or no question.
It really.
Let's let
Are
him
you a
answer.
flat earther, Orion? Like,
Let's
let's
ask
just
this
let's
guy.
just back it up.
Why
Back
are
it
you
up.
talking? I just asked this guy a yes or no question.
Don't ever
what do
don't
you
ever
mean
ask me
with
why I'm
space
talking.
and vacuum? Because
Hold on, hold
space
on.
is the
Okay, he didn't give a yes or no answer. We'll just say he's confused. Simple as that.
Are you a flat earther or what, dude? Like, what the fuck are you?
Dude, we talked
Are
like a
you
year
anything,
ago, and
dude?
I was talking to you
Dude,
about
do you
you
even have
going
an
out
opinion?
to.
Like,
You live in Chicago, right? Witchcraft, Chicago area.
yeah, I fucking do. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's up,
I
dude?
remember that
What do
because I
you
remember
fucking care? What do you
that.
believe in, man? Like, what is
I
your belief
remember
right now?
that.
Because you have a lot of beliefs, I feel like.
No, it's more of a lack of beliefs. But I remember you live in Chicago because I remember
All
the
right,
last time we
so
spoke, and so I'm just wondering: have
that's
you
a
gone out onto the
non-answer.
street and talked to people
You're just
about the Earth being
really
flat?
just avoiding everything, aren't you? You don't answer to anybody, do you? You think you're just so
No,
good.
dude. Are you
All right,
asking
well
me some
that's
specific
cool.
question?
I don't know, man. Like, you didn't answer my question.
Yeah.
Are
You were
are you a
interrupting
flat
me
earther?
asking him
Yes or
another
no
question.
God damn,
Yeah,
dude. Like,
I
this
acknowledge
guy,
that the Earth is flat.
he's a
Yes.
fucking ninja, man. Like, he don't
No,
fucking
he's a
answer
flat
questions.
earther. He's acknowledged your question, Witchcraft.
Yeah,
He's a
I just
flat earther.
answered you witchcraft. Did you hear it?
He's a flat earther. He said. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
I'm a
how are
flat
you a
earther.
flat earther?
Now, can we get back to the vacuum? Does Monkey believe that or know that there's a vacuum in space? Is he of that?
Yeah.
Full of
Monkey,
thought?
do you believe that the vacuum of
I don't
space
know,
is a
man.
real
Like,
place? Yes or
that's kind
no?
of unfair, Jin. Can you give me a little bit of the floor? Like, is that okay?
Yeah. Of course. My apologies.
It's okay. I appreciate it. Like,
Yeah.
so what's the problem? Like, what is the actual issue? I'm really trying to grasp it right now.
Well, I was just asking Monkey if he believes in the vacuum of space so I can understand where he's coming from a little bit better.
What is the vacuum of space? What's your definition of vacuum of space?
Nobody believes in that
10
shit
to the
here,
negative.
I thought.
Well, it's just a claim of somebody else made up, but it would be a 10 to the negative 17 torr somewhere above our heads. Do you believe that exists?
Nobody here fucking believes that shit, man.
I don't know if that exists. My point is that
Good answer.
Don't use belief in the question, man. Like, that's just leading on. Like, that's not fair to anybody.
if you transition into another state of matter, then your previous devices to measure the pressure will not work. So it will give a null result or a near null result. So yeah, there could be something out there which is not of gas. My point is, you cannot claim a made container when there is a natural progression in thermodynamics which describes it.
See, we're using the scientific method to the highest degree. So when we evacuate a chamber,
Then if you do,
one molecule
then
does
you
not
need
make it a
to,
medium, does it?
no, your idea of a medium And
Yeah.
when you change from, let's say, water pressure to air pressure, there is a huge gap. When you change from
Yeah.
the pressure within a metal structure to gas pressure, there's a huge gap.
Yeah. Okay.
So why can there not be a huge gap between the natural progression of gas and plasma? Because plasma is that what radiates light. That is why we can see. There is
But I
no
don't think you
other thing.
understand. Look.
There is
What
no
don't you
other thing
understand
in
here?
the
Look.
world that gives
Hang on a
you
second,
light
please.
other than plasma.
Okay, here we go. Look.
So
You.
what you're looking at in the sky, which irradiates light, is probably plasma.
Are you
Right,
specifically talking
I'm
about
going
the
to go
sun?
back to where Vladov Solar was trying to articulate this point. Look, you
You know,
evacuate a
sorry
vacuum
guys,
chamber.
I have to call it a night. You know, I'm
All right.
just really upset over this whole conversation. How Orion
I
especially called me
apologise
out,
to you
and
on that, Scott.
and
I'm with you there. I'm trying to
I
listen.
like how he has to call out my demographic, even though that wasn't really a thing in the conversation. I'm
Your
just gonna go to bed.
demographic.
Fuck
No,
it.
dude, I was trying to tell you. You and I were talking months. He just left. I was going to tell him to go and flat smack people in Chicago. That's what he said he was going to do. But he's too much of a wuss to do that.
Well, let's not go down this road now. We're just trying to get some idea of what Monkey is trying to put forward. All we're saying is that when you evacuate all the material in a vacuum chamber, you suck it out. What's left there is an empty void, a chasm, I thought. No? Yeah?
Yeah, I would agree.
Right. I don't see what the problem is with Monkey. What's going on?
And I would definitely never agree that gas pressure is contained by plasma without proof of it.
That's right.
I would never agree with a container again.
Yeah, but you're a numpty.
No,
Yes, because the definition of gas pressure itself is the pressure exerted against the walls of a container.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
and then I ask you for the walls. Please give me the walls.
A fucking propane tank is the walls of a container to contain the propane.
Now the Earth is a propane tank. Thank you.
No, I didn't fucking say the Earth is a propane tank, did I?
You cannot use that as an example,
Fuck,
right?
I'm telling you.
Hold on.
It's a static propane tank.
I think there's an easy way to put this to bed. There's a very easy way to put this to
Listen,
bed.
Linda.
Monkey.
Listen, Linda,
Do you recognize that?
Pressurized
Let me just say this.
propane.
Let me just say this to Monkey really quickly. You do recognize that falsification is independent of replacement, right?
Yeah.
Right, Monkey? Falsification is independent of replacement, right? You agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so even though I can demonstrate that gas pressure cannot exist next to a vacuum without a solid barrier, does not mean that I need to show you where the solid barrier is to let you know that gas pressure here on Earth can't exist next to a near infinite vacuum. Right? So I can prove that to be wrong, but that doesn't mean that I've replaced it. So I have falsified that claim, Monkey. I have falsified that claim. I have not replaced it. You have already agreed with me. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Right.
So you can ask all night about where the walls of this container are. That's replacement. I haven't gone on to replacement. I have not claimed a replacement.
Now we are all satisfied with what's just been said there. All of us, but you, Monkey. We're satisfied with the falsification to a certain degree that there has to be a balance. We are satisfied. You're not satisfied.
No, when people come with the second law and then come with car tires and gas canisters,
Yeah.
you are equating
Yeah.
static systems with a
Yeah.
dynamic system as we experience on Earth.
We
So
are saying to
you falsify your own shit because it's not equal to each
what
other.
we observe. That's what we're
And again, your laws used apply to natural conditions. Again,
Correct.
what are the natural conditions up in the sky? And do you apply them when you use your container as your car tire, your gas canister, your
Of course we
vacuum
are. Of
chamber
course
in a
we are.
classroom? Do you apply the same conditions to that as up in the sky? No, you don't. So you cannot use that example.
Yeah, okay,
ever.
Monkey, you're repeating yourself. So you said two new things there just now. You said static container, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
All right, and you said dynamic container.
No,
So define
never
both of
said
those for us
dynamic
and tell us what
container.
the difference is.
I never said dynamic container.
Well, what were
said
those two
earth
things you
being
just said?
dynamic.
You just referred to the car
No,
tires being
you
one
cannot
thing
listen,
and
I'm
the
done. You're
said
talking about
static.
gas pressure systems.
Yeah.
One in a container and one dynamic in nature, where you have yet to find a container. Where I said you can have containment, but my form of containment is not accepted by you because you equate it to your second law, which should be based on normal conditions, which it is not, because you're at the edge of the molecules in transition.
Listen, the same way you can't bring me a can of plasma with air in it
Mm.
is the same as way that, yeah, I can't show you or tell you or describe the shape of the container we're in, but I know that it's there.
Yeah. And it's that is proof. That is
That's
we
religion.
could prove that too.
That is religion.
We were able to go to the extreme edges of this earth. Let's say it would be provable too. If we, we cannot go there yet. All right, there's a problem there, but we know it's
I think it's remarkable that you would call that religion, but you making the claim that there's a bunch of plasma above our heads giving us gas pressure. You don't call that religion. Like, we don't see a demonstration of that.
Yeah.
What's up with you, Monkey? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's right. That's the delusional world they live in, you see.
You give me that answer of the flame being an example of gas pressure caused by plasma. That's like when a Glober says that surface tension of water is curved water.
Of your container.
We are looking through it. We look through it every day.
Yeah. So
yeah, we look through it. We look through it every day, mate. Okay, there you go.
But where is the container? Again,
I suppose you get halfway there if you were to light your car tires on fire. That'd be a bunch of plasma around a container with gas pressure in it.
Yeah, how come there's not plasma tires on the racetracks holding the air pressure in the plasma tires instead of rubber?
I'm surprised I haven't seen that in like some science fiction movie. Plasma tires. Oh man, I gotta get some plasma tires on my hover bike.
Everlasting plasma tires. Yeah.
I'm really amazed about your lack of understanding of natural progression within thermodynamics.
You live in it's so confusing.
I'm gonna go grab a couple cans of plasma spray paint from Crappy Tire and get busy, guys. I got some painting to do today.
Right. Good luck. I'm really surprised at the lack of knowledge of your understanding of the thermodynamics, really, to be quite honest. And the fact that you can't even show... hang on a second, please.
May I ask you a question?
You cannot even show
what is the
curvature
thermodynamic temperature of oxygen from gas to plasma. What is the thermodynamic threshold?
It would be depending on the amount of you have.
No, it
Yes.
is per molecule.
Okay, so per molecule, is that what you're asking?
What is the thermodynamic temperature for a oxygen molecule to transition from gaseous state?
I have never measured it, so I wouldn't know that.
Fine, you don't know that. So
I have never measured it to know that.
what would be the thermodynamic temperature of the upper atmosphere where you encounter that?
Again, I've never measured that, so I wouldn't know that either. I haven't measured it myself.
So you're dismissing something that you don't know of. Okay, fine. Thank you.
I'm not
Yeah,
dismissing
and you're
anything that I
providing
don't
no
know.
evidence for something that you're claiming. You're providing
And
no
you're-
evidence for something you're
And the
claiming.
same is for you. Because,
No.
again, no one has ever measured, seen, or sampled a physical container of Earth.
You can never have
Yeah,
pressure
and no one's ever
without
discovered-
containment. Yeah,
And no one's ever discovered gas pressure existing without a container
that's correct.
anywhere.
You can never have pressure without containment. You can't have it.
Yeah, much like unicorns. No one's ever seen a unicorn anywhere, to the best of my knowledge. In order to prove that unicorns are real, you need to demonstrate a unicorn. In order
It's
to
this-
claim that, in order to validate the claim that gas pressure can exist without a container, you have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Until you do that, it just falls into the category of unicorns.
And that's following the scientific method with a sprinkle of the Sherlock Holmes method, which is when you remove all that is impossible, whatever's left, no matter how improbable it might seem to you, has to be the truth. Okay? So there you go. You're losing this battle. You're slipping down that bowl pretty quick now.
Not really, but
You're being swept into the gutter.
if you want to imagine that, that's fine.
It's not an imagination, it is a fact, not an imagination.
Yeah, it's imagination.
There's a lot of facts in what we say. The scientific method proves facts, not imaginary. Okay?
It's an observation if you want to
It's a
reduce it to
fact.
something more simplistic. It's an observation.
Exactly. It is a fact that you cannot have pressure without a container. You cannot have pressure. Sorry, you've just lost. You are losing
No.
miserably.
No.
Yes,
You cannot have gas pressure without containment.
without a container.
Then
Well, you
prove
can't
the
have
container.
containment without a
That's how you
container
contain something. Yeah,
unless you can demonstrate that.
container.
I already did, but you
Yes.
cannot see it because you're close-minded.
Ilias.
Are you talking about the Bic lighter again, just a flame?
Yeah, just the flame.
Well, that's a very Glover thing to say.
Silly.
Yeah, maybe, but then again,
Then again,
you have a container that is created.
by the
Well, there
creator,
is
by
no
the
evidence.
creator, of course, no less. Yeah.
Hey, Monkey, does the unknown scare you?
No, because I'm actually not fixed on either or
Yeah,
any
that means you're not living
option.
there. Therefore, you are not living properly.
You are the one fixed on one option, not me.
Fixed on what? What? I don't know what the hell you just said, man. I just asked you if the unknown scares you.
No, the unknown doesn't scare me. It scares you
But why would you say that?
because I give you the natural progression of thermodynamics, and you want to ignore it for a
Okay,
container.
This is deja
That
vu.
is not applicable.
Wouldn't it make more
in the
sense just to ask
situation
me
that
if
you
the
wanted.
unknown scares me? Why would you say that? Why would you say it as a statement? Why can't you just ask me, does the unknown scare me?
Because you're not listening and you're not having your mind open.
Well, I'm just starting to get the impression that, maybe not knowing the dimensions of the container that gives us gas pressure somehow troubles you. That's why I was asking.
Container is a positive claim which you cannot back up.
Okay,
You make a
dimensions of our
container on
containment.
the Earth. That means you have to
Absolute
provide a
deja vu.
container around the Earth. Point. Serious.
Monkey, the globe Earth isn't materializing anytime soon, mate. You haven't provided anything that's leading us to the fact that we live on a globe, sir. You have wasted time.
Why do you think I live on a globe?
It's been a.
Why do you
it's
think I live on a
fruitless.
globe?
It's
Jin?
fruitless. It's fruitless what you've done so far.
I am not even on a globe. So don't
more
fucking
interesting-
strawman me, Jin.
Paint dry.
Don't strawman me for being a glober. I'm not a glober.
It is more interesting to watch paint dry.
Jin, I muted you because you think I'm a glober and I'm not. I'm trying to get you guys straight to see that you have multiple options for your containment of your atmosphere. But you are fixed on the word container and tests done on the surface of Earth, and clearly up in the sky is not on the surface of Earth. But you're fucking blind to see that. And you're blind to see that the conditions up there are not the same as down here.
So, Monkey, how would you suggest that we go about proving this one way or the other? Plasma above our heads or no plasma above our heads?
I wouldn't know, but the natural progression within thermodynamics suggests plasma. And again, what we see in the sky is basically plasma, because plasma is the only thing that we know of that gives off light.
So you're talking about the whole sky or just the sun or the blue and the white yellowish color of the sun? Talking about the whole thing?
I'm talking about the sky, everything above you.
So, but you don't have any, I mean, I guess I just asked you this already, but you don't have any ideas, plans, or speculation of how we could prove it to be one way or the other? Maybe send a rocket with a camera up there, sensors, camera pointed upwards, not downwards.
Again, there is multiple research done on it, but then you say, oh, NASA done it. Yeah, because NASA is the only one who gets permission to go that high.
Yeah, or has the resources.
I'd just like to let you know this. Monkey, if you showed up at my barbecue with a flaming plasma propane container full of propane for the barbecue, I would shit my fucking pants, bud.
Yeah, and you're drunk because you already ignored what I said earlier.
The flame is the container, right?
I already said there is a natural progression within thermodynamics, and when you apply the second law of thermodynamics, you do that in normal conditions. Up there in the sky is no longer normal conditions within science, unless you skew your own ideas of science.
You mean within physics, right?
Within anything. If you go into science, you have a distinction between normal conditions and extraordinary conditions. Extraordinary conditions would be anything outside the point where it naturally happens. So if you want gas pressure here on the surface of Earth separated, then you need a container. If you want gas pressure somewhere else, a whole set of law or new things arise, which have never been done. So, would you go to space and measure gas pressure there? Then you have to measure, if on their claim, the speed of the molecule moving, the motion of the molecule itself. That is your gas pressure. But since you don't know how to understand what gas pressure and how it's being read means, then yeah, it's quite bullshit to talk about it, because gas pressure is the amount and the speed. And then you have the thermodynamic temperature of the medium that you're measuring, which you also have to take into account, which is totally different when there's less molecules present than when there's many molecules present.
So let me ask you a little bit of a clarifying question. Would it be possible for there to be a 10 to the negative 17 torr or any kind of powerful vacuum even close to that?
That is the amount
plasma
of gas molecules you try to measure. It doesn't say anything about other forms of matter, other states within thermodynamics. It just says gas pressure reading. Nothing more. The amount of gas and the pressure it's exerting.
So does gas have the ability to press against plasma?
If the gas transition point, the molecule, the thermodynamic temperature it needs to go into a plasmatic state is higher than the flame presented, it will push against the flame.
All right. Does the flame need to push against something else? Press against the gas on the other side?
Light a flame. If you light a flame, you hold your hand above it, you feel the temperature rise, and there is a slight increase in motion of the medium.
Yeah, I follow you there. I just don't see the connection between that and gas pressure caused by plasma. I just don't see the connection there necessarily.
No, because gas pressure is the speed and the density of the molecule and molecules surrounding it, measured in an open device. On the classroom floor, so to say, you need a container to demonstrate various gas pressures with, not to be contaminated by the pressure outside of the container and making equilibrium. That's why they say you can't have gas pressure without a container, because to demonstrate something, you have to have it in a container to demonstrate it. But it doesn't say anything about the bigger Earth.
I'd say at least it does say something about the vacuum of space claim. It says something about that, though, right?
The vacuum, again, refers to the amount of molecules in gaseous state. It doesn't say anything about the amount of solids or fluids or plasma. It just says gaseous state, because vacuum is used.
Yeah, but it has to do with gas pressure, right? So a vacuum is a very low gas pressure reading. It's a very low pressure system of gas,
amount
right?
of gas molecules, because that is what you're measuring.
Okay, yeah, but let's just make sure we're clear. So a vacuum is a low pressure system of gas, right? Correct?
Yeah.
No.
It's just a measure of amount.
Gospel Bear said no. Is it technically something else?
Did you just give a definition for vacuum, or did I mishear you?
Well, I was saying, yeah, a vacuum is a very low pressure system of gas, right?
Ideally, a vacuum should be a place where nothing is.
No, that's called void. That's totally.
Yeah, but I mean, we're just talking about technical near perfect vacuums. Like 10 to the negative 6 torr, or what they claim 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is technically still, if it were to exist anywhere, I don't even believe that exists anywhere. But even if it did, still not technically a perfect vacuum. There's still air there.
Okay.
So
the word vacuum, that which is empty.
Empty of what?
It doesn't specify. The word itself means to be empty.
And how do you use the word vacuum in thermodynamics?
I'm an etymology guy, not a thermodynamics guy.
And we're talking thermodynamics, not etymology. Vacuum is set when there is no gas pressure reading.
So they're misapplying the word, is what you're suggesting. Just like you're suggesting that natural law should actually be renamed to only parts of nature as far as we are aware law.
Natural law applies to the thing when it is in its natural state, or where you find it in its natural form.
So there's natural law, and there are parts of nature that are also supernatural.
You have to take in consideration that let's say, if we talk about atmosphere, on the surface of Earth we have a different air pressure than up high in the sky. So you have to take into consideration that what applies on the surface might change high up because the conditions have changed.
Is nature different, or does the natural law stop applying at the top of Mount Everest?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you need to apply the changes. We, in, let's say, science work, when you do things at sea level, you say, we apply normal conditions.
Yeah, Monkey, it sounds like you're making room for the opportunity.
Something outside of normal conditions, aka at sea level, at 18 degrees Celsius, yada yada yada, then you need to apply those things that changed into your natural law.
It sounds to me like you're making an opportunity for the laws of entropy and any other natural law to be violated within nature just because, on the premise because we don't know for sure.
What I'm trying to say is that things are dynamic, and your static laws, when you take a law and you take the equation within the law, you have to apply all the changing elements. And then your natural law might still be valid, but then you have to consider the thermodynamic changes that might take place, which change the outcome of your law.
Okay. Like the law of non-contradiction. What about entropy all by itself? You're saying that it's possible that entropy may be not applicable in certain parts of nature?
In relation to the atmosphere, you have to always keep in mind that you're dealing with thermodynamics and thus the possibility of state changes. If you ignore the following state of matter, then you get weird answers. So gas will transform to plasma when its availability is there to transform.
Doesn't that coincide with entropy? Or are you saying that that's essentially the opposite of entropy? Because it's something going from a lower state to what we understand to be a higher state.
It changes.
So it's the opposite of entropy. You're suggesting that the opposite of entropy takes place in different places as opposed to entropy being a natural law. Is that right?
Your natural law has to apply with the conditions present. So
why?
If you increase thermodynamic temperature, you also have to apply the fact that you have more chances to change state, which might nullify the fact that you read the containment or read container instead of containment. You want the gas pressure to be contained, yet the natural progression allows containment. That is how thermodynamics is built up.
The natural progression allows containment. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but I just don't follow you when you say that. I don't understand you.
So, if you have a solid, solid can contain a liquid. Liquid can contain gas molecules. Gas can contain plasma. But the other way around, it works as the surface of water is contained by the gas pressure acting upon it. If you remove the gas pressure on the surface of water, it will evaporate. And it will evaporate quickly. It will change state because you have an open surface.
Okay, I follow you so far. Continue.
So, if you're at the edge of your layer of gas, where the gas can transition into plasma, then the plasma acts as a lid on your gas layer.
Where does gas naturally transition into plasma?
And that's your thermodynamics.
Where? When and where has that ever happened?
Well, basically, if you light a flame.
Okay. What?
Isn't that liquid and gas? Like, isn't that, if it's a lighter, isn't that butane and oxygen?
Where is gas existing as a plasma naturally? Anywhere?
I personally think what most people call ether is just plasma, but they want ether to have something special, I guess.
Where is
because
ether?
It would nullify the electric universe model or the electric earth model, because plasma has electric properties that would allow for things that they don't want you to have.
Are you talking about the vapor that comes off of a natural ferment is like the ether, like ether of alcohol.
No, the ether, like they want to have in.
Are you talking about the firmament?
No, I'm talking about the ether that was in discussion with Michelson Morley and those guys.
Okay, ether can be referring to the upper region of space or whatever. Are you talking about a place where we can't go?
Nope.
Okay, so where is this ether?
That would be within the intermolecular spaces.
Okay, aether. So I guess it's just spelled different ways or whatever. You're talking about okay. So how?
My suggestion is that is just a rebranding of the word plasma because of electromagnetic properties of plasma, and that you can harvest electricity from it, and that you have an increase in electrostatic potential when you rise in the sky. This is all known and has been tested. But that would only be able to be facilitated if you have plasma in there.
So you know that's akin to suggesting that everything is the container. Always. Like that all of, for instance, if forget the ground, we're talking about the air. All of air is inside and outside of the container of ether, always.
No, it is the...
Because you're referring to the ether that is basically the substrate or the medium which all things exist, it being ether, right? So if that's the container, then the container is inside and outside and underside and upside and beside all other matter.
It is the building block of what you experience.
Yeah, but it basically nullifies the concept of gas pressure needing a container. Your suggestion nullifies
what I'm saying is that when people say you need gas pressure or you need a container for gas pressure, is that we apply it in practicality for, let's say, gas canisters, tires.
But you're basically suggesting the container is everywhere.
System from another pressure system. But you put in between a different pressure system of a different medium, a different type of pressure system. And those can live next to each other all day long. That's my point.
You're talking about an unlimited container.
No, I'm not talking about an unlimited container. I'm talking about that you don't need
a container, because everything is a container.
You don't need a container when you have natural progression. And that's container for the Earth. If you need container within this atmosphere at sea level to have gas pressure next to another gas pressure, yes. Because a tire has a different gas pressure than the outside pressure.
Yeah, that's not the. You were just talking about the gradient, and then you referred to gas pressure separated from another gas pressure. So you're talking about two different gradients, comparing it to one gradient. But Lily, I just got to ask you a quick question.
Talk about the car tire.
Is plasma omnidirectional?
In essence, everything is omnidirectional if you do not limit its motion.
So everything has motion? That statement seems to imply?
Yeah, basically, if you use thermodynamics, that is based on the motion of matter.
A crystalline structure is also in motion?
The molecules within the crystalline structure are in motion, yes. That's what thermodynamic temperature means. Because if it's not in motion, it falls apart. The motion is what keeps it being.
Structure and motion seem to be slightly antonymical.
Well, the direction I was trying to go with that question, so let me just ask this again. Is plasma omnidirectional? You said yes, right?
Yeah, again, everything is omnidirectional unless there is pressure acted upon it.
Okay, so we got plasma that's omnidirectional. We've got gas that's omnidirectional. You're telling me that above my head somewhere, a bunch of air, and then beyond the air is plasma. And so if the air is omnidirectional and the plasma is omnidirectional, what's beyond the plasma? My question, I guess.
I don't know.
So no, wait. Second question though. What is stopping the air and the plasma from just going up and outwards? If there's nothing there, I don't know where to go with this. Whatever.
No, and that's kind of the point. We don't know what's beyond. So don't ask what is beyond what we don't know. But we do know.
It almost sounds like you're saying the sky is on fire, but you don't have any evidence of it, and I have no reason to believe it.
Plasma is a state of matter.
Yeah, and it's hot, right? It's really, really hot enough to burn your hand, right?
Within sea level conditions, the experience we have of plasma, whether it be a lightning bolt or a flame or a torch, that is within this pressure system, within the air, which is also pressing upon it.
What's kind of cool about the word plasma? It comes from the word flat. Try to wrap your mind around that.
Yeah, they used to say plasma, but they changed it to plasma.
I can. It's kind of easy because you're in a layer cake, but everything is layered in thermodynamics. Everything has their temperature gradient and their point of transition.
If we ever have another meetup, we should call it a plasma party.
So plasma can be low energy. Plasma doesn't imply high energy system or state of matter.
It depends on which element has gone to plasma.
But ether isn't an element, it's the absence of elements.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything like an absent thing. You cannot have an absentee. Like you cannot have the void of space. There is nothing. There's always something. And my suggestion is that the something, or that what fills the nothingness, is the fourth state of matter.
Because the highest energy state of matter.
Yeah.
And that highest energy state of matter isn't transferring into reality in an entropic system. Like you're basically saying the laws of entropy don't apply to ether.
How would you measure the energy? Because if you have a vacuum chamber and you evacuate as much as possible, and you measure, they once did it a few years ago, you measure the electron activity, it is really high.
How does
and they say there's
substrate,
nothing in there, yet they measure electrons. So you cannot say there's nothing when there's electrons.
how does the substrate of reality have the highest energy level without it bleeding into all other aspects of reality? Like that that would mean that what? I don't know what that would mean. It's just really confusing. It doesn't make sense in regards to the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh yeah. So I have another question about this, Monkey. So if you're saying there's plasma up above my head, and you acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary, right, Monkey? The Earth is flat to you, right?
Yeah, I would suppose that I am a flat earther if I am a moderator here. So yeah.
Okay. So where I'm going with this is this containment, not container, you speak of. It comes in contact with the ground somewhere out there, right?
I don't know, because I don't know how big the Earth is, and I don't know how you would claim such a thing when you cannot even go all the places of the known discovered Earth.
Yeah. I get you there. No. I acknowledge you're saying that, and I acknowledge that. But the thing is that we can't demonstrate physically. We can't actually demonstrate the concept of infinity in physical objective reality. So we have no reason to think that the Earth is, the air we breathe and the land that we walk on. We have no reason to think or assume that it's infinite. We have no reason to think that. So it's safe to assume it's finite since we observe everything else as being finite. All right. So thing is, could be one size or another size. None of us really know. Maybe we will one day. That's why I hand out these fucking cards. Because I want to fucking know. The only way we're going to do that is if we wake people up. But what I'm asking you is, what would you think that this containment, but not container that you speak of, as it comes in contact with the ground, is it still in a plasma state, or is it turned into something else? Maybe something solid.
If you, let's say, this is pure speculation, but if you use the electromagnetic field of Earth and the North Pole as center, then you have your electromagnetic field lines going out, and they at some point will meet the ground. Those field lines might facilitate the boundary layer, as plasma is kind of biased to electromagnetic. And how that...
But what's that got to do with the air pressure?
If it's a rapid decay into, various states of matter up until it reaches the ground, at the ground level, we talk about solids, generally. So, who knows? Maybe it's superfluid. I don't know.
Right,
yeah, but here's the thing.
Yeah, but you...
Sorry, Jency. Just real quick, you were suggesting...
You've been going on a while. I've been trying to get... Hang on. Hold on. I've been listening whilst I was on mute, and I've been trying to get... What is this thing we're doing here today? Is it just an experiment, a test? Sharpen our wits? Or what's going on here? I don't know.
Actually, Jin, I've been arguing with Monkey for a while now, and I think that with the last thing he just said was the first very important point I got from him. I'm not saying I think he's right necessarily about this, but I asked him what would it be like if it came in contact with the ground, and he said, well, plasma is affected by magnetic fields. There is a magnetic field in the Earth. I don't think it would be powerful enough to do what he says it is, but I'm not going to say that I know for sure that it's not powerful enough to do that. I don't know that much about plasma.
No.
It depends on the volume of plasma above us. That's the point.
Here's the problem. Ether is the medium that all other matter exists within, according to how I understand that word to be. It's the substrate or the medium which all matter exists within. So to suggest that there's an other ether, I don't even know what you're talking about.
This other
My point with ether is that ether is a theoretical thing where plasma has been validated within thermodynamics. And I think they used ether as a separate thing to ignore the electromagnetic properties of plasma, and plasma being around us for us to use, yet we ignore it in our practical appliances, and we, waved away Tesla in our practical work, where basically Tesla demonstrates how to make plasmatic arc and do a lot of things with plasma. Yet they called it ether and then waved it away in favor of the heliocentric model and the big universe around us.
So is it fair to define ether as the substance that exists where all other substances that we know of are not existing?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
Okay, so this other substance that's not the substances that we know of, such as the table of elements or whatever, this other substance, that means that other substance exists everywhere, inside of us, around us, besides us, underneath us, above us. So to claim that everywhere substance is doing a thing particular, it is just unusual to me. I don't understand that, because it's everywhere. So to suggest that it does a special thing somewhere else besides the fact that it's everywhere, but once once there's less and less of the other stuff that fills that substance, it all of a sudden has a different behavior.
Yeah, and the same goes for water. If you have a lot of water at room temperature, then you have a pool. It takes a long time to evaporate. If you have a little drop of water, it will evaporate very quickly. It's amount and vicinity, what is in your surroundings, the interaction with your surroundings. Everything changes by interaction and amounts. If you just look at it on paper, then yeah, it doesn't make sense. But it makes more sense when you take it in practicality and look at, hey, if I put phosphor in oil, then it doesn't burn. If I throw it in water, it burns.
It looks like a recipe for believing that outer space can, this ether outer space could actually contain our atmosphere. And that just seems absurd to me, but I understand, I guess.
But no one talks about outer space. We're talking about mediums here, not a concept written in TV programs. We're talking about cold theoret, or
yeah. The problem is you can't demonstrate a large quantity of ether, I guess.
No, but I think that's why they rebranded ether, or they rebranded plasma as ether, and now we use two different things with different definitions, which actually is the same thing.
What is this plasma you're referring to when you say plasma?
Fourth state of matter. Thermodynamics.
What matter?
Atomic model.
Yeah, if it's ether we're referring to, what matter is there to be referring to? Is ether a matter?
Well, basically, when you
Yeah.
talk about matter,
Kevin. Hello,
you
guys.
talk about physicality, as in what is a physical particle. So how can a physical particle be facilitating the other physical particles, because it would take up the space for the other physical particles? So ether is kind of self-contradictory in its own definition.
It sounds contrived.
All physical elements have a plasma state.
Except also non-physical elements such as ether that are non-physical, but
Ether is not proven empirically to exist, and I don't think we need to go with this word, because from my best personal conclusions, is that these people who came up with a theory of ether and who were like holding to it, Nikola Tesla, many others, they were actually referring to superfluid liquid helium. When they describe the ether, those things, phenomena, we find them happening only in this liquid, supernatural phenomena, which is it's normal in that medium, but it's supernatural for us. It's like we can't go in two directions in the same time, opposite directions, like
maybe
driving.
abnormal might be a more appropriate word than supernatural.
Yeah, or to have a light bulb on and off in the same time. So these are things which are, our physicality bounds us to perceive it as impossible, but yeah.
And you're talking about how it's frictionless, right?
Yeah. We can look at those quantum vortices. When you stir your coffee, with your spoon, you make a vortice inside your coffee cup in the liquid. The liquid starts making a vortice. Now, when you stop stirring, after a couple of seconds, that vortex will stop, will come to a full stop. And the liquid will be like still for the naked eye, but we can't see the motion of the molecules, the liquid molecules. That we cannot see. But in superliquid fluid helium, if you stir once, you have these vortices forming, and they never stop. They spin forever, as long you have this state of the liquid.
Yeah, which is counterintuitive because you're talking about reducing temperature in order for helium liquid. So you're reducing the energy present, but actually but they're talking about perpetual machines or perpetual motion machines using superfluid helium, even though it's a lower energy state. Yeah, I mean it's definitely counterintuitive. It's a weird thing, but I don't know. It's weird.
Ambient temperature and thermodynamic temperature. And people think they are the same thing, but thermodynamic temperature is the motion of the molecule or atom.
Negative Kelvin.
Ambient temperature is the effect it has on the surrounding.
Yeah, anything above 0 K has motion. I understand. And as far as I also understand it, there's never been a demonstration of 0 Kelvin. Is that also true?
True. Yes.
Yeah, it's a
It's impossible.
theoretical. It's a theoretical
It's
point.
impossible. Yeah. It means you will be able to make matter disappear, or like super condense it into such a dense thing, but we wouldn't know what it will be. We only theorize like what are the component parts of the atoms. We don't know what those particles truly are. We have only mathematical calculations and models, and trajectories and paths. That's all we have.
Yeah, if I was the man behind the theory, I would suggest that if you were able to reach 0K, everything would be fine while it stayed at 0K. But the moment it entered back into quote unquote reality and exceeded 0K, it would probably explode. That would be my idea of what probably would happen. But again, it's just imagination, not reality.
Well, what I read some theoretical papers about 0 Kelvin. And they say, yeah, at that temperature, all motion stops. So the electron is not spinning around an atom's nuclei. It will fall into the nuclei, and even the particles that make up the nuclei of the atom, they are also in motion inside there, and they stop, and they are not like beads you hold together in a bag. They are like something like the solar system they want to say.
Yeah, that's that whole theoretical atomic model where everything is orbiting, but again, that's not actual. That's just the cloud model or whatever.
Yeah, it's theoretical, and they say that these particles are so tiny, but because they spin on such big trajectory paths, on such big orbits, it make it look like a consistent ball, But if you stop all those particles and you put them together, from the size of if you compare an atom with a soccer ball, when you stop those particles and you put them together, you would have like a hair of dust, It's like everything is made out of nothing. Yeah, it's very weird.
Once you reach 0 Kelvin, you also reach the null point of electromagnetic forces.
Oh, okay.
Because there is no motion in the electron, and thus the field collapses.
Well, but that's based. Is that not? Well, okay. Electromagnetics. I didn't. So it doesn't necessarily imply some aspect of gravity. It implies electromagnetics.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you freeze, why can't there be such a thing as static electromagnetism? Like actual static, as in not moving, but maintaining its position. Why does maintaining position require the concept of motion? Motion means motion.
You can. I think you can. But the issue is that reaching 0 Kelvin is like impossible for us.
Yeah.
But
I understand that.
If you have a material that has, let's say, a better resistance to thermodynamic cold, so, and that encapsulates something that is weak to thermodynamic cold, so reaches 0 Kelvin earlier than the surrounding, then you might encapsulate it and get a good grip on it. But from my understanding is that all matter is so close to each other in regards to 0 Kelvin that we have not figured out how to do that.
Alrighty.
Well,
We may as well be talking about what the sun tastes like.
Wait. I got a question about this plasma again. So, is plasma, in order for that to exist, doesn't it have to be at a high temperature?
High thermodynamic temperature. It doesn't mean high ambient temperature.
So what's the lowest temperature plasma that can exist?
1 Kelvin? Question mark.
I wouldn't know. You go in. Let's say we got a subset of elements in the periodic table of elements, but it doesn't mean that's all the elements out there. It's just the elements that they have registered. So there might be other things out there. I don't know. They discover elements every day, or try to, because it gets their name in the books.
Well, we normally live in about 300 Kelvin. So when we talk about 0 Kelvin, it's so far away from us. And it's unachievable. I think this 0 Kelvin stuff, it's all about the mentality of the god of destruction worship. A way where you destroy what actually exists. You make it not exist anymore. Because this is something we haven't really, nobody achieved such a thing, to make a metal or a crystal or something like vanishing into nothing, There's always transformation. We can break things, we can boil them, dissolve them in all sorts of solvents and acids, oxidize or whatever.
So Earth apparently has 200 to 325 Kelvin, depending on time and place. That's the range. That's between negative 100 Fahrenheit to positive 125 Fahrenheit is 200 to 325 Kelvin, just for frame of reference for folks.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 Kelvin is negative 457 Fahrenheit. 1 Kelvin is.
Yeah.
0 Kelvin is supposedly negative 459.67 Fahrenheit.
Well, at 1 Kelvin, the elements that we know, they don't exist in the same state as we know them. Oxygen, for example, will be like not just ice, but I think octa-oxygen, it will reach its metallic state. It will crystallize into a metal from ice. And it has many ice stages, just like water. The ice that we know of, that we experience in reality, is normal ice, which floats on the water, is less dense. But ice 12 is a much colder ice, and it's heavier than the water, and it stays at the bottom of the lake or ocean. and that ice is so very cold, which for me it will explain how and why we have such a big ice wall in the Antarctica. Because beneath there there has to be super cold ice.
Hmm. Between 0 Celsius and negative 50 Celsius, the density per kilogram per meter cubed increases by 7.
Yeah.
Which I don't really know what to compare that to. But I just posted a little diagram. Kind of interesting.
Well, liquid nitrogen, like the air that we breathe, it, it, it takes its liquid state at minus 173 Celsius. We call normal living between minus 10 Celsius and 30 Celsius. 40 Celsius is very hot summer and stuff like that. And minus 10 Celsius is cold winter. But minus 173, the air that we breathe is no longer air, it's liquid. It precipitates into liquid.
You can also liquefy air by adding pressure.
Yeah, true, right. It is a relation of amount per volume, quantity per volume.
Hey, Monkey. So I know it's you were not claiming so many details on it. I definitely understand that, but if it is a plasma containment system, if it's plasma containment as opposed to solid container, that gives us gas pressure or consistent air pressure here. Do you think that's something that like would destroy most things or anything that touches it? How does that work? What happens when you touch it or throw something at it?
I don't know. I think if you like it's like again I go with the water and the air transition. Because you don't have the back pressure, like if you're a, let's say, a deep sea fish, and you would transition to air just above the surface, your internal organs would collapse or explode because you're used to a lot more pressure in which you are, grown to exert more pressure outward. When there is no more pressure outside, then, you explode. With air or atmosphere and plasma, you also have the increase of the electrostatic potential. So not only do you have to worry about your structure having a lack of outside pressure, you also have to think about the increase in electromagnetic potential and the materials that are faced with that. So I am not someone who says, well, you can go into a spacecraft and go into, let's say, outer space if that's a plasma, simply because you need so much refined metallurgy to create something that A, can withstand the gas pressure within and the lack of gas pressure without, or the lack of pressure in general without. And you have an electromagnetic potential there, which you come from, let's say, a very dense medium to a totally different medium with a totally different, let's say, null point of its electromagnetic potential. So basically you go in fully charged, and what would happen then? You know, would it electrify? Would it burn? Would it cut? I don't know. But I know that when they did the X-15 test flights, and they had to coat that thing into rubber when they gained a certain altitude, or a special coating which looked like, you know, a pink gummy eraser, you know, for your pencils, because it builds up a lot of electromagnetic or energy and wants to release it, in which case the hull of the airplane started to burn away. Literally, it burned holes into the plane. When it came down, they said to the pilot, well, you know, the first time when they didn't have the coating, you're lucky to still be alive. And that was in the 50s, so maybe they figured it out yet, but I am dead sure that what they show us on TV is not that.
Cool, good to know. I hope to throw a rock at it one day.
Well, you know, especially with upper atmosphere stuff, you know, try looking into what they did. You know, they did a lot of research with the X-15, the X-1, the SR-71, the U-2, and those research papers, even though they are from NASA and the military-industrial complex, are papers that a lot of aviation relies on to be accurate. And of course you will find bullshit in there, but you cannot hand wave everything away. So I would say, to know the upper atmosphere, you got to know what they have found, because we are not allowed to go there.
But yeah, but I mean, a big part of this is I can see how you're describing what's up there, but I'm just wondering, you know, if the nature of the containment changes as it comes in contact with the ground, you know.
Well, again, I think if you need, let's say, a dome type container, then it probably would go by the field lines of the Earth, the magnetic field lines that are surrounding us. And then, yeah, you know, when does it contact the Earth? I don't know. Maybe at Antarctica, maybe it is a sine wave and it never touches the Earth, but we're just in a bubble. I don't know.
Well, if we're in a bubble, then it would touch the Earth.
I don't know if a magnetic field line ever reaches the 0 point.
Sounds a lot like floating in outer space to me.
Well, it's containment either way, I guess. Whether it's containment from one thing or containment from solid walls of a container. Either way, it's containment. And either way, we still don't have evidence of containment of gas pressure due to gravity. We're still looking for that, a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
Well, there isn't such thing, but according to ancient texts, we do have accounts where mankind explain in these stories that there were gods among us, and they threatened some people, like, to listen to them, These gods threaten these people that he will throw him up in the sky so high that he will never fall down. So we had this concept of like getting stick to the sky, like glued, yeah?
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's not floating in space. My only explanation, like reasonable, is quantum locking.
My explanation would be the lack of the electromagnetic field. Like, we're standing on the Earth. That's the biggest collection of atoms we know of. That exerts a huge electromagnetic field, which we live in.
Well, but this electromagnetic field is not created by the Earth.
If the Earth is made of atoms have electrons revolving around them, then that collection of revolving atoms would create a huge field, right?
Well, you see, when you put iron filling on a magnet, yeah, those fillings, they will align themselves with the magnetic fields. You can see, like, their trajectory, the trajectory of the magnetic field. But it's not the iron fillings that actually create that magnetic field.
No.
Yeah. So the matter on the ground is not creating it.
Well, how do you equate the fillings and not the magnet as the ground?
Well, the ground
is ground. Whether it be magnetic or electromagnetic, the ground is ground.
We can find, for example, like dust particles, iron particles, yeah? They align themselves with the magnetic north slowly. If you put like slightly magnetized iron fillings on a tray, yeah, and when you vibrate that tray, they will align themselves with the north. Then you turn the tray, yeah, and they will not be aligned anymore with the north. But when you vibrate again the table, they will align themselves again with the north. We can observe this phenomena in nature that,
but
magnetic, ferromagnetic elements and diamagnetic and paramagnetic, they all conform with this magnetic field. They are affected by it, but they are not generating the magnetic field. Yeah.
No, but it is in a magnet, it is the orientation of the electrons that determine the electric field within the magnet.
Yeah, the orientation of the electrons which spin. It's very funny what they describe. See?
Yeah, well, you got to go with what they say, right?
Yeah,
I cannot look that small.
I know.
But
Chicken or the egg kind of conversation.
well, my point is more that we can influence weight by adding static charge
Yeah,
to an object. So
yes.
at some point, the electric charge of the object might overcome the electromagnetic field from the ground.
Yeah.
And I think that is where you say, hey, this is weightlessness.
Well, they made, I like that demonstration, for example, electromagnetic levitation, where they have tiny frogs levitating, It's amazing to watch them. The frog is not a compass needle or anything. It's a living organism and it's floating, in that strong electromagnetic field. I know those are actually strong magnets using electricity to generate that strong magnetic field. So it's called electromagnetic levitation. But it's still the same magnetism, Yeah.
Yeah, but let's say the source of the magnetic field, once you're outside of the reach of its outermost electrical or field line, then you might be weightless.
Yeah. And they can levitate any organic matter, liquids, organisms, stuff like this. But if they put like a iron nail, yeah, that nail will be attracted, it will be shooting straight into the electromagnet, it will be attracted to it violently. So, yeah. That's a funny thing. But indeed, we do observe this, that iron is ferromagnetic. It has a strong behavior in the presence of magnetic field. We feel it. It's being attracted, when you put it close to a magnet.
The other thing is dropping a magnet through a copper pipe.
Yeah. That's also, it's creating currents in the copper metal. It creates a opposite magnetic field, that flowing current, and it will repel or attract the magnet to the walls of the pipe because it's copper. Yeah, so that copper becomes for a split second a magnet of south or north polarity. Yeah.
And it debunks the whole gravity claim.
Yeah. We see it's a magnetic and electric relation strong. In the frog levitation, yeah, we see organic matter floating, but metal, ferromagnetic metals, they will be very violently attracted to that supermagnet. I mean, if you had it in your hand there, it will cut your fingers. That's how strong it will be attracted. It's not like an ordinary magnet. But
Yeah.
with neodymium magnets, they are very low in attraction. They're not strong enough to make organism levitate, or you can't use them to levitate frogs.
Yeah, I was playing with some magnets from a hard drive when I was in
Yeah,
college.
those are strong. They are neodymium. Oh, and those hard drives are the old mechanical,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
good quality magnets.
Those, well, they snapped together and caught my thumb, and literally it
Yeah,
just broke my
pinch your skin.
thumb open.
Yeah.
It was a pretty nasty wound. I was like, oh my gosh, what is I just got destroyed by a magnet. I didn't think, because it's smooth, it wasn't sharp, but the strength of it snapping together and catching my thumb, it just literally broke open the skin.
But
it was
if you
wild.
had one of those magnets the size of a brick,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah.
That one will literally make your bones crash, like flatten, like a poster. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of the computers from the 90s that I think had the best of those magnets. Cause,
yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I would have been, what I was doing, I was destroying hard drives because they had what's that not HIPAA, but there's a you have to destroy records related to like school, like your grades and all, it was at a school. So there's I forget, it was an acronym just like HIPAA, but it was for the sake of school records. You couldn't let them get in the hand. I don't know. It's weird, but whatever. I was destroying hard drives. It was a lot of fun until I got beaten up by a hard drive, and then it wasn't so much fun anymore.
Revenge of the hard drives.
Basically, it was my own fault. I was goofing off.
Yeah. Shout out to anybody that still has any of those really nice ones from the 90s computers. Trick my dad showed me was cover them with some kind of epoxy, and you can use them for like refrigerator magnets or other things like that, because they won't chip, they won't like crumble on you. You cover them with epoxy.
Oh yeah, I still have a lot of my raw elements I saved, like the motors, with the ball bearings and everything, because I thought one day I will use these and I'll make Lazy Susans out of it. Maybe not everybody here knows what a Lazy Susan is, but it's like a rotating table type thing that you would put in the center of your dining table so that you could set the different dishes on it and spin it around so everybody has access to it.
I see, like a spinning work table, something like that.
Yeah, they call it a Lazy Susan where I'm from.
That's very good.
But I was thinking to use the hardware or the hard drive motor for that, because it would spin so perfectly. Anyway,
that's a brushless motor.
Future project.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean by that, because those bearings are just so smooth. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's used to spinning up to like 10,000 RPMs. So you add weight and it'll still work really well.
No, they spin. If it was a SCSI hard drive, those spin like 7,200. And if it's normal IDE, SATA, no, not SATA, IDE, that would be like 5,400.
Oh, okay.
RPM.
I thought
it's
some of them
high
got up to 10.
RPM, but the bearings in it, they are hybrid bearings, and you can spin those safely 70, 80,000 RPM. So yeah, if you have like turbine applications and stuff like that, you can use those very nicely in a turbine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeehaw! Riveting conversation, guys.
Yeah.
What a way to
So-
wake up. Who needs coffee when you can just wake up and talk about these sorts of things?
Yeah, and these turbines, they fascinate me a lot, and I think there's so much secret stuff in the jet engine that we have no clue about it. I think those engines are much more efficient than what they tell us.
Last week I saw a funny thing at Forgotten Weapons. It was a silencer which was air cooled, and because the outside or let's say surrounding the silencer tube, they had veins that ran across the whole length, and they stopped just at the, let's say, the end of the silencer, but but they narrowed down, and then when the bullet passed the point where the tube narrowed down, it would suck cold air in, and then it would generate an airflow that would continue after use. So because the barrel and the tube itself were still hot and trying to evacuate the warm air out through the muzzle, it heated up the tube surrounding the silencer, which would then create the air current, pushing the heated air out, and it would continue, and in some cases even accelerate at certain temperatures.
Fascinating, very interesting.
Yeah, and if you look at that principle in regard to, let's say, the stories of the SR-71, where they say the engine becomes more efficient the faster it goes, then you can see the correlation between the warm air at the end of the nozzle drawing in the cold air at the front, in which case you don't have to spin the motor anymore on let's say raw engine power, but you can use the motion that's already there and the transfer of heat from the chamber to draw in the air, in which case that would drive the engine.
Oh yeah, and not to forget to mention that SR-71 is flying in minus 80 degrees Celsius. Like that's the normal operating temperature in the stratosphere. So that's very cold. Yeah.
So the expansion at the nozzle would need a lot more air, which it would suck from the cold side.
Yeah.
So that would create, let's say, a well, I think if they pushed that technology further, they would have a self-propelling engine.
Maybe we could say Atlas Lay instead of atmosphere. Yeah, because lay being for layer.
Yeah, I would say air.
Yeah, I do
It's
too. I
simple.
like it. Air.
That's the most simple. It's what it is. Yeah. But when we talk with these globers, yeah, they I have to sometimes make use of their terms to get them on the track and then to explain them that the term is wrong. Like
Yeah.
atmosphere. Yeah.
Or just Atlas layer.
Yeah, yeah. For me, like I use
Air, great.
because um, when you say it like atmosphere, the sphere part relates to a Dutch translation, which means surrounding. So it's air surrounding,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but in English it's purely spherical.
Yeah.
In Dutch, that sphere becomes, more a surrounding.
Surrounding. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like your bubble, your universe.
yeah, or a sphere of influence.
Yeah, it's the size around you. You know, when you stretch your hand forward and you rotate all, 360. So that's how far you reach. And anyone coming in that reach is invading your sphere, you know, because you can physically touch him. It enters your uh, area of touch.
Yeah, it's, you know, uh, we would say and this is just, bad translation, but in the family sphere or in the, um, relational sphere or your work sphere,
Yeah,
it's a bubble or a expression of the area of influence.
yeah, yeah. It's
And
the same in Romanian language. Funny thing, we use, I mean, the word sphere, sfera. Um, they say it's Greek
Yep.
word, but it's not.
Spira.
It doesn't have a Greek language provenience etymology. Just like the words culture and education, they are not. They were not invented by the Greek. These words existed long, long before them. So how could they have invented them?
Yeah, Adam Online says a word of unknown origin. Sounds like a mystery for the mystery schools. Might have just been a word invented by the mystery school religions.
let's send in Scooby Doo and the Mystery Machine.
uh, I can point you to where to send them.
Is it Babylon?
No,
No.
ancient Dacian gold.
Ancient what? You said something about gold?
Yes.
The gold invented the word sphere?
No, the Hyperboreans wrote their knowledge and wisdom and history in solid gold, tablets and artifacts. And that was there, it was the truth written about everything, like what it is, what is physicality, what is matter, what are the elements. DNA. They contain even the Holy Father prayer, you know. And these tablets are found that they are older than the pyramids of Egypt, and even with 2 or 3 thousand years older than the Sumerian tablets. So those tablets are not the first writing in the world, and this is accepted in the academic history, world academic history, but it is not being told into the schools. They don't.
Yeah, but you cannot explain it in schools.
Yeah. Sorry.
Kids will have questions about it, and questions you do not know the answer of or do not want to answer.
Yeah. Indeed, they are protected. They sometimes, the Russians have a lot of this gold, and most of it, the Vatican, because the Roman Empire conquered Dacia, and they took 15,000 tons of gold. And that's a very big quantity of gold if you actually sit to think of it. I mean, a truck can transport between 40 to 60 ton a time. So if you were to transport 15,000 ton of gold 2,000 years ago, like the road between Romania and Italy was full of chariots carrying gold. Imagine that.
That would need a lot of horse feet.
Oh, a lot, yeah. Well, this is something they've done. And they buried it in the Saturn Temple, which later, I would say, it became the Vatican. Because, only this way you can get such power to become a state within a state. In that moment, that Roman Catholic Church became so powerful that it distinguished itself, separated from the empire. Everybody was at the hand of the Vatican. I mean, everybody wanted gold, wanted to be paid.
Well, I hope they still have those and did not melt them down to pay people.
Well, they say now they say officially, like in the tombs, catacombs, or what are they called? Beneath the Vatican, they have a library. And yeah, that's why it's called a library, because it's tablets of solid gold with written knowledge, history, very old knowledge.
It makes me think about the Library of Alexandria.
Well, that was paper library, and
yeah, but if not everything was written on paper, but you have clay tablets, you have stone tablets, you have gold tablets, then it's not like today where you have libraries that are consistent of paper books and
Yeah.
digital items. So
Yeah.
how much in the burn was lost and how much is pilvage? You know, how much did they
Yeah.
just take away and just claim it was burned and we don't have that knowledge anymore? Sounds like someone, by the way.
Well, the last tablets that have been found in Romania were in the 18th century when King Carol I became king of Romania, so he had to come and build himself a palace. And when he started the digging for building the palace, they found this treasure, 200 gold tablets and jewelries. A very nice treasure, but one tablet was weighing about 10 kilograms of gold. So imagine a book with thousands of pages, but each page is like 10 kilograms of gold. And that stuff that you're reading is written there. I'm very curious what that will be, what it was written, you know. Because
Imagine having all that information and just seeing the gold and not the
yeah,
information on it.
that information was much more valuable than the gold itself. So King Carol gave an order in the 18th century to make lead copies of these gold tablets. And in that time in Romania, we did not have a industry. There was a printing press, but it was very primitive, you know. And to order, they were using that lead to make it into all sort of matrices and then print the paper. Yeah. Now, when they give this order to make copies of 200 tablets of lead, that's like 2 tons of lead. It was quite a very large order in that time. That quantity of lead, it wasn't easy to get it in those times so quick. That printing press in that place, they had a couple hundred kilograms of lead, which they were keep melting it, making matrix, print stuff, and then melt it again. And when he ordered 2 ton, these people had to actually go and gather that much lead, you know, and make copies of those tablets. Yeah. And they ended up in a museum's underground, in a museum's basement. But they never been accepted like in the academic. They all kept them there in the basement like they meant nothing, you know, like they were worthless. And in
It's
the
just lead.
1900s,
It doesn't have the feel of gold. It's lead.
yeah, it's lead, but it's actually you can still see what it was written on those tablets and the drawings, you know, and you can see the quality of art craft, you know. It was gold which was older than the pyramids. So it's coming from very old times. And the language, they call it Proto-Latin. It's funny because it was a language which had three distinct alphabets, three kinds of writing. And you can see from one of them it was born the Latin alphabet, the Greek, and the Slavonic, Cyrillic, like the Russian writing and Bulgarian. So that language gave birth to all these three languages and alphabets. So Latin is not actually a mother language, it's a daughter language. It's like born from a language which was much more complex. So with this separation of the languages and stuff, they actually compartmentalized, they separated big parts of the world.
Well, you can easily erase a lot of information by just changing a language, because it makes you unable to read the former language, and you only need one or two generations.
Yes, true.
And hypothetically, 0 generations.
Yeah.
If, of course, the story of Tower of Babel is true.
Yeah, that's interesting civilization also.
I am off to do some things. I wish you all a very great conversation. I enjoyed myself.
You too, Ivo. Yeah.
See you later.
Take care.
I finally had my cup of invigorating decaf coffee.
Decaf. Oh, why decaf?
I typically have 2 to 3 coffee drinks a day, so we pretty much stick to decaf or half calf.
Yeah, 1/2 caffeine and then decaf.
Swiss water process or just water process decaf. And it really does an excellent job maintaining the full flavor.
Yeah, I never had this addiction of coffee drinking. I do smoke, but I'm not a fan of coffee. I don't know. It's very rare when I actually make myself a coffee or just go and buy, But yeah, I had times when I was like drinking in the morning coffee, like when I was waking up, and I saw that it becomes such a
ritual,
normal ritual. Yeah. And then I wanted to drink also in the daytime another 1 or 2 or 3 coffee, So whenever I had the occasion, I was drinking, and then I said to myself, "Holy hell, am I getting addicted to this also?" And yeah, I quit, but yeah, replace it with Coke and then Red Bull, and now I'm much older, and I see very easily which products coming from the food industry are actually targeted at my addiction and stuff, and they don't get me that easy now.
Yeah.
It's very important I wasn't consuming a lot of fruits or drinking water, but now I not force myself, but I make it like schedule to drink water every at least 2 days, and yeah, to have some fruit like every week, a couple of days a week, not every day, but yeah,
I got
it's
you.
very important. I mean, I had years when in the whole year, if I ate like 2 or 3 oranges, one banana, and 2 apricots, like so very little fruit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is something I'm 100% sure. When I buy the fruits from supermarket, I have a feeling like they have this provenience from these rich farmers which plant their trees especially for this kind of fruit, and I don't know, man, but if I buy plums, I know when I was young and picking plums from the ground for my grandfather, to make this Tsuika, rakia, a alcoholic drink, schnapps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know that the plums, they are not all the same size and color. Some are
Mm-hmm.
greener, some are violet, some are red.
Yeah.
Uh, but when I go to the supermarket and buy plums, man, they are all the same color and same size.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I know you can have these special sorting machines and stuff, but this is the problem. I read something in the Bible, like it was about the way we cook. It gives you in the Bible like the measurements for making a bread.
Okay, like Ezekiel.
Yeah, but
Ezekiel bread.
it tells you that someday you can. It tells you like you take 2 spoons or 3 spoons, of flour. When you take a spoon of flour, it's let's say 15 grams. You drop it and you take another spoon of flour, that will be 18 grams or 13. It's not a precise exact quantity, it's approximate. And it says that if you like measure everything to the precision, like at the 100th of a gram, then and today you ate a bread made with let's say 420 grams of flour. tomorrow you make bread using 420 grams of flour, 2 grams of salt for each, and the same amount of oil, that bread will not be good if you make it exactly the same like every day. Every day it has to have a few grams more, a few grams less, but it tells you, like, add 3 spoons of flour, 1 of oil, and a half of salt, yeah, or a tip, yeah.
I don't know what you're referring to, though. Maybe you could just
Yeah,
DM it to me when you find it.
they say about this precision weighing. When you cook, when you bake bread. That will make all the bread you cook, like throughout the time of a whole week, all those breads are identical in shape, quantity, taste. And God said that's not a good thing. And that's what they actually do in the supermarkets. They sell at very accurate weights. Like when you buy anything that's processed food, like can and stuff like that, you see precise measurements. And people think they will get tricked. Yeah, if one can contain a little bit less or a little bit more.
I gotta look at see what are the YouTube people saying right now. I'm about to look at the chat. Let's see here. So, not much. There's not timestamps on the chat. That's unfortunate. I can't tell when these comments are from. We supposedly have 16 people watching on YouTube.
Could be bots.
Nah. Ah. Lou has entered the chat. He's probably on his way to his extremely exciting job.
No,
No.
we got. It was raining all night and it turned to sleet and snow during the day here. We got so. I might be I might be acting like a true businessman and just go get a free lunch though. That'll be my plan for the day.
Free lunch?
Yeah, one of our main like salesman guy that we go through for a supplier. Occasionally, at least like once a year, he likes to take the crew out to lunch, and we were planning to do that today, but we usually do that when we're actually working. Don't like make a special trip to go out to lunch. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I gotcha. Speaking of salesmen and building materials, are you familiar with Huber Zipboard?
No. Is this? I don't think. Is that the? You're talking about like sheathing? House sheathing?
Yeah.
Is that the green stuff?
The green stuff that's pre.
Okay. Yeah. So I am familiar with it. I knew exactly. All right. I do. Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so I watched this video. I just put it in the chat. Amazing creative wooden house construction. So it's like a Lego block design.
Yeah.
Those are solid cubes, rectangular cubes, or whatever, of, I guess, foam board, which means that's it's like, I don't know what that is. Maybe that's only like R14. It just seems a little flawed to me. But I'm sure it could be improved maybe a little bit. But regardless of any of that, they're doing OSB. And I was like, man, why not kill two birds with one stone and do Huber Zipboard?
Yeah, I mean, it could just have that coating on the outside, right? Which is supposed to double up to be like Tyvek. But aren't these
exactly?
So are these? This system, I think I've seen. I mean, first off, I'm not like a rough carpenter. I side houses and stuff, so this isn't exactly my trade.
Okay.
But I've seen. I mean, I've never sided anything like this. Are these one of those systems where like you pour concrete in it also, or is this just like the Lego block system, basically?
Literally just Lego blocks and screws. And I watched the video and I was like, they don't show everything, so you can't reverse engineer, but it's kind of interesting. What's that?
Is the structure of this thing actually at all in the wood there, or is it in that foam and stuff that's inside of the block? Like,
I think that there's a lot of like lattice in between the two foam pieces. I think that there's like a cross beam board that's all screwed together, but I'm only guessing because I mean I don't know. They didn't really go into the details of how each one of those blocks is put together. But one of the comments was really interesting. It was a drywaller, and he was like, "This would be a drywaller's dream because all the walls would be so beautifully straight." At least that was his impression after watching the video. And I guess if it's done right,
it's all solid inside and out. You got instead of having just trying to go from stud to stud.
Yeah.
It would be. I mean, it looks. I don't see anything wrong with it, but yeah, I can see what you're saying. If you had that green coating on the outside of those blocks,
yeah. You have to do a lot of taping though, because there's a crap ton of seams. That would be the downside.
Right, every single block is going to have a seam, so maybe it makes more sense to do it like they're doing here, and then also run a like Tyvek over it.
Yeah,
house wrap, whatever your brand of house wrap, just do that over the top of it to cover each of those seams.
Mm-hmm. I had the opportunity to work with the Zipboard system, and it's a convenient way to. So it's on an old house, like 125 or 130-year-old home, very very old. So it just had like boards, wooden, like
1x8s laid across the.
yeah.
That was yeah.
Yeah, just like that.
So
So
they
we
did
just
it.
zip boarded
It
on
was
top
much
of
more
that.
solid. I don't see why you would even need to do that, man. Like the old houses built that way, they're solid. They're not going anywhere. Like that zip board, even with its coating on there, whatever, it's gonna just dry rot away years and years and years before that stuff underneath it. Decades.
Yeah, seeing as how it's already 130 years old and still solid as a rock.
Exactly. The new materials are not better.
Yeah, you're right. I think that the building owner's idea was a solid surface to put siding on, but yeah, it was probably slightly redundant. Oh well, no, actually, it was also for the purpose of air gapping.
Right.
Like
There's a little bit of a space between each one of those boards, but I think that's probably also so. Like, yeah, for heat efficiency and stuff like that, they didn't used to worry about that.
yeah,
They just throw more wood on the fire. But
yeah.
but that's also why I think probably why they don't have much rotting issues. It's really funny. Like I do 10-year-old houses, and they're dry rotting away all over the place. Got to do repairs all the time, and then I go and uncover 100-year-old house, and they're like solid as a rock, no rot anywhere. Maybe here or there around a window or a door or something like that, but like not like what we see with these newer houses.
Yeah.
They're able to dry out. They're able to have air circulation and whatever.
Fascinating.
Also partially because the way that we kind of race through new construction these days, like they're trapping a ton of moisture inside of the house and then sealing it in.
True.
And then that's they have the whole house built, sheeted, roofed, wrapped, often sided too, and then they come in and start pouring concrete, doing drywall mudding and freaking painting and all that stuff, and all that moisture needs to go somewhere.
Yeah,
there's thousands of gallons of water sitting inside of that house with nowhere to go.
Yeah, good point. Very interesting. I've always been fascinated and hopeful that I would one day have an earthen home, but I don't know. That prospect seems fleeting.
Well, lunch is canceled. We're doing it tomorrow. We're having a rock star week with that, though. Like the job that I did Monday, Tuesday, the homeowners went to there's a little 9-hole golf course down the road that has a restaurant that pretty good food, decent prices, whatever. That's where we usually go when we're working in that part of town. And
cool.
The homeowner went and dropped off or gave their credit card information or whatever to the bar and told us that we should just go down there for lunch. And the lunch was on them. So that was Monday and Tuesday. And then we got the salesman who wants to buy us lunch today. That's getting moved till tomorrow. We're being treated like rock stars, and we're fucking dirty construction workers. It's really funny.
Perks, man. No, it's cool. It's really it's encouraging when people show respect where respect is due. I mean, I like it. It's good.
Well, I was joking because we were looking at the weather this morning. I was joking with the other guy. So what's the plan then? If you have a suit, should we just wear a suit and go meet Scott for lunch or what? Like, get clean shaven, throw on a whole bunch of cologne so we sound like we smell like a French gigolo, So
I think they call that putting on airs.
I can tell by the way I'm talking. I had too much coffee this morning, though. Jittery.
Yeah, if I have real coffee, like fully caffeinated coffee, I talk almost nonstop for an hour and a half. My wife can attest to that being a fact. I stick with decaf usually, or half calf. Unless I'm paying $6 stupid for a latte at some fancy shop or whatever, I'm going to go full calf, get my money's worth, but I don't do that much anymore. You know, it used to be like $3 for a latte, $4 for a latte. Now it's like, you want a plain latte? Okay, that'll be $7.25. What? You can buy half a gallon of milk for $4, and I don't know. It's pretty wild. Yeah, I agree, Drace. Watching the video was interesting. I liked when you look at the whole structure and how even how they're doing the roof. It looks like a pretty solid thing. What I don't understand is how they hold everything together. Like the pieces kind of lock into place, but I can't help but think that they're also using screws. They just don't show a lot of that. So I don't know how they lock it into place, basically.
Maybe it's just some kind of adhesive. I don't see them doing anything like that on the thumbnail, though. It looks like they're just literally stacking it.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't adhesive, I wouldn't trust it. All adhesives break down over time, eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're trying to glue OSB end to end. That's not going to work. So I did a house kind of similar like this, though. I resided on just one wall. This place was huge. 15 square wall. A square is a 10 by 10 section or an 8 by 12, whatever. So it's a huge, just single wall. Where this house, we call it the bunker house. It was built kind of like this with like blocks, not wood on the outside though. They were like styrofoam basically. And then inside of the styrofoam, there's channels or holes left open. And there's also steel studs, thin steel studs in there every 10 inches, which is an odd gapping size. But then, so they basically build it kind of like this, but then through all the voids inside of the blocks, they pour concrete from the top. And they fill it all with concrete. So you end up with all concrete exterior walls, like 10 inches thick.
Okay, you're not. There's a Chinese system where they screw together all these panels and stuff, and then they remove all those panels after they pour the concrete, and it just leaves the. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
No, they leave the blocks too, because that's also like insulation. It's like it's like foam insulation.
Oh, you're talking about ICFs?
I'm not sure what it's called, man. I just know I had to side over the shit, and it was a nightmare.
Oh, I bet insulated concrete forms is.
Yeah, that was terrible.
So I have looked into all these things so much that it's pathetic how much I know about this stuff, having not had very little. I've only had very little real world experience, but I have filled my brain with hundreds of hours of information on these building topics and stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I do know because I had hoped to build my own house someday, or at least play a role in the building of my own house.
The more you can do, the better.
Yeah.
Knock a lot of price off if you're able to do a lot of it.
Let's see if I can find.
The more you can do without getting in other crews' ways, though, that's the thing. You have to, like, you don't want to be like hiring somebody and be like, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'd like to help. Can I help knock the price down? You know, that's not going to fucking work. You're just going to be in their way doing that shit.
I'd like to be an apprentice. They'd be like, so, sure, but you're going to have to pay us.
Yeah, no, I'd be like, all right. I'd be like, okay, you can be my apprentice, but you have to do everything I say. And after, like, when there's no, like, nails to pick up or freaking floor to sweep or anything, be like, okay, your job now is to go sit over there in that lawn chair.
Yeah. So those are some pictures of ICF.
Yeah, it's this basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
The name actually, ICF, I think you might be right. That sounds familiar. I think that might be what it was.
It's a really neat method. I like it. So
what's really cool about it is it's super fucking strong, but like they put just a standard roof on the top of it. Like, it's so you got bulletproof walls, but it's like, a big windstorm could just take your roof right off the top.
Yeah, they should do some kind of cool like foam dome, like a dome shape. I don't know. Maybe that would be a nightmare too, but it not structurally, but to roof a curved surface with some type of roofing material would probably be pretty annoying. But anyway, ICF has a lot of prospect. That Lego thing is interesting. The other one that's really interesting to me is the new 3D printed concrete homes.
I haven't looked much into that stuff. I'm still skeptical at like 3D printed homes. There's no way that these things are going to be beautiful or luxurious, like in any way. That's a process you do for freaking stamping out cheap fucking homes for people that doesn't have,
True.
When the government or when the technocrats own everything and they have to supply you as a house, they give you some cheap fucking stamped out thing like that. So you're not going to have customization and you're not going to have choices. They're just going to be like, here's what you get.
Like a few. If you do adobo or is it Adobe? No, it's adobo, right? It's like stucco, but it's smooth, and I think they call it adobo.
That's a process we don't use up here at all, so I don't know nothing about it. It sounds like a Southwest thing.
Southwest for sure, yeah. So that's one of the ways that you could do it. I don't know what you do in other climates though.
They can use anything they want. I mean, they got, like you said, they can 3D print with like concrete. They can use freaking hemp.
Yeah, hempcrete would be neat. This stuff's all but fireproof. Have you seen that? Take a blowtorch to hempcrete and it's like does nothing.
I have not seen that, but I would imagine. I mean, anything that's like super densely, not anything, but when things are super densely packed, like they don't catch on fire very well. Like you can, like when you can tear a page out of a book and it'll burn, but if you just throw a book on a fire, it'll just smolder. The edges will get singed.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Blowtorch. I was surprised they had a piece of this hempcrete in a block, and I took a blowtorch to it and see if I can find a video. It's pretty cool. Right. There we go.
What Drace is talking about with for earthquake prone areas, I wouldn't imagine that like for stuff like that, you want to build in flexibility. You don't want stuff like concrete and shit like that. That's all going to crack.
Even if your foundation is flat, what about if you have like a crazy springy, like a foam based foundation?
No,
that sounds really stupid, but
we build everything from concrete, but we bind it all with metal to give it tensile strength, so it does not crack.
Huh.
Yeah, I would think you would want to use more like steel. Has a little bit of bending flex to it and stuff like that, but without cracking, where concrete doesn't. Like, I'd think you'd want to use perhaps, but building completely out of steel doesn't make much sense either.
Yeah, ours is essentially there's all the houses are almost concrete except for the really old houses, which are wood, and they sway a lot during the earthquakes. But because all the houses have iron bindings in all the walls, so we're like a very solid structure generally.
Well, you'd probably put joints in places where it would allow the flexing or whatever then, and
But we do have cracks from time to time, of course. It happens with a lot of earthquakes.
It's awesome how that freaking awning is freaking walking down the street. That's pretty cool. Just jump that car. It's like,
yeah, weird. Hey, you don't have to live near where hurricanes are to worry about your roof. I'm in North Dakota, which isn't called the Windy State, but North Dakota has some of the craziest wind. I've lived here for a year now, and it seems to me that we have a windstorm about every 6 weeks where the speed is in excess of 60 miles an hour.
Oh man, I've had 60-mile-an-hour winds here half a dozen times over the last month and a half. Like, just until the leaves especially in the fall and spring, mostly through the winter too. Basically, as long as there's no leaves on the trees, it's freaking windy. Like, most of the time.
You're north too, though, aren't you?
I'm I'm like near Lake Michigan, near Milwaukee, right near Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Yeah, like by my house anyway. It's not everywhere. I'm just saying by my house here, it's just always fucking windy if there's no leaves on the trees.
Where was I? There was a city. I met up with somebody from, the very first time I ever met this person was on this server, but then we chatted and have hung out now. But anyway, he's around that same area. I was passing through. Yeah.
Yeah, we got on my garage, just shingled it 2 years ago, and I got some repairs to do.
Yeah, I have to redo my roof this summer. It's got shakes, and then on top of the shakes, it's got 2 layers of T-lock shingles.
Ooh, wait. Over, like, actual cedar shake? You just went over the top of it?
Well, whoever had this house, that's what they did. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to rip both off.
Yeah, you're going to tear everything off.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big job.
Yeah.
Probably even resheet underneath those cedar shakes.
Yeah. Like each one of those, it's like, oh, punched in the stomach. Oh, punched in the stomach.
Yeah, sounds
I
like you
know.
almost need a whole new roof.
Yeah, basically, I need a new roof.
Must be a slow flat Earth morning. Came in and would just go into construction talk for an hour.
Well, before you came in, there was a whole conversation about with Monkey and even got into the conversation about ether, and he was basically saying that ether was the explanation for what contained our atmosphere, and a lot of
Ether is
people.
like, God damn it. Yeah,
A
ether
lot
is
of
our magic word. We criticize the Globers for pulling out refravity, and
yeah, I know.
and then we throw ether at them.
Yeah, I know. It was it was a little bit of a kerfuffle for a moment, but
Who is saying that ether is the actual container?
well, Monkey said that ether is probably a changing of the word, and it used to be called plasma, and the plasma is what is probably the thing that is containing the atmosphere. But it was complicated, and that might not be a perfectly fair summary of what he said, but it's basically what he said.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with Lou where there's not a common understanding of the term ether, and it gets misapplied fairly often.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a little bit of an issue with the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, aka the reification fallacy.
Yeah.
With ether, I'm okay with it. I think it's a neat idea. Let's not call nothing something. But it's almost a philosophical thing more than anything that has relevance to our physical reality. But
Well,
anyway,
my basic understanding, or kind of what I garner from people who have written about the ether when talking about electricity, magnetism, dielectrics, all of that, is the reason the term ether is very similar to etheric, which has connotations of non-material, almost spiritual connotations, is there's a reason for that, because the ether is thought of as the energetic background medium that permeates everything within our existence. It's the source from which all energy within this realm is garnered, and also permeates everything within 3D physical reality. So that's
super esoteric.
Yes, it is, but it's kind of when you understand how, even if you're thinking of like a basic generator, like AC generator or something like that, you're using power, right? Or you're using some type of work or energy in order to create a movement. And it's a movement of magnets, typically through and or near copper or some other type of metal, right? And that movement is, by its nature, inducing energy from that movement, right? So it kind of comes back to, where does that energy actually come from? It doesn't necessarily come from the amount of energy that you put into the mechanical machine to make it move. It comes from the movement itself and the interplay with it, with the magnets and the copper wires, the coils, all of that. But the energy that gets produced that way comes from basically thin air, right? When you think about it.
It would seem that way.
So it's postulated that energy that's induced from thin air is actually induced from this etheric background energy that we have all around us within everything. So, yeah, not to go off on some ether tangent, but I feel like it's misappropriated often, and people try to give it some type of physical property, like you said, like reify it. And I understand why they do that sometimes, because the best analogies are those in which we can see or demonstrate with, even though it's not a direct demonstration of kind of the interaction or how the medium works, but it does, like sound waves in the air, ripples in the water, the interplay within the ether and the energy background is very similar. It's just not as tangible or can't be seen in a way that we can work with sound waves in the air and waves within water and things like that. So I guess that would be considered a kind of a magic word then, I guess, as Lou was saying, since it's not something that's 100% tangible. Can't put your finger on it. Can't put it in a jar.
I mean, that's just too often. I hear some glober getting ridiculed for using things like gravity or refraction, and we say nuh-uh. And then they say, well, what do you think then? And then the guy who just said nuh-uh goes, ether. And I don't know.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, kind of like, thanks, dude.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I talk about these things often, but I try to never use them as some sort of definitive proof. At least I try not to, right? Because I do see exactly what you're saying, Lou. It's just kind of replacing one magic word with another magic word. But the one thing that I definitely find interesting is that really kind of one of Einstein's main missions, at least in my opinion, when he was coming on the scene and proposing all of his ideas of relativity, is a direct mission to dispel the idea of the ether. And since that point in time forward, we've had very little new advancements with the way that we work with energy and electricity, for the most part. I mean, we have some advancements as far as solar power and things like that, but overall, nothing of huge significance. And I don't even know if people really fully understand 100% how solar works, to be honest with you. if you drill down far enough, can they really explain how solar actually works? Solar technology, solar panels? Because it's my understanding that solar panels and LED lights are very similar in nature.
I thought that the photovoltaic panels or whatever collect essentially electrons from the light. There's a flow of energy, and it basically just captures that.
But light's a photon, like, so the photon's delivering an electron.
Well, he's not too far off by saying electron. In my opinion, photons and electrons are given very similar definitions, I guess you could say. Like, when you look into the electron and the people who were first discovering it and working with, I say it's very similar to the concept of a photon. It's a particle that isn't a particle, that doesn't have mass but has mass. It's this weird.
I don't know enough about that stuff. I kind of skipped out a lot during that part of high school.
Yeah.
They're two very similar concepts, if not the exact same thing, just one's attributed to visible light. It's the same concept. Yeah.
Sorry. Truth Flat Earth asked, does it work in moonlight? Not that I'm aware of. Even on a perfect...
Like, do solar panels? Like, do solar panels collect anything at all from moonlight?
That's a good question. It'd be interesting if it was at least a little bit, like 99% less, but at least 1%. That'd be neat. But what if it is zero? That'd be.
I mean, if it is actually the reflection of the sun's light off of the moon that we're seeing, then you would think there should be trace amounts of power being generated from those panels, right?
Generated.
Yeah, it could be so minimal that it's hard to meter it.
Like a teeny tiny amount.
But like, in theory, that should be the case. If moonlight is the reflection of, like, a direct reflection of the sun's light, not a re-emission of some other type of energy, then yeah, it should.
These people seem to say the answer is yes. And they have equations, which you would expect.
I got my math. My math says it's true.
Now some Glober is going to come in here and be like, well, there's some Globers listening, and we just came up with their next argument. Solar panels prove prove the globe.
Oh, boy.
Somehow.
So, according to this, here, I'll post the chart, because this is a fascinating chart. The difference is extreme. Even 99%, I don't even think. But so instead of 10.5 amps, it's 0.92 milliamps. Instead of the voltage being 22 volts, it's 270 millivolts. In a comparison to a 300 watt panel. So quite a big difference. It says more than 1,000 times less power generated. Interesting.
Yeah, my sources, from what I posted, what I looked up just now, it says the answer is yes. Their reasoning for it sucks, though, because they say it's the light reflected off the moon from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of, I don't know, somehow I pretty much gave exactly that answer, like the frickin' easy, brainless frickin' Google search, just like I did the other day, gospel about fire shadows. I don't know. Am I plugged in?
You're plugged in.
It's not what I meant.
Oh.
Jacked in to the Matrix.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if your research stops with one simple Google search, you might need to unplug, Lou.
No. What I'm saying is, just off the top of my head, I gave basically the same exact answer as what the brainless Google search gives.
Yeah, that happened. You are a well-programmed individual.
I don't know, but when I work something out for myself and it makes sense and I spout it off and then I do the easy Google search and it verifies it, then I'm pretty sure I'm right and Google's not lying to me. But otherwise, Google's a bunch of liars.
Yeah.
They may not be lying, but they're certainly listening, Lou.
Fuck off. I know. Don't fuck with my paranoia. You want to know? You want to know what? All right. So, oh my god, like I still tape my fucking cameras, right? Like unless I'm using them, I fucking tape them. Fuck that shit. I've been doing that forever. Like ever since my fucking PlayStation 3 had a freaking bought that camera, I would put a lens cap or put a bottle cap over it as a lens cap. I'm not gonna have cameras always pointing at my ass in my house. Fuck you. Bullshit. Anyway, the new Galaxy phones. I knew this was gonna happen, just like they did with. So now their thumbprint, it's in the screen, right? Right now, when you do. Anyway, they're putting the next phones are going to have the camera, the forward facing camera behind the screen. There goes no more taping your forward lens. They're always watching your face, always, and you have no way to fucking like cover that. They try to sell it as, well, like this tiny little dot at the top of the phone is, it's obstructing, the view of the screen. It'll be a cleaner look. And yeah, great. But no, they're putting the fucking camera behind the glass of your screen now. So,
Hey, Lou, I've got some nightmare fuel for you.
Yeah, the urinal thing, dude.
I kid you not. I was probably 15 years old when I had that first thought and went, "What if that's a camera?" So
essentially, it's essentially not too different from a camera. I mean, it's a photovoltaic cell that senses like the light in front of you to know when you're. I mean, it's kind of more like a primitive eye, basically.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a.
Yeah.
I really hate when there's not urinal dividers and the urinals are really close to one another. I really hate embarrassing all the people around me,
Well, you're not supposed to be going right next to the other guy anyway. That totally breaks man code in the freaking bathroom. You're supposed to leave a one urinal gap.
One urinal gap is not always available, Lou.
No, I know. That's the only time it's acceptable. Like when the others are taken. Like given the option, you always leave a gap.
Yeah.
So there was years and years and years ago, I heard about some guy who made like some kind of like touchpad for the back of a urinal for a game. It would have a screen in front of the urinal and then like a touch sensor in the back somehow or whatever, where you would like like a maze. You would like control like a character through like a maze with the stream of your piss, and it was called urine control.
Oh my gosh!
Urine
Wow. How creative and equally creepy.
Yeah, it sounds like fun. I mean, honestly, you put that in the bathroom of a nightclub or something. And every time you go, you just, you just got like a 20, 30-second maze or whatever. However, I don't know. It would have to be pretty quick.
Yeah, the drunk people be falling onto the ground though.
Hey, I'd just be happy if they could design one that doesn't splash on my feet when I'm wearing flip-flops, you know?
Yes.
Well, you shouldn't be wearing flip-flops anyway. I guess it's Florida.
Bro, come on.
I guess it's...
Definitely relatable.
But yeah, kind of going back to the surveillance thing, I just found out recently that Medicare or Medicaid, one of the two or both, is now providing people with free Fitbits. You know, to track your heart health and your sleep patterns.
Probably get a break on your insurance if you wear the fucking thing eventually, just like with that the thing you plug into your car.
Yeah.
Let us monitor you.
Just like that, yeah.
Actually, the incentive right now is the more you walk, the more money you earn. They actually give you money. Very small amounts, but that's the incentive.
Isn't that an app? The Fat People app thing? Where you earn money to lose weight, or are you talking about something different?
Insurance companies are giving out Fitbits, and when people wear them and walk around and record their walkage, whatever, how many miles, whatever, based on how much distance you walk, they'll give you some money.
Yeah, my work has, I've said this before, we used to have a program where you would manually log your physical activity, and then you would get gift cards for it, like quarterly. So like I play soccer on a regular basis, so I would constantly just put in soccer, or my running or whatever. And you'd reach a max on what you would be able to get as far as gift cards were concerned, but you were just kind of logging your fitness, and they would give you rewards for that. And it slowly moved into, well, if you have a wearable device like a smartwatch or a Fitbit, you can hook it up. And then it turned into, if you want to participate in the program, you must have a wearable device in order to track your steps and your fitness.
Funny enough, Klaus Schwab in 2016 was already said that it for sure within the next 10 years, it was in 2016, that everybody would be basically chipped, and that at first that they would be, offering it as a wearable, and then blah, 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 blah. Well, here we are. The wearables are out. The talk about implantables under the skin is going around.
Yeah. It's almost like he has some type of influence.
or inside knowledge or something, but probably not.
Probably. That would be preposterous.
No, he's just laying out the plans ahead of you, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, it's just just telling you exactly what they're planning to do, and telling you ahead of time so that he can't be called. If they tell you, can you charge them with conspiracy of anything, even if it's a crime against humanity? Can you charge them with that if they told you they were going to do it and you did nothing about it?
That
crime against humanity, I think you'd still be able to be charged for it.
Like, no, but I told you what we were doing, and you guys went along with it. You chose to do this.
You clapped. You literally clapped. Look. Here's the footage. You clapped. Like a room of 3,000 people heard me say this, and they clapped and smiled. You're trying to say that I should be prosecuted for what? That would be the argument that they could have.
Yeah, I mean, a conspiracy is by definition, a criminal conspiracy, it's like it's hidden, it's behind closed doors, right? If it's publicized and put on YouTube, is that a conspiracy?
Good question. It would probably be
I would
in
say
what
no.
Black's.
It's if it's put out into the public domain. I mean, it's just like any, like when you get into law and legal stuff. Like there's many things. There's a reason why marriage announcements are public and things like that. You know, it's once you put the information into the public domain, it becomes known,
Okay.
right?
According to the word itself, and this, of course, is just etymology and not Black's Law Dictionary, which would probably give a very different answer, but it does not imply in secret. It just means to plot together. But let me see if I can find his Black's Law Dictionary.
You're just saying with the etymology of it, but I believe by legal definition, I think it says something about behind closed doors or something. Like, I don't know if it uses those words exactly, but essentially that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. Unlawful conspiracy, conspiracy of silence, writ of conspiracy, conspiracy. In criminal, so there's just the word here, I'll post it. I could read it too if people want.
So think of it this way, though: when people tell you what they're going to do, or constantly inform you that something is going to happen, when that thing does happen, you're way less resistant to being, I guess you could say, upset about the situation. You know, it's kind of like. I feel like they do this with a lot of different things, even when, like, how long have they been talking about the possibility of food shortage? There may be a food shortage. So then when the time comes that there is a food shortage, it doesn't hit you out of the blue. You don't look for who caused it. You already subconsciously knew that at some point there was a possibility that a food shortage was going to come. You don't look for the reasons necessarily why. You just react to the situation. Kind of diffuses any type of
psychology 101.
Yeah, diffuses any type, you know, like if you say you're lining up for a hockey game before the first puck is dropped, some guy on the other team says, "Hey, if you slash me, I'm going to punch you in the fucking face." Right? So then you play the game, you slash him, he punches you in the face, and you're way more willing to be like, "Yeah, I probably deserve that because he said he'd do it if I slashed him." Right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I posted the legal definition there from that website there, which is supposedly sourcing its information from different court cases, and I think also maybe Black's Law Dictionary. But
like you just rattled off, there's a whole bunch of different conspiracy or types of conspiracy. Like I was talking directly about criminal conspiracy or whatever. I guess that's probably the one you found. I'm not looking at it yet.
Yeah.
Well, I think with a lot of these things, though, there's so many different incremental steps along the way to achieve the goals, right? And there's so many different moving components that it would be very hard to really pinpoint the conspirators when it was, you know, when the plot was cooked up, who was doing it, what the results were, all the, you know, because if you think about going into a court and trying to prove criminal conspiracy when it comes to some type of crime against humanity, if we're talking about like implantables, whatever, I feel like all along the way, there's so many different steps to that. And even with most of this stuff, you have an opt-out. It's not an easy opt-out, but you always seem to have some sort of choice in the matter.
Wow, this list that I'm reading through and what counts as a crime against humanity is a lot larger than I expected. Even including deportation can be considered a crime against humanity. Fascinating.
Yeah, it's amazing what you learn when you read the laws, or the supposed ones.
I could see deportation being a crime against humanity. Say you're born in a country like, I don't know, the United States, and you decide you don't necessarily want to participate in that system, and you voluntarily withdraw your consent. And if they try to deport you, how would they have any standing since you were born on this land to begin with?
This
right?
is specifically defined as forcing the transfer of peoples against their will.
So, like taking an indigenous population and saying, you can't live here anymore, you're supposed to live in the
Putting them
projects.
under duress.
Correct.
Yeah, putting them on reservations.
Did you just poop your pants?
Me? What? Are you hearing my squeaky chair? Is that what you're hearing? But even with a lot of these scenarios, I feel like the real bad actors always have some sort of ability to pass the buck down the line to some lesser scapegoat, no matter the situation.
Yeah, it seems that way, didn't it?
Like, we don't have to talk about it, but if you just think about it in your head, the most recent events over the past couple of years and the things that were instituted, you could easily see how that buck could be passed away from people in high powers within government.
The one responsible for it?
Yeah. There's a lot
I
of
can't wait till all
plausible
the lawsuits hit the court.
Yeah, there's a lot of plausible deniability in decisions that governments have made over the past couple of years. Because they could easily say, oh, well, based on the information that we got, we had to make this decision. The person who gave us the information was
They'll
giving us
blame
false information. So
they'll blame WHO, and the WHO will blame the doctors, and the doctors will blame whatever. Yeah, we'll go down the line. I see some kind of a law being passed because of it.
Oh. Hey, Drace, I had a question for you. In Iceland, I'm sure you guys have a fairly decent community of fishermen, right? Like fishing fleets that go out.
He might be AFK.
Yeah, sounds like it. I was just curious. I was just wondering, since he's located pretty far north, say like 60th north parallel, maybe?
Yeah, somewhere in that range. Last time I checked. Not long.
I mean, when fishing, you go where the fishing's good, right? And I'm just wondering, like, if he knows about how far people go north to fish and if there's any type of restriction there.
So
it's instituted.
Accurary,
There's
which
definitely
is terribly
to keep you from going.
terrible pronunciation of this city in Iceland because I don't speak Icelandic, but one of the most northern on the main island cities is at the 65th latitudinal line, allegedly.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty far north if you're looking at a map. That's equivalent to basically where the South starts to become restricted by the Antarctic Treaty, right?
Yeah, but this is north. You're talking about in comparison. Yeah, for sure. It's up there. You'd have to be in the northernmost part of Alaska, for instance, which I don't even know who lives in. I'm gonna have to look at the cities in Alaska because apparently Alaska goes all the way up to 70. How much? 70, maybe 70 or 71. I'm gonna have to look at this Utqiagvik or Prudhoe Bay, maybe. But yeah, there's a city way up there.
Those aren't even cities, man. It's like 4 people total.
Ulqagvik or something. Let me see.
Irkutsk?
No, different.
I'm kidding.
How many houses are here? Oh, there's a sizable town. This town's bigger than my city. Here, I'll post a little picture. There's a pizzeria even. This city is like 5 times bigger, and this is at the 71 lat line. At one of the most northern parts of Alaska. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. There is population there. It's probably mainly oil and gas workers, I'm assuming.
Yeah, maybe so. There's an Ace Hardware. There's pizza place. There's a little grocery store. There's a Subway, like a sandwich shop type place. 2 pizza places, actually. There's a Chinese restaurant. It's a mom and pop restaurant. Yeah, fascinating. Bed and breakfast, hospital. They got it going on up there. Yeah. I can't pronounce that city name though. Utqiagvik. Bruh. The whalebone stuff, I think that's what that is. These different coastal lines that have like whalebones and stuff on the beach. So weird.
We should try to get these guys in here into the live stream.
What, the people that live in Utqiagvik?
No, I'm talking about a couple of guys that called me this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, asking me questions about flat Earth, and they've been calling and harassing me now. So I was telling Flatty because he was in there too. And anyway, it's just sorry, I didn't mean to say it out loud. I should just.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Who was calling you? You mean calling you through Discord, or they got a hold of your
through Discord?
Oh,
yeah, they called me through.
Damn, they actually wanted to VC for once. That's amazing.
Oh, that's what I said. Hey, come on in, let's go. But they sound like little kids. That's the thing, is that they don't sound like grown-ups. They sound like kids. I don't know.
Is your refrigerator running?
No, they were just like, one of them sent me the N-word about 50 times in a text.
Strapping.
Something else. Yeah, it's just one of those kind of. Might not even be appropriate for the live stream.
Yeah, I mean, little kids should not be talking about necrophilia. I mean, it's really
That's why I
inappropriate.
just ignored them. I'm ignoring them now.
I mean, they must have been raised by complete animals.
So, Gospel, looking at that area of Alaska on like Google Maps satellite view, south of that,
go
the
ahead.
lakes, like the patterns of the lakes, it's crazy.
Look at their foundations. None of the houses, all the houses are like on post and beam, I guess.
Probably. It's probably like permafrost.
Oh, really? They're all on stilts?
I'm just looking at the buildings, and they all seem to be post and beam. Yeah.
I was just gonna say you probably have an issue with like permafrost and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Permafrost is a place where it never defrosts, right? It just stays frozen. So what permafrost is.
There's a layer like the top. Yeah. When you dig down, like during the summer, a lot of places with permafrost, yeah, you might have like regular soil on top, but you dig down not too far and it's still frosted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got you. Okay. I see what you mean. I knew it was something like that, but I wasn't sure. I figured I'd clarify that before you go on.
Yeah. So the lake patterns you were saying. Oh.
Isn't that interesting? Like go south, like zoom out and go south.
Why are they all stretched out, squeezy like?
Yeah, like in a northern pattern, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
What in the world? That's unusual.
What do you mean stretch out squeeze? You're talking about just the house, is it? Or what?
No. The lakes here, I'll post a picture. This is obviously Google Maps. It is what it is. Just take that into consideration.
Oh yeah, Alaska, yeah, it's pretty much all like that, I think.
But look at
They bring those houses in on boats.
We're not talking about the houses. These are lakes. I zoomed in a little bit more, right? And all of the lakes are like oval, but they're all pointed in a direction.
Yeah, I see it more in the bottom left, especially where they're all kind of like have like directionality, and top right a little bit more, but then it's a little more scattered and oddly different shaped.
Those are all individual lakes, really? That's fascinating.
Right. Well, that's how it is. Where are you looking right now? Like, if you look around, the whole Great Lakes area with Google Earth or whatever, like Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, like almost all, like this whole area around, it looks like that for the most part.
This is the northern. This is the northern part of Alaska.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of you do see that in a lot of places that do have permafrost. I've looked at that stuff. You'll see that up in like like Siberia and stuff too. A ton of that. I actually just saw something not too long ago about like sinkholes and stuff. Like I guess in some of these, it was really interesting. Like there's an area in Siberia, I believe, where at one time they cleared some trees to build like some kind of a settlement like in the middle of there. But then because of the permafrost, they couldn't build on it. Like there was too much like water seeping up and whatever else, they couldn't build on it, so they abandoned it. Well, due to the fact that they cleared the trees in the area, just the fact that there was no more shade on the ground, it made the permafrost start thawing. And it's now been, I think it was like 50 years or more, or I don't know, but like, so like this hole, what started out as just like a tiny gap of trees has now turned into like this giant sinkhole that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Pretty crazy.
And yeah, for good reason, because if you think about it, permafrost would keep it from sinking, and the weight on top would keep building and building and building. And then when it finally defrosted to an extent, it would actually, all the weight would actually push downwards and cause a sinkhole. It makes sense.
So yeah, they're worried about it being what they were calling like a runaway event or something like that, where like this thing could just hit like basically a point where it destroys the entire like environment there, all the permafrost basically.
That's fascinating though. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, like this hole, as it gets bigger, like it sucks the trees into it. They fall into it, and then like it grows even more because that tree's gone. More shade, like yeah, it's pretty wild. This thing's, they showed pictures of it from a while ago. Oh, God, I wish I knew what video it was. I'm sure I could look it up.
That's always the most difficult thing too, right? When you see something and you can't remember where you saw it.
Morning, guys.
Yeah, not everything I watch I don't plan on using as a reference for like a debate later. So yeah, sometimes just talk about things I've seen.
Howdy,
Morning, Sonny. What happened? What happened?
Something happened?
I guess. Everybody went quiet all of a sudden.
Oh. Well, just ask M. Night Shyamalan. He knows a lot about the happening.
The pattern of those lakes, yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yes. Yeah. Weird.
Very bizarre. It pockmarked. What could cause that?
Gravity.
Maybe it's a giant liver.
Gurfraction.
Well, it is called the northern slope of Alaska, so maybe it really is a higher elevation going to a lower elevation.
Mm-hmm. No, it's kind of hard to tell. But we would have to know how Earth was formed to know a lot of this information. But unfortunately, we don't know how Earth was formed. There's people that think they know how Earth was formed, but no, Earth isn't formed.
I think I don't know.
Formed by something out of nothing, for one.
I think I know, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Well,
you know what I think. You know what I know.
Go ahead.
We're not actually going to talk about that. I was just being silly.
I don't mind touching on it because we are talking about Earth. What were you going to say, Rookie?
No, I was just being an ass. I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah, so they say Earth is formed from nothing, and just gravity creates something out of nothing, and creates spinning balls of matter that never occur in nature,
and plasma and all that other good stuff.
Just really, really weird.
Well, at least I can agree with them with one part of their argument.
Which one?
That it was made from nothing. That I do agree with. By nothing,
I can't argue with it.
I don't believe by nothing, but from nothing. Again, it's just my belief. But
yeah, well, the voice, the vibration, the frequency is not nothing either. But yeah, I think we're talking the same. I think we're along those same
those
lines.
prepositions, I tell you what.
I can agree with
English sucks.
Yeah. By, from, about.
Fucking.
Which word are we talking?
Oh, sorry, Kurt. I'm trying to.
Who, what, when, where, why, how.
Always making more and more questions and less answers.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what made us so inquisitive to want to know things in the first place? Like, that could have been programmed so we didn't have it. So
it was an accident.
No, it isn't.
I'm joking, but it is funny to suggest. Funny to suggest that it's an accident of chaos that we
maybe we're an AI and we just
seek understanding.
Well, so think about that.
Order up towel.
That curiosity, inquisitiveness we could have been made so that was just not there. It would have solved a lot of problems, wouldn't it? If we
but that makes Jack a really dull boy, though. Don't you agree?
In the philosophy of chaos and or order out of chaos, anything is anything. Everything is everything. It's like it's monism.
No, we're not going with that.
Well, I mean, some people do, though. Some people are monists.
Yeah,
monism.
Could you describe it again, just briefly? I'm sorry to.
All is one, and one is all. Monism.
All is one.
I'm number one. I am all that good stuff.
All is one, and one is all. That is really the summary of what monism is.
I am everything, and everything is.
Is it monism also like the idea that God split himself up and sent himself to Earth, and that's what we all are as part of God, or some crazy thing?
That's a potential interpretation. Yep.
Well, if we're created by a creator, then we are the creations. Yeah. So there's probably
monism is a tricky.
There's parts of us that would have to be part of the creator. Like I think we do. I think we have we do. That we have that spark from the creator within us. I believe that. I mean,
I agree. I agree with you.
Actually, I don't believe it. I'm going to say it's true. It's fact.
I feel it, so I say I know it. Yeah, even though you may not agree, that's okay.
That's true. Personally, I know it.
I'm okay with that. After all, if we all believed the same thing and all believed in the same things, we'd all be boring as hell. So, how would you ever learn if you didn't know what bad was?
So
You'd learn
why
necessary.
were we given this? Why were we given this ability to question everything? Question our own existence, to contemplate our own existence, to be able to reason and see things in all these different ways, different.
So that we could talk to a Zoomer that says, "I don't care."
I know. So really,
it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, but that's why I've been here for 4 hours arguing with you guys.
Yeah, we all know he's definitely lying because the dude would cut off his left nut just to go to space. So why do you care? Like, we're trying to help you not get scammed here, buddy.
Yeah.
I'd still get to go to space though, pinkyless, but I'd still go.
Here, yes, there's a GIF. CB, did you like what I put in the chat?
Let me look at the chat.
Uniki snip.
Snip.
I bet Uniki.
He was speaking that island language or whatever, which was basically just nonsense.
That's where they dosed him before they made that movie.
Which one? And the Pirates of the Caribbean?
Which one? Yeah, every one of them. I mean, which one is he not acting like a weirdo?
I'm lost. I totally lost the trail there.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, I won't go there.
But yeah, Johnny Depp's talking about all the little space fanboys in this little GIF.
Yeah.
They would, yes. I agree with CB, they would definitely give up. They would give up their future generations.
I'll fulfill that fantasy.
Not me.
Nuts for the moon.
That has some publicity power.
I'll get to work on that.
Probably one of the better. Let's say you did it.
An easy way to control the population.
What's that expression? Let's say we did, but I don't know. I can't even remember. I used to hear that all the time.
Let's not and say we did.
Thank you. Yeah. I haven't heard anybody say that in a long time.
I said it yesterday, but not online.
Oh.
But I'm an old weirdo, so that would explain why I say weird stuff that's old and outdated. I enjoy the confused
That saying is at least... Oh, sorry, Rookie.
No, it's all good. I didn't hear you start talking.
That saying is like at least 4 decades old. Because I remember saying
it's our little secret, Jenny. It's our little secret.
I'm getting close. Only got 3 more years to go.
Oh, are you talking about it?
I'll be in the next decade.
Yeah.
You'll be a half a century old?
No, I'll be 40.
Oh, 4 decades. Okay.
I'll be in I'll be 50 in 2 years.
Nice. I don't mind the whole 50 thing, really. It's better than I expected.
Well, you 50, are you, Jen?
Yeah, last year I turned 50. The big
boomer.
I'm not a boomer. Let's not get it twisted.
I can't believe I'd be able to look back and
Gen X
think that 50 was long. 50 is a long time ago for me.
51. If she was 51, she'd be a boomer.
That's so weird for me to be able to be.
Did I squeak by generation into generation?
You could say she's right on the cusp. Yeah, you're right on the cusp.
Oh, thank God. Oh, my God, thank God.
Xers aren't that.
Well, that's what I was told. I could be wrong.
I mean,
I missed it by a few years.
I guess I feel a little bit sad that people can't say rightfully to me, okay boomer, because that's kind of fun to say in here.
Yeah.
I like it when like it. They if you saw me in person, you would never call me a boomer because like there could be a bunch of boomers around me.
Sonny,
I
don't doubt that at all. I never, judging by Sonny's voice, I would never guess that he was 50. And by the way he acts and presents himself, even though it's only over voice, I probably wouldn't never guess. I'll say this, though. The guess your age game was more fun like 5 years ago. But that's okay, too.
At the carnival or at the fair or whatever?
Well, no. I mean, I'm getting a little bit more Well, I think maybe my issue is that I recently lost some weight again where I look pretty good. Okay, I guess. But it kind of, I think it's bringing out some things in my, on my face. Not a lot, really, but I have some lines,
Do women realize that there's different kinds of men with different kinds of women, like tastes? Like you don't have to be perfect. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
A man who thinks you're perfect, even though you're not.
Right. I wafted off.
I would say that none of us are perfect, but you know what I mean.
I'll say perfect is cringe nowadays with all these Instagram filters. It's like they make you look so weird.
Yeah, because that should be fake and shit. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, but anyway.
Fake stuff anyway.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with how I look. And I'm not just saying that because it sounds good or anything. But no, seriously, like 5 years ago, I looked, I was younger. And it was obvious. And I was getting so 5 years ago, I was 45, of course. I would have to say people were saying I was like mid-30s. It's like, yeah, baby.
I think you're doing great. And you look marvelous.
But yeah, I've lost quite a bit of weight. I'm kind of really super close to my BMI, I think. So it's like whoop 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 whoop.
Kendrick Lamar has that song where he's like, I'm so freaking sick and tired of the Photoshop. Like, show me something natural, like ass with some stretch marks.
Yeah, I've got a few of those. You can tell it's real.
It's true though. Like,
I was gonna say that's how you know a real woman from a fake one.
It's so true. Yeah. Like when that song came out, like the filters and everything were taking over, and it's true. Like somebody who's putting on all this fake stuff. Fake this, fake that. Let me just do a quick picture in front of this fake thing. Like
I tell girls, I tell young ladies all the time, I'm like, you do not need makeup. You look so good. Whenever I see an opportunity to tell another female that she don't need that shit on her face.
Amen.
And if I have good mini acquaintanceships with them, I get an extra special opportunity to tell them that the main ingredient in your makeup is called mica, and children from third world countries work all day to mine that shit so you can put it on your face. How about that? Yeah.
Not to mention
not very often,
stuff they put in there to make it yummy.
Oh my God, slay girl!
The joke I was about to make would totally fall flat now, so never mind.
Yeah, and if they do wear makeup, I just tell them, less is more, and it's a great conversation, and yeah, I kind of like working where I do because I get to talk a lot. You guys know how I like to talk.
Stop.
I heard a new phrase this morning that I never heard before.
Stop supporting the mica slavery.
Right, exactly. That's kind of it right there. You hit the nail on the head, Sonny. Thank you.
Damn it, Sonny.
Damn it, Sonny.
I love that.
Anyway, I got a really good way to work off any of that extra weight, by the way.
Me too.
Does it involve eating or consuming whey?
Okay, gospel.
Not necessarily.
Okay, gospel.
I have my eyebrows up for a minute, y'all. I'm just saying. Oh, so funny.
Did you say your tendrils? What?
I said I had my eyebrows up.
Oh, I thought you said
For a
I had my
minute. I was like,
tendrils
"Ooh,
up.
where's he going?"
Oh, I thought you said you painted him up. I was gonna say what?
Wait a minute. What is
No, 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 no,
what is
no,
a
no, no.
tendril anyway? I gotta stop using words I don't understand.
This has turned into Abbott and Costello so quickly.
That's my fault. I'll take full responsibility.
Somebody give me the definition of tendril, and I'll be all right.
All right, give me a second.
Looking it up myself.
It's like an arm. It's an appendage that you can use.
Yeah.
Leafless plant organ
Jenny.
attaching to another for support.
Wait, say it again.
There you go.
Leafless plant organ attaching to another for support.
Plant organ. Oh, so those little hairs that grow off of the plant that hold on to like the side of the tree or whatever that make it able to climb.
So it could be. You think that word could be used figuratively?
Yes.
Yeah, I would hope so. That's what the English.
You're not all the
language
way
is
off
for, right?
base then.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't let those globe tendrils get to you.
Don't be
So,
fooled by the globe that you got.
so somebody that is clingy could be referred to as having tendrils on you because they're trying to cling to you for support.
Oh, a codependent with tendrils. Oh,
Yeah,
shoot.
exactly.
Oof.
Fucking alien plant. Oh, well, did I say that? Has everyone ever considered that plants are the advanced form of life on this planet?
Yeah, if you guys watch that TV series that I'm always talking about, you know that.
That would be creepy, right?
It's got good stuff
They
in
were
it.
screaming out to us, "No, don't kill us!"
Hey, Matt. Woo woo! Planet police.
Oh, saying the word planet. Yeah, that's a.
Raised by wolves.
I always thought planet had something to do with plants, but I guess
All
I
right,
was wrong.
if you think that's a controversial statement, what about the statement that plants aren't even alive?
I don't go with that.
Wait a minute. That they aren't even alive. Well,
aren't alive.
What do you mean by that, though?
Exactly. It depends on how you define life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So there are actually people that would go so far as to say that plants aren't alive in the pure sense of the word.
Wow.
You still need you still need a way to describe, because the plants can be no longer growing, they can decay, they can be no longer a thing. So there's that. So that implies that they're going from a state of ability to grow to a state of not able to grow.
Or reaching the end of their growth. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have to be alive to be able to grow. I don't understand these people. I mean, does that help them sleep at night, or
I think these are the same people that believe in space-time.
Well, then it sounds like it's just a category of life. There seems to be different categories of life.
Well, when Gospel said that a second ago, immediately I thought about the getting rid of life topic that we don't even want to say the word.
Remember in the Bible when Jesus says he goes to prepare a place for us? How do you know we're not in that place right now?
No.
Yeah. I know you laugh, but I'm telling you, think about it.
No, I apologize, everyone. I'm actually laughing at the last gift that was posted.
I know.
Yeah, that's hilarious. The Venus flytrap.
Yeah, so I've gotten some really strange feelings. Just, I don't know how to describe it, about the people around me. There's something. Well, I've always known they're really
that
weird.
Kind of makes Santa Claus a whole new thing.
Weird. Other people are weird. I don't know. For the most part.
Other people are weird.
I've always known this, but the people around me, like when I'm just out and about, the vibe I get is strange. There's something. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
You think maybe it's because you're the strange one and they're just reacting to you?
Yeah, actually, I think
I mean, it's possible, right?
I think something's happening to me.
Sonny, no.
I would agree. I
Sonny,
think it's evident in all
no.
of it.
Yes, where I'm just all of a sudden it's clicking over into this different phase of perception, and it's
Jenny, that's twice.
yeah, like my intuition is taking over. I only run and follow. My day goes along. My intuition lines of my own intuition. What do I perceive through my filter, whatever that is, my standardization system, that I take in data and it has to go through my filter, so I have to examine it. Like some people take a long
big
time.
words.
Some people do, some people take shorter time.
TLDR. I'm just kidding.
So,
Data and all those big words.
Keep going, Sonny.
so I've run more and more on my intuition center only, where I only do what it is that I'm getting the signal to do. Okay, sometimes it's drink some water, sometimes it's eat something, sometimes it's stretch this legs, like
Yeah, Sonny, I'm with you. I really am. I'm not just saying it because it sounds good. Because you're older than me, but I truly get where you're coming from on the intuition because we have it there for a reason.
yeah. So here's what it is that here. Well, I've always kind of been this way. Like if there's sidewalks and stuff, let's say I like walking a lot. Like I can walk miles and miles and miles, but I like walking. Like I walk. I rarely ever follow any standard lines of travel, ever.
Wait, Sonny, you didn't go in the right direction in the grocery store? They had the stickers saying you had to follow the right direction. So you're saying you went against the
Grocery
grain?
store's another area, another category. I'm talking about outside.
How dare you, sir?
In nature.
Stickers on the floor is why I don't go to Walmart anymore. I'm just saying. Bastards.
That rhymes.
Sonny, always going against the grain, brother.
So I don't walk. So I'll walk across the field diagonally.
Somebody has to stand up against it, right?
Diagonally, yes.
Because I've always been like
Come
a
on, that was
sailor. Like I've always been on a boat, so I would point in the direction I want to travel. Like if there's, or sometimes I'll just travel along lines of the shade from the trees.
That's lovely, Sonny. I appreciate that.
Hey, by the way, a new thing that triggers glowers is container.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like, oh, the container in the sky, but if you say a tire is a container or whatever is a container, oh, that the word is triggering to them.
How dare you?
Okay.
To them, what?
Well, my preferred word in this instance, and I know we use container for practicality and, to make our point and such, but I think the word barrier makes more sense.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. We're talking about tires, but even the thought of a tire container triggers them, like a square inches.
Container? Okay, so a tire is not a container now? Is that what's happening?
Start having a conversation with them. Start having a conversation with them, like that pressure is requires a square inches of a container. It has to be physical. Did you know that?
Oh my goodness!
Conversation about the container.
I need to start doing little clips from that show that I love so much, you guys. There's so many references to what we talk about in here. I'm not even exaggerating.
Hey, Elbow, give us the rest of the story.
So what happened was it was a conversation between the guy Mel and Sanic, right? So we're talking about water can't take shapes. He was and yada yada, and Sanic said, well, if you put water in a tire and you start spinning it, it will adhere to the shape of the tire. And but then I was like, yes, but you're having the water contained, and you have to do it. Yeah. So then I said do that in the outside, but he's like, well, the water, you're using a container. I need you to do it without it being contained. Mm-hmm. The tire's not a container, and then he wouldn't let me continue. You know how Sonic is, blah 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 blah. So then I asked Kosho, is a tire a container? And he's like, Well, for this purposes, you can use it as a container, but the tire is not really made to contain anything else.
Wow. Do you have a clip of that?
A tire is not used to contain.
Yeah, that's not his
Oh,
purpose.
you had a clip of that for CB? Oh, man.
He's like,
Oh, man.
somebody else came in. It's like, well, that's its whole purpose. That's what it's designed for, to contain the gas. No, it's just to transport the gas. I was like, wow. And then somebody else got up, and another Glover said, y'all just have it up the ass with this container stuff and yada yada yada. It's like triggering to them. It's like, he's like, well, and then Coach said, well, if I use my mic, it's pretty big. If I put weed in my mic to hide it, it's not a container. Well, now you're using it for a container as weed containers. and for all intents and purposes, the mic contains all the cable inside that. Is practically
yeah. It's another container. Different containers. So wow, yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna start using those terms more.
Yeah, they definitely are up the wazoo with containers now. They don't like the word.
So show us it sticking to the outside of the tire and then spin it. That's what we need to see.
And then he started begging the questions like, oh, see, it just needs forces to adhere to it. So that's why the water. I was like, yeah, but you're the whole thing was like you're trying to use it. Well, yeah, the exterior, blah blah blah.
Okay, great. So when does that happen in actuality? In reality, does it? Let's see it. A spinning object.
Okay.
What force they're imagining all of it. It's amazing.
Well, I've noticed recently that Zanuck is on this trip of spinning things, right, to prove forces and kind of implying that, see, all of this takes place because of spin, ergo, Earth is spinning. I've noticed he's been doing that a lot lately. But most of the examples that he gives would be the things taking shape or bubble levels being shown level as they're spinning around inside a tire is one example he gave. All of that is based off of, centripetal force, the force in which things are moving away from the center of rotation, which isn't necessarily analogous to what he's trying to equate, subliminally equate to Earth's spin and the containment of, water on Earth and things like that. I just find that interesting.
Ignorant. I love that. He's ignorant.
My favorite. You ignorant bastard.
What the hell is their problem with the container? Just a square inch is required to contain anything. Anything that's contained.
How many inches was it?
What is their problem? Because what it gets down to is that the oceans are all contained. That's why the water is level. Because it's the inside of the, you could swish around the air over your tub and work up the water, make waves. But if it's contained, then you're going to have this level. Sea level, water level. It's always level. Water is always level, the same freaking level everywhere on Earth. So someone's tub, the top of the surface of someone's water in their tub or their swimming pool in Australia is exactly parallel to someone's tub or swimming pool anywhere else, like let's say in England, perhaps, or Iceland. Let's go further. The same level.
Plus, if Iceland was frozen, you'd be able to get a measurement of curvature, wouldn't you? If it was curved, then it should have frozen curved.
And any space above above the water level anywhere is all above the water. It's on top. There's no such thing as a surface of water that's up and down. No.
Also, another thing about a raindrop.
Thinking there's water. They think there's water upside down. They think there's water upside down somewhere, and it's all different angles, and it's spinning around.
Yeah, of course.
Billions of gallons of water.
It rains upwards under the ground. Duh.
I know, right?
So just to be an advocate for the devil here for a second, when it comes to the tire, there are forms of tires that aren't necessarily containers, but when you're speaking of a typical tire, yes, it's built to contain air. But there are airless tires that aren't built as containers. So just
structure,
just for specificity reasons, I figured I'd throw that in there.
Good point.
Very good point.
We'll just say.
I wouldn't want anybody getting confused.
Well, now you're going to have to be more specific when we're talking about tires. Damn.
Yeah, but it's like no one that's in this VC or ever honestly will join this VC is going to be driving around with on their commercial car some airless tires. So it's like,
right. I'm just saying. You know
that donut in my trunk does look like
to overthrow and overturn anything that you're saying. So I was just putting that out there that it is a possible argument that somebody would make when they realize they've been defeated. So
I'm surprised no one said it yet. Oh well, the Elon Musk, the space rover tires. It's like, dude.
Well, they make airless tires for lawnmowers. A lot of like commercial riding lawnmowers, you'll have the airless tires. They last longer. You don't have to worry about flats and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, they basically melt them onto the rim, though.
I'm surprised no one brought that up yet. But I think they know what we're talking about when we're talking about gas pressure. So if they go off to some red herring that, like, in an example that doesn't involve any gas pressure, it's like, well, okay.
That would be a red herring for sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but my lawnmower has tires. That's like, dude, and what are you talking about, dude? But I am surprised no one's brought that up yet. That is a good point, Napalm.
Yeah, I mean they would have to be just grasping at straws to bring that up. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, that's a good point. I'll keep that in mind as well.
I've never seen a tire like this before.
I've had thumbtacks in my tire. Just pull them out now. No more flats.
Yeah, that's the one, Napalm.
That's rad.
Yeah.
A dune buggy with those on it.
Okay, I don't understand. There's still air in there.
No. Well,
but
there's no pressure, but there's air.
Pressure,
okay.
it's not contained.
I would just being a smart.
It's like a lattice structure basically that supports the tire. It's becoming fairly common.
Why is it not a honeycomb?
Commercial lawnmowers, because you don't have to deal with flats when you're out doing work. So that's where it seems to be most applicable is within
rocky surfaces too.
Yeah, a lot of like man lifts and stuff like that. That you're driving over terrain for various reasons. Tree trimming, construction purposes. That's tends to be where these are being utilized. I'm sure eventually they'll they'll get to the point where it's possible that vehicles that we drive may have them. But
Devon Island, maybe.
yeah, so speaking of which, right, we were kind of on Google Maps or Google Earth earlier, and I was thinking about it, right? So they say that when you look at Google Maps, right, not Google Earth, but you look at Google Maps and you zoom out, it basically gives you a Mercator projection, right, where Greenland's bigger than Africa. But when you zoom in, that shoreline still tends to be, and maybe I'm wrong, but the squares that they have laid out and the grid pattern that they have laid out for Google Maps, when you go up to a place like Greenland and you're zooming in, that shoreline still appears to be the distance that it is on the Mercator projection with no distortion. Is that making sense, or am I just looking at it incorrectly?
I think I know what you're talking about. Here, I'll give a little screenshot to. Give me just a moment.
Because really the distortion takes place in Google Earth. As you continue to zoom out, it starts to warp those squares. But when you're on like Google Maps and it's a Mercator projection, same with like the shoreline of Antarctica, right? It's that distance across the bottom of the map.
Here, check this out. Posted these two. All right, so the top one, shows, basically I tried to pick two spots that are similar in distance, at least by appearance, at a certain zoom level. And it says that the top one is 121 miles across, but the next one is 496 miles across. You get what I'm saying?
Right, but what I'm saying is like your zoom in function. So when you're zoomed in on something, even like in the States within cities or even those shorelines, how does that image become a different distance when the objects are at the same proportion?
When you're zoomed in, I understand that, yeah.
Because you can zoom in on the shorelines. I mean, Greenland's definitely fuzzy and it gets super sketch up in those areas for some reason. But yeah, measurements across the water, I mean, the water's all painted in to begin with. So there can be obvious deception within the distances on water. But people travel these distances, right? So, I don't know. It was just something I was thinking about when we were looking at the map earlier. Because it seems to me like the scale on the flat Mercator type projection doesn't distort in the same way that it distorts when you're in like the Google Earth one. Like your zoom in seems pretty smooth for the most part.
I don't know enough about the different layers in Google Maps to really describe what's going on. Because you zoom all the way out, you get one image, you zoom in. As you zoom in, you start getting different types of images.
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to as layers.
Yeah, very weird strips, especially when you get to like places that are less populated.
Yeah.
Which it seems to me, if you're allegedly just running a satellite that's taking pictures, I don't understand why you wouldn't have the quality in less populated places. Like, wouldn't the quality be very similar, at least at a specific altitude? You'd have a fairly decent quality image. If the satellite's going across that spot no matter what, because that's the orbital path that it's taking, how does the satellite know when to take a good picture and when to not take a good picture? Unless it's programmed in there, but still, why would there be no benefit to having detailed images of every portion of the Earth that we know has land?
Apart from political privacy?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the blurring of secret military installments and stuff like that, for sure.
What I just shared a picture of there is apparently around Nuuk, Greenland. And it's at the same zoom level, but you've got high detail on the left and a completely different type of detail on the right. It's all part of the same.
Yeah, like if you're able to acquire a detailed image where a non-detailed image has been pasted over it, why would the choice be for the lower resolution strip to be placed over the higher resolution? Just doesn't seem to make sense from any standpoint.
Data? Think they could make the argument that it's for the purpose of the server?
Yeah, but how many... sure. Sure. But if it's that close, you're talking about the ability to transmit data to servers that are fairly close. It's not like uploads from the alleged Mars rover having to be, you only have an 8-minute window where you can upload so many.
That's not how I meant it.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the efficiency of Google Maps as a software. Just like
I don't know.
When you're in a video game, when you're in a video game, it doesn't render the entire map.
Right. Well, they've eliminated 70% of the map by just painting over the water.
Mm-hmm.
So what percentage would that take up to have a more detailed image of some of these places? Because it's only in, extreme north, extreme south for the most part that you don't have these detailed images.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand. I can see that would be a case for an excuse, but is it a legitimate excuse? I'm not sure.
All right. I might have their excuse, or some of it anyway. This is something that I did a long time ago. Looking at like the ISS, what they claim for it anyway, like its orbital path. Like it only goes above like a certain degree north and a certain degree south. It never goes over the North Pole or the South Pole in their model. And I'm wondering if that's like all satellites, like they can't go, just like we can't fly polar circumnavigation, neither can their satellites, as far as I can tell.
Look at the one I posted. Sorry, I wasn't trying to.
No, it's all right. let me dig this up. I'm going to show. You may have seen it before, but like the path they claim the ISS makes. And I'm not sure if this is. See, like I can't say that that's all their satellites that are supposedly taking these pictures and stuff, but I don't know where they, you know, it has to do with orbital mechanics and stuff like that, which I am not, one of them. But I did. You guys know who Dan was? It Dan Fowler or Faulkner? No, not Faulkner. Not Dan. Anyway, there's a guy that used to spend a bunch of time in here that he's pretty good with like graphic doing stuff. He made some GIFs or whatever that kind of helped to animate what they say is going on, and he did it both on Flat Earth and the globe. Let me dig these up. There we go. All right, so this is because I started doing this, and then he heard what I was talking about, and wish I could just grab all of these.
Are Starlink satellites claimed to have circumpolar navigation? Not circumpolar navigation, but circumpolar orbital paths? No,
I
not
don't
at all.
believe so.
No.
So this is what I basically started doing, but way worse. And then he went and did the same thing. He went and copied the last couple of orbits of the ISS from the ISS live tracker or whatever that they have. And so this is 2 orbits around, and then if you continue that, you can keep going back.
It's like a spirograph.
So yeah. Damn it! I hate doing this shit on my phone. I should go over to the computer. Okay, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I should definitely be doing this on the computer. I'll scroll all the way up again. Why did it do that? There we go.
Did anybody else's Discord mobile change to where when you're in a voice channel, it gives you all the picture squares as if you're having like a video chat with somebody, and you have to change it?
Yeah, there's 2 screens. It's been like that for quite a while now. Like you can click on it and it'll show you like the video screens or their PFP.
Yeah, it's like it defaults to the video screens now. Whereas previously it would just default to like the scroll list.
Starts looking like some sacred geometry, doesn't it, Lou?
Yeah, that's what happens when you put it on the AE map, right? But then so you can see it never goes over, never reaches Antarctica's shore, never reaches the North Pole. So like if all the satellites are locked into something similar like this, then yeah, they would have to just make up any information they have up there. They would never even catch those freaking photographs. But then here's the last one, the third one that the Glover who helped to make these did. This is to try to explain it in their model, help to visualize it. So like the ISS is said to be like locked. It's not turning at all. It's just going in a straight line always. But then because of like our axis and the spin, the rotation of the Earth, that's what gives it its pattern that does that.
But what about orbital speed of the Earth? Because orbital speed of the Earth is 66,000 miles per hour, and speed of the ISS is 17,000 miles per hour. In 1 hour, Earth it's like 6 minus 17, 49 miles thousand.
And then when I looked a little further into this back then, so I want to say it was like 51 degrees or something like that, that they did this, the orbital path of the ISS. And that was due to limitations of like Russian capabilities. Like supposedly we could do, we could cover the poles, but the Russian capabilities at the time were unable to do that. And so we just didn't. That was kind of the story, interesting enough.
Russian collusion.
And we have lunar satellites also.
Because I think I was arguing, like, why couldn't you pick an orbit that, like, would kind of spiral around and cover absolutely all territory of the ball? Kind of like how you ever seen the webbing of the inside of a golf ball? Like it just kind of winds around and around and around and around and around and covers everything. Why couldn't you have some kind of path like that? Instead, you've got something where, once again, we're not allowed to see the so-called poles.
Can't travel there on the surface. We can't travel there in the sky. We can't travel there in space. What's up with that?
Yeah, what is up with that? What's up with that? So then this last one was kind of his rebuttal to that question. Like, this is so, like, again, like these things, you're not steering these things around. They're just going in a straight line is the idea. We're moving underneath them. So my idea about picking an orbit that would do the webbing of a golf ball, like, that's not possible. But it is neat when you map the pattern of the ISS, though, over the AE map. That I really like. It's kind of a flower of life look. It's pretty cool. Sasha, with what you're saying there, no, see, that's the thing, is it's kind of the debate about, like,
But
you
you
can
know
still
that
have
when they're saying
an orbit. It's kind of like an orbit isn't necessarily going around a ball. That's just the way that most people have it pictured. You know, it's a circular path. So like these ones that are plotted over like the AE map, one of these, like, these are both the same. You know, it doesn't require curvature for this to happen. It requires it
Oh,
for
really?
it to be on a ball. For it to be on a ball, it requires it. But yes, you can have an orbit above a plane. It's a circular path is a definition of orbit. Circular path doesn't have to go around a sphere.
No, but I'm saying about satellites, what Globe are claiming, not what we are
Yeah,
claiming.
yeah, of course. Yeah, if there's space satellites going around the ball Earth, then yeah, where's the fucking curve? But that's not what
And not
we're
only
talking about.
that, if that satellite is going around the globe, are they going around the 8 inch per mile square, or are they going around some bigger ball? You know, when they say the Earth is bigger, and how they put that all that satellites if Earth is bigger, you know? You need to count on that. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, for all those questions that we have for them, the Globers we talk to, they just come up with total bullshit, just any ad hoc explanation that they can try to use their sophistry to get around or weasel you to believe just to get out of that argument. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and like this, I've thought about this also, right? This GIF that Miguel just posted, how it looks like that, and then how it also looks like, right, with the AE map, where the daylight is and nighttime is, because this is actually from the European Space Agency. That picture, it's accurate according to them for like where light was at the time and everything, and that is how it changes. If you watch it in animation over time, it looks just like this demonstration and this GIF that Miguel posted.
So quiet, huh? I'm curious, is there anybody else that works in an occupation where you, I know that there are thousands and thousands of jobs that fill this description, but just curious about anybody here that works in a field where you encounter tragedy every day.
It's tragic, the workmanship I see on a daily basis, dude.
So I just got off the phone with a young woman who I could hear a baby crying in the background, and her husband passed away this morning, and these are the just like, you know, not that specific scenario, but variations of that scenario on a regular basis. But there's got to be so many different fields of work that dwell. A state trooper, firefighter, not every single day for either one of those, but quite often it's a very, very troubling field of work. Obviously, military. Not all roles and responsibilities, but the ones. Minor?
Yep.
How does a miner encounter tragedy on a regular basis? Wouldn't that be abnormal to encounter tragedy as a miner?
Well, maybe I didn't understand any English.
Oh, like terribly, horribly sad and overwhelmingly emotional, horrible things. So on one hand, it's all part of life, but on another, there's a wide variety of people's exposure to the difficult natural things of life. No matter how natural they are, some people are far more exposed than others. EMT, first responders. Moving on. So the ultimate conclusion of the discussion with the imaging devices, call them satellites or whatever, is that they just don't go north enough, and that's why things are so weird in like northern Greenland and like the different Russian islands that are a couple hundred miles north of Russia, stuff like that.
Like I was saying, at least with the ISS, which is the one that the only satellite I've really looked closely at what they talk about for the orbit. And because I was looking for pictures, I wanted to see if I could see at any time if I could see Antarctica from the ISS live stream or anything like that. Like, why don't we?
Sure. Yeah.
And so I looked into it a little bit more, and that's the excuse for why you never see that. Now, is that the same for all satellites? I can't say.
Well, that's pretty close in that one image you shared, the one that shows the flower pattern.
Mm-hmm.
It gets pretty close to that tip.
That's still a long ways away. So,
well, if it's 150 miles up, wouldn't you expect to be able to see maybe 600 miles?
Yeah, if the ISS was as high up as they say it is, right?
Precisely.
Then, yeah, you would. Right. But if it's something smaller and more local, no, that's a long fucking way still.
Yeah. Well, at what time does the ISS or any other thing capture, let's say, all of Saudi Arabia from east to west?
It never does. I don't think you'll just see a portion of it. It'll have to catch the next part on the next lap.
Is there no way to mathematically triangulate where it could be in elevation?
So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not. Again, I'm not like. It's not my strong suit. That kind of math is not my strong suit.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about you would. I don't know. I guess you have to find out what the angle, like what degree angle is the camera? Is it 60 degrees, or you'd have to find out what what the viewing angle is. But then you'd probably have to have a lot of details that may or may not even be available to do that geometry. I'm still curious about any evidence of imagery of the new moon that some say make the claim that you can't see it at all, no matter what, and then some people say on a super clear day with the right equipment you can see the new moon. I've seen both claims. There's no imagery. Why? Like, you should be able to calculate where the moon should be based on its pattern.
When it comes to the new moon, the thing that, I think I know what you're saying, but the thing that really, it's the more simple question that you hear. But like, how is it that if you live on a ball that, somebody doesn't see the moon? Like it's everybody on Earth when it's a new moon phase. Nobody sees any of the moon. Period. No matter where they are.
Yeah.
I don't understand how. And I've read that they say it's because the moon has gone below the Earth's ecliptic. I guess maybe I don't understand that concept. How that changes anything? That sounds like a flat Earth to me. Like,
so
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's my issue, because I read all the Glober like Quora or whatever. I read all the answers, and they're talking about Earthshine and all this stuff. My problem is on the day before the new moon, when it's whatever 1% crescent or whatever the percentage is. I don't know what the percentage is. I guess it'd be like, close to whatever. Let's say it's 1%. It doesn't matter. The day before the new moon, you can see the whole moon, the whole thing. Given the right conditions, you can see the whole thing. The part that's not lit up,
dim outline of it or whatever. Yeah.
So if you are arguing that it's because of the sun being on the other side, and it's the not lit up side of the moon, and that's why you can't see it. My question is, then why can you see it the day before? 99% of it that's not lit up. Why wouldn't you see at least 98% or 90% of the moon if the day before you could see the whole thing? It just and they say, well, the sun in the sky is just too bright, but the day before you could see it. Something about that just isn't adding up for me, and maybe I'm just missing. Can we invite Zanuck? I know Zanuck could clear this up for me.
Oh, he'll definitely make something up for you.
No, but Kosho actually really liked the moon. He was the one that was always talking about vibrations and stuff. But like, I read, science.com, all the different explanations, and I don't see any pictures of a new moon. I don't hear, like, I've heard the claims, but that's it. Well, what the crap is this? There will be a rare black moon, February 22nd, 2021. What is that? It's a black moon.
Oh, they're always making up new moons.
I clicked on this article that was supposed to be talking about a black moon, and it's a whole article about a snow moon.
Never heard of it.
Doesn't even use the word black at all. What is happening? Check this out. This is crazy. It feels like gaslighting. they wrote Black Moon and then they changed it to Snow Moon. It's really weird. I don't know. Yep.
Every time it's a new moon, there's Snow Moon.
That's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, that 1 day difference it doesn't make sense to me. You feeding ducks over there, Lou?
No, I'm fucking playing Minecraft and these fucking villagers are fucking.
That I'm not familiar enough with the game to know the sound effects, but that is I have watched a few videos, so I think I know what you're
The
talking about.
villagers are sleeping, and I'm messing with my auto farm here.
By the way, Chris Rock appeared yesterday in his first show after the Oscars.
Yeah,
pretty much just sold out, right?
Yeah, sold out. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't contrived at all.
Yeah, and I hear he didn't really say shit about it. Basically, like, just basically said he's still kind of in shock. Like, that's not Chris Rock. A good comedian, real Chris Rock would have freaking made a whole fucking thing to. Dude, if he's not pressing charges on Will Smith, he should at least be tearing him a new asshole with his comedy.
Yeah,
he would have used that in his skit. He slapped the shit out of me.
Unless there's a couple of explanations, right? It's all contrived and ridiculous and fake or whatever. Or hypothetically, and this is probably the less likely option, for some reason Will Smith has a level of power or influence over Chris Rock that we don't understand.
And a matter of fact, Will Smith posted his the show in his TikTok.
Oh wow!
Chris Rock's show.
Yeah. Weird.
Hey guys. My theory is that it was a humiliation ritual for Chris Rock. And my guess would be that we might see more Chris Rock pretty soon.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's my theory. That's my feeling. I don't have anything really other than
history.
Humiliation ritual, but it completely staged. He was in on it. He wasn't really humiliated.
His ticket went from $42. His tickets went from his tickets went from I'm sorry. His ticket went from $43 to $400 plus.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I did look into the Will Smith thing a little bit because, as the world turns. But he is very emphatic about trying to keep his life private as much as possible. In fact, his son, quote unquote, is quite the opposite. And I don't know if this is contrived as well, but I don't think so, that he got very upset about his son and publicly stated that, that he wasn't being very private about his personal life. He's a performer. It's not for everything about his life is supposed to be known to the public. And so, when Will Smith said, "Keep my wife's name out your mouth," I guess
he's embarrassed about his family because he failed as a father. Just look at his so-called son.
Yeah. There's a lot. We could talk for probably a half hour on what you just said, Lou. You're exactly right. It was because it was right in front of his face. And so
he laughed.
I think he genuinely got puffed up, but I don't know. I mean, people need to wake up because, this is the same reality show as what they call reality shows. Behind the scenes, those people are being told to do certain things or made aware of certain things they normally wouldn't be made aware of to get a certain outcome. So I think part of it could be, there might be something between Chris Rock and Will Smith behind the scenes in their world of Hollyweird and all that shit. But they are actors, so who knows? Could be just for public consumption drama. Nobody watches soap operas anymore, so they got to do it on the world stage. Does that sound like that's on, or am I off base on how I'm approaching this, you guys?
It's there to get people's attention and to move people's attention away from other things. And case in point, how long ago was it? And even we are talking about it. So, yeah.
But I would not be surprised if they're also calling attention to Chris Rock because there might be a new, indoctrination movie coming soon to a theater near you.
What do you think? What do you think it was distracting us away from then? One bloke just hitting another bloke towards him.
I think it's a double-edged sword. People get divided over it and they argue, and then later on down the line, Chris Rock comes out with a new movie with underlying tones to it or what have you. Who knows what it'll be, but everybody will be paying attention to it. That's what. So first distract and then call attention to something else related to those people that cause the distraction.
Yeah, but distract you from what? What's it distracting you from?
Doing better things that are more productive. It could be anything. It could be, I could be right now doing notes for something to do with this server, but I haven't yet. Everything's a distraction, really.
If you let it be a distraction.
Unless you write down a to-do list and then do it, you can be distracted by anything.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to work out what specifically.
Okay. So the Oscars, the night of the Oscars, what happened the day before or something like that? That I couldn't answer for you, but yeah, that's a good question. Anybody else got ideas on that one?
Look, it's just keep the media keep you spinning. Basically, it's you've got your Ukraine bullshit, you got your COVID bullshit, you got your fucking Hollyweird bullshit, you got all your different bullshit that keeps spinning you around, making sure that you're not paying attention to anything important. Like that stuff just stops happening when you start talking about some bullshit like this. Like there's all kinds of real moves being made all the time that nobody's fucking looking at.
Like the Tigray War. That I've brought up a couple of times.
Yeah, they don't want us paying attention to them making money.
Pazza, are you aware of the Tigray War?
I am not. I don't follow that.
No, I'm not aware.
All right. So in the last 18 months, about 150,000, 160,000 actually, people have died in the Tigray War in Ethiopia. And that's not on the news.
So
No. In the same way, where there's a lot of massacres and genocides that go on in Africa and third world countries that don't get news. But that doesn't mean. So who's that? What benefit is there in overtly concealing that war and instead distracting you with other things? What do they gain by doing that then?
We don't pay attention to how much money they're making.
I'm deeply suspicious of a lot of stuff in the world, but frankly, there's a level at which I see that thing between those two, Will Smith and Chris Rock, and it's just one highly emotive idiot hitting another one. I mean, I don't see why. The fact that everyone else is talking about it, I don't necessarily
idolize those. They're idols to a lot of people. They pay attention to what those people say.
Sure, but it could just be that it was just one bloke hitting another bloke. It doesn't have to be anything other than that, does it really?
It could be, but an actor slapping another actor on frickin' stage on TV doesn't sound like something that. Look, anybody who's surprised at the idea that it might have been fucking staged, dude. Like, you don't have to give it the benefit of the doubt that it's real. It's a fucking stage, quite literally, that they were on.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that he was slapped and not punched.
And the way he slapped him was gay.
There's an actual reaction of Will Smith.
Slap.
There's an actual video of Will Smith slapping a reporter, right? They try to kiss him. You could tell the difference between a real one and an actual.
There's a video where Will Smith is teaching a kid, like a 6-year-old on stage, like how he does a fake, like how to fake slap. And it's almost exactly the same thing.
I don't think the body movements really seemed natural to me. It was weird. I thought it was weird.
Chris Rock leaned into it, had put his hand braced for it.
Somebody slowed it down.
To be honest, it sounds like you guys are far more distracted by all this analysis than most people are. Most people go, "This is hilarious," and move on.
Are you on any social media, Pazza?
Oh, I what?
Are you on any social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay. Have you not seen this take up the quote-unquote airwaves of social media that you're on?
Yes, but I don't give a fuck about it.
I don't either.
And most people don't really. Most people don't either. Just because you're bombarded with shit on the internet doesn't mean say you consume everything you're bombarded with.
But it demonstrates its popularity. Even if it's nonsense and garbage, it still demonstrates its popularity.
So you're saying that because the social media platforms bombard us with it, it is therefore popular?
Maybe, yes. But what I'm also saying is that there's certain things that you're not aware of or bombarded with that are far more important than this, and it stands to reason that people are interested in quote unquote nonsense, things that are unimportant, trifling, whatever.
I would say it's almost the fact that because our lives are so strained and stressed these days, that a little bit of triviality is actually a relief. To be trying to talk about Chris Rock and Will Smith, it's so irrelevant that it just kind of relieves some of the tension of the more relevant things in your life needing addressing.
Yep. More relevant things in your life that need addressing. That is a great way to put that.
That's why I always say, if it's not edifying, throw it out.
Yeah, and you have to recognize the influence of social media in the fact that even if people didn't want to talk about it, it's still out there, right? It's put out there so much that it forces the conversation and forces the distraction, right? Even if people don't care about it, most people could give two shits, but it's the new hot thing to talk about, the new drama that happened. So every normie has to bring it up in casual conversation, right? It's just the ability to distract people from having meaningful, in-depth conversations about more important things, at least in my opinion. Because typically my interactions with most normies, you've got to get through all of the BS. Yeah, you got to get through all the BS, all the news of the day, all the celebrity drama before maybe eventually you can start having a conversation about something meaningful.
This is the way I see this as well, man. It's like two actors just took the whole practically world by just slapped in the face with some bullshit that they brought up, and everybody bought it. If two actors could do this, you think who else can't do this?
Chris Rock said himself, he made television history.
Paza must live in a vacuum, man.
And if I can bring this back to something that we often talk about in here, remember with the Apollo missions, the first Apollo mission, there was a lot of viewership and a lot of interest from the public. And by the second and the third mission, they were losing this viewership. They were losing the ratings. So then in Apollo 13, there was said to be an air leak. And suddenly, because now there's drama attached to this event, all of the public was then glued back to their television screens. And suddenly space became cool again because now there's actually a risk of dying.
Wow.
It's the same thing with the Oscars. The Oscars has lost its impact. 10, 20 years ago, if it was Oscar night, we would all get together as a family and what movies are coming out this year. And there was some excitement and viewership. That's all waned now. So they've had to deliberately create some drama to bring the excitement back to the event of the whole bullshit.
Yep, that's all they have left. Yep.
Yeah, and they've been trying to do that with the Oscars for a while. Think back a couple of years with the mix-up of the envelopes, right? The envelopes got mixed up. Ooh, there was drama within the Oscars.
Yeah. And it takes people's mind off of all these Kabbalists and what's really going on behind the scene. You think they just stop doing their little child, trafficking and any of that stuff? They never stopped any of that.
But it makes me sad to see how short our attention spans are and how easily we can be swayed or steered, because a lot of this is just flexing a muscle. They want to show you that they will dominate the narrative. They will pump it through all social media, and you will talk about this topic. And it is a power play. It's literally saying, this is what we're capable of. Previous Oscars, it was the black-white race issue. Remember when Will Smith wouldn't appear, or Jada Pinkett Smith wouldn't appear because this was a white event with white directors who only gave Oscars to white people. And then the next year, like you say, it was a swapping up of the envelopes. Then the next year, it was a bad host who maybe made some crude jokes, and suddenly the interest's back on the event. So they've been doing this year after year after year. The fact that we're surprised that there was some drama attached to the event. I think
Are you talking about the Ricky Gervais one? That was pretty funny. The Ricky Gervais one. He roasted them pretty good. He's talking about Epstein, and they're all like quiet. He's like, I know, you're all friends with him.
Yeah, he's shouting at them, you bloody pedophiles. We know.
Yeah, no. Oh, what are you guys talking about? These actors and actresses, they're pure as the wind-driven snow, right, Paza? Yeah, they don't belong to any little secret groups, do they now? So they have to create these little chaos scenes on the big screen or little screen. Now it is a little screen. They're reverted down to this little screen, and they have to create all this chaos on there because people, like Solar said, people's attentions to these idiots is waning because we see through them now. Too bad, Hollywood. Bye-bye, Paul.
I just don't understand why this topic keeps being brought up within this server. Honestly.
What, social manipulation?
No, just the news of the day drama.
Oh, it isn't about
That
it
is
is,
social manipulation.
This is the thing. It isn't about them, Will Smith and Chris Rock. It's about how they portray the media, how they manipulate people. That's what it's all about. That's we're not talking about. Oh, Will Smith. We don't give a shit about them. That's their.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's mostly what we're talking about. It's the conspiracy around it, or the manipulation of the media, like you just said.
Hopefully that answers the question. Of why
Yeah,
I keep.
no, I mean, I get it, but I don't. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Good for you.
Huh? I guess it would be kind of like what detectives do when they're trying to catch a serial killer. They have to get into the mind of the serial killer and think about their influences, how they became how they are, so they can catch them. But for us, we want to catch them, their brain, not put them in jail. Does that make sense?
No, I understand that aspect of it. I'm just saying, like, why do we allow the media to influence what we're talking about and when we're talking about it, kind of thing? But whatever.
Okay.
You watch Barricade Garage, Napalm?
No.
Gotcha. He shares a similar sentiment.
Of, like, why the fuck are we even giving it attention, kind of thing?
Yeah, the thing is, even with that mindset, when it comes up, you address it and then you move on. But then it keeps coming up, and there's a certain level of conversational niceties where you're not wanting to just be like, yeah, we've already talked about it.
Yeah,
and
no,
then you
I get
cut
it.
people off or whatever. So you readdress the overarching theme. And then you move on.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of geopolitical things that are taking place right now, right? That
I just want to find out, has anybody found a water bear? That's what I want to know.
A water bear?
Yeah, tardigrade.
Tardigrade.
Yeah.
Apparently they live on the outside of the ISS or on Mars or some shit.
Well, no. The tardigrades are supposedly everywhere. From the ocean floor to the top of mountains to museums to deserts to tropical
And they say
to
space too.
But they say that you can fit, or you would find more than 1 million in a droplet of water.
Yeah, but here's the problem I have with this tardigrade is they can grow to the length of about the thickness of a nickel. an American coin, the 5-cent coin, nickel. Whatever the case, that's visible without a microscope.
I've never
it's visible.
seen that they can grow anything above nanoscale. To me, they were considered minute.
No, the tardigrades, you can see them without aid of a microscope. Even technically without the aid of a
No. I mean, I'm not. That's not what I've read about them too. That you definitely need a microscope. In fact, I thought it was like an electron microscope almost that you needed. It was a very powerful one that you needed to see it.
I see.
Correct.
What's
That
an
was my
electron?
understanding.
So you can see electrons with it, or what?
But what was the point of the tardigrade?
Half a millimeter in size. Half a millimeter in size tardigrades.
The biggest adults may reach a body length of 1.5 millimeters or 0.059 inches. What is that? Is that 1/16th? No? Is that 1/20th?
Was it zero? What?
0.059 inches. I hate when they give decimals and inches instead of the stupid fraction that you see on every measuring tape ever. Sorry.
That's 5/1000ths of an inch.
No, 5/100ths of an inch.
0.05.
No, it wasn't 0.005. I said 0.05.
Okay, yeah, that's 5/100ths of an inch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
600ths of an inch.
Or a 20th of an inch, basically.
Or 50,000ths.
20th of an inch, basically. Quickly, small.
Yeah, 1/20th.
You think these creatures don't exist?
I wasn't suggesting that they don't exist. I just want to look at one in person.
Why do Glober's minds always go to, so it's fake? So you think it's fake?
No, someone said so-called tardigrades as if their existence is in question.
Super.
Well, a lot of times we do say that just because we've never seen one. It's
sure. But it just
it's so-called. It's a so-called until it's verified. By yourself. And sure, maybe 1 million people have verified it, but until I verified it, I might call it so-called.
All right.
Yeah.
For the record, 0.059 inches is slightly larger than 1/17th, so it's actually a little bit smaller than a 16th of an inch. That's why I'm saying it's only ever so slightly smaller than a 16th of an inch. Okay. Therefore, I can see that without the aid of a magnifying glass.
You'd see it.
What's funny is years ago when I read about these, it was like there was like a magazine picture with it and everything where it was like, a color enhanced like microscope view of the thing, and like I think that's why it was that solar. Like we must have saw the same thing or have the same impression, because I don't remember it being something that you can see with the naked eye, not even close.
Well, the pictures you quite often see from an electron microscope set at a coarse resolution, and so you can see the detail and the anatomy of the creature and the features of it. Yeah, but if you see it in real life, it's just you wouldn't be able to distinguish it from a bit of dandruff, basically, because your human eye is not that good. You'd see it, you'd be aware of its presence in terms of its size, but you wouldn't be able to see its features. Which is why they show you an electron microscope image. You can see with the electron microscope, you can see all the scales on it.
An electron microscope, you would be over. You would just use like a standard what do they call them? Like the regular slide. You just put it. I'm not.
You could look on
standard lab microscope is what you would look at that with. You wouldn't use a fucking electron microscope or anything like that.
Look,
you can use it. You could use a standard microscope, but you'd have to. The lighting's got to be great on those, and also it's a much better to see something in an electron microscope in the coarse range definition, and you get all the texture then as well.
Okay, great. So where is one of these things? Where do they exist? Where are they? Can I go
All over the world is the claim.
Where how do they know they survive in the vacuum of space?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
That's what this is saying.
Who says that?
That's what this article says. Says
Oh,
tardigrades have previously survived in the vacuum of space. What?
I believe in a lab they've put them in vacuums and they put them down to like 5 degrees Kelvin and then thawed them out and they're okay, or some of them have survived. They're quite under lab experiments they've demonstrated their hardiness. Let's put it that way.
And they make up a story and say, "Oh, these could live in the vacuum of space."
That's exactly how they say it, yeah.
Maybe that's what the bubbles are.
Yeah, that's exactly how they say it, yeah.
yeah. Anyway, it's a fascinating creature. I just want to see one in person.
Well, whoever else was talking was arguing, suggesting they don't exist or they don't, Where can you find these, you were saying? They're everywhere, apparently. They're in flora and fauna all over the world.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm not questioning their presence. It's just I've sat there and looked at a little clump of moss, because supposedly moss is their preferred. I say supposedly. What do I know? But
lichen, moss, and various fungal formations.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you understand though that if you pick up a piece of moss, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to find one.
Yeah, I understand that.
The problem I have is they're talking about a vacuum of space in this article, and it's from space.com. So what kind of space do you think they're talking about?
I'm not. That's besides the point to me, Sonny. I get what your contention is, but that's really besides the point. I don't care if they start talking about.
If they start talking about William Shatner going into space, I don't start questioning the existence of William Shatner. If you're going to talk about tardigrades, talk about them in an article which you don't find contentious, because there's lots of ways you can just evaluate the tardigrade and what it is and how it lives and its biological existence without having to resort to saying poo-pooing it because someone said it can survive in space. By all accounts, a lump of granite could survive in space because it could survive in a vacuum. That doesn't mean say that granite is a myth or some sort of conspiracy theory.
This mutually exclusive. The space part doesn't matter.
Exactly, that's the point I'm making.
There's a lot of little videos though of the zoomed in under a microscope, and the 3D renderings that they do. When I tell people, like, I'll mention the water bear from time to time to different folks, and whoa, what's this? What are you talking about? And I'll intentionally show them the microscopic pictures or whatever, and not the 3D renderings, because it really paints a different picture entirely.
I wonder if there's water bears in the permafrost.
Yeah, I don't know. They have a lot of stories about these things, but
they claim they found one on the ISS.
Yeah,
you know that. And seaweed. I don't know how seaweed got up there, but not kidding. I'm not kidding. I wish I was.
You mean like a package of seaweed that you buy to eat, or?
No, they found it on the outside of the International Space Station.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if they found the water bear inside or outside, but I remember reading this like probably a decade ago now, but they said they found one. Seaweed too.
Yep, it looks like May 2011, tardigrades, water bears in space. Yeah.
Space seaweed.
Hey, that's a pretty good guess on how long ago too.
Yeah, good job.
This is one of those things where, like, you know how they said, oh, moon rocks can only be found on the surface of the moon. That's how we know they're real. And then they found them in Australia. And their excuse was, well, a meteor hit the moon and blasted it back to Earth.
A meteor hit the moon and blasted the moon rock back to Earth.
Yep, that's right.
And then it became a tree and petrified?
Yes. Yeah, something like that.
That checks out.
It went at the magic speed and like petrified into the form of a tree.
Yeah.
Was it like that, or was it something like that?
If something is identified to be
It always has
petrified
to be
wood,
something like that, so you have the wiggle room. You need the wiggle room with your NASA to change your story.
Yeah.
So it has to be something like that. Approximately something.
Someone was suggesting that something came from the moon and landed in Australia.
Someone suggested that, yes.
The truth of the story is nominal.
Nominal is a fun word to use, by the way. For the record, that's a good word. That should be more commonly used.
NASA uses it all the time. Everything's nominal.
And the short definition, being so in name only.
Dun, dun, dun. Sounds like a freaking lie to me. Right? So if you think about that definition and you say that the launch of the satellites today was nominal. Just think about that statement.
That would be a hilarious quote. Is there? Did they say something like that?
They always say it during launches.
Oh man!
I mean, just listen to the back and forth in like mission control and stuff like that. Or think back to, what was it, the Mars rover landing? The one guy at the conference, that's all he could say was nominal. Well, we've looked at everything and it's nominal.
We have a nominal velocity of what? A nominal velocity? And then what's its actual velocity?
It's actually nominal.
You're talking about nominal, actual, nominal, or
I guess I used it in the second definition because it started freaking me out. I thought I was using it wrong all these years, because when people ask me to do something, I'd say I'd do it for a nominal fee, which means a small amount. But I didn't know the other definition for it, so I just looked it up. I was like, oh,
nominally speaking.
Just want to add that real quick.
I'm still trying to figure out how they can tell how fast they go with space. Like, what are they using for a speedometer? How does that work exactly?
Yeah. How do they get a reference exactly?
Speed is nominal in space.
Just nominal.
They like lick their finger and like stick their finger out the window, and then how fast the energetic particles hit your finger, then you know how fast you're going.
Yep.
Yeah,
you never have a spaceometer.
We're going 125. Just tell them it's 12,500. That'll work.
I think that they use that fancy device, level waterometer, that we heard about the other day.
Yeah, you put that together with the refractometer and the gravity.
And the chugga machine.
Chugga.
Yeah, they work great when you're doing downhill water skiing.
Water skiing on a slope of water.
Our German friend from yesterday has one of the most innovative sports in the history of mankind. Downhill water skiing.
Watch out for that sloped water. Some lakes are sloped water. They have sloped water, right? Yeah.
No boat required.
Just slide down the water.
Someone just has to figure out how to make the jump too, so we can have downhill water ski jumping.
Downhill waterboat ski jumping. I like that. The water.
There's no boat. They don't need the boat.
They don't need the boat.
They don't need a.
No, and what they do is they call downhill water skiing isn't without a boat. Isn't that what they call surfing?
No, it's not. What they call surfing.
Could you imagine an entire?
Sonny, that's a pretty good answer. I'm gonna, even though he's a Globe, we'll give him that one.
It was.
They're always going downhill a little bit when they're surfing, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah. But
A
imagine
wave.
the entire lake being a wave.
All waves aren't steep enough.
So you weren't here yesterday when the guy was saying that the elevation, the water elevation of one side of the lake is higher than the other side of the lake? You didn't hear that?
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
that. The Werner German guy.
Yeah. Please or whatever his name was.
Did he say that the difference was nominal?
No,
Von Schlieffenschnaben.
it was super German. More
He said it
German
was
than normal
100
German.
meters.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meinem Arsch.
Just imagine you're at the lake and it's tilted. Water tilted. Yeah. Just imagine.
It seemed to me that he was suggesting that how do you know that it's not higher on the other end? Something along those lines, wasn't it?
Well, level is just perpendicular to plumb, so there's that.
Mm-hmm. And never is.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to say, that the source and the target, even though they were both, the same elevation above the lake, they weren't the same elevation relative to each other because one side of the lake was higher than the other.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Germany's weird.
I don't know how to respond.
Imagine wanting to believe something so bad you make such an absurd statement. I can't even fathom it.
So really brainy over there in those parts, huh?
Well, at the very minimum, his parts.
All in the head though. Like it's all just imagine this, and what if you were there doing this? No, we asked you for a direct measurement. In reality, just imagine this. Look up in the sky. It seems to be. No, I don't want to say that Germans are like this because that would be too hard to believe that all Germans kind of believe this way. But it seems to be more prevalent with certain groups that are like that. I don't know. It must be the specific brand of mind control that was used in those areas, is my guess.
Well, I found in general that especially the German population is very subservient to their government. Well,
Would that be like a nationalism?
They banned the letter Z, man. Like, they banned the letter Z because Russians used it on their vehicles so they know not to shoot each other. I'm dead serious. They banned the letter Z, so now it's not Zelensky, now it's Elinsky. So
what?
Samsung is getting rid. They have a line of phones that are those foldable phones.
It's a good thing they can't.
It's the Z model, and they're getting rid of that. Zurich insurance companies changing their name. Like that is over there.
So it's a good thing they can't have an army anymore. I'm grateful.
Well, the thing is, that isn't the only letter they use. That's just that particular force, right? So they got a European force, an Asian force, blah blah blah, and they all use different letters. So pretty soon we're not going to have an alphabet in Germany.
Yep, Germany was sacrificed because it had to be.
Oh,
Germany, not too many people know this. Germany actually has the largest military in Europe. What could go wrong, right? Anyway, I have noticed, just to support what everybody was saying, I have noticed the German people that come here, that our Globers, they're the most offended by flat Earth. Who is the German dude that used to come here with his 3D models, his Blender models back in the day?
Oh my God, I was thinking of him like a minute ago when they mentioned a German guy. Oh, that guy was so frustrating to talk to.
I do remember the Blender models, but
I'll think of it later when I'm not.
It just doesn't work. See, look at my Blender model. It doesn't work. That was literally every argument he ever made.
yeah, I would just ask him,
my Blender model.
Why not? Why doesn't it work? Sometimes playing dumb is the best hand you can play.
It's not even playing dumb. They do it all the time. They'll things like blah 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 is impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, yeah, prove that, show that. It just is. Okay, yeah, show me. It's obvious. Okay, if it's so obvious, show me. And they never can. So time zones can't work on a flat Earth. Oh yeah, okay, show me. And it just ends there because they just make claims with no evidence over and over and over.
So when you were talking about the guy that was saying that one side of the lake was at a higher elevation than the other side of the lake, was he really pressed on how elevation was being measured, where it was being measured, what it was being measured with, and for any proof of this claim, or was he just kind of stating it? I wasn't here.
No, he was all over the place. Like he actually probably made everyone in the chat dumber, so we didn't actually think of that.
Yikes.
Because elevation is measured from sea level. So you can't have sea level at two different elevations because that's how elevation is defined in the first place.
It's called sea level for a reason.
Yeah, you were saying about the laser and the target, and you said there's no way you know how high the target is. It had to be lower or higher or whatever.
So bizarre.
But I feel like that's an idiotic statement to say that one side of the lake is higher than the other. Even in the globe model, this wouldn't make sense.
We know.
Yeah, we told him that. He didn't care.
He had a fundamental misunderstanding of reality.
Yes. So these
Seems higher than the other.
Seems like these people want to believe that it's a ball so bad that they would rather there not be words like sea level or horizon or horizontal or flat. Like it's because they want to live on this ball so bad. That's all. That's
Look, if you gave one of these atheist ones a choice and said believe in God or flat Earth, they would say I'd rather believe in God. That's how, and they're vehement atheist fedora wearers, and they would still just okay, I'll believe in God, just don't make it flat.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. That's how bad this is. It's worse. You know what's worse though? Someone that knows that the Earth is flat, but goes along with all these other blue pill ideas that are basically superstitions. And it's like, you know what? I'll just say it publicly. That's retarded.
There is a renaissance of superstition in our modern era. I have seen it in many places.
I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
It's quite prevalent. But go along, no, the Earth is flat, but go along, oh, the government's still fine. And they're doing great things. Go to hell, please. If someone hasn't moved on beyond that point, they're just like, there might be a lost cause. I don't know. I don't like to profess anybody a lost cause, but get a freaking clue.
So would this be a superstition. I guess maybe it's depending on how I look at it. So when I play soccer, I'm a goalie, right? So my water bottle is always behind me to my left. So when you're facing the goal, it's the post on the right that my water bottle is always at. Like I always put it there. I never put it on the other side. But then I think about, is that superstitious? Did I start that because I found that I was playing better when it was on the left? Or is it so I know where it is at all times if I need to grab it quickly in between plays?
You're probably the only person that can answer that question.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
It's kind of a superstition, but it's also kind of...
Is it in your view while you're playing, or is it behind you?
It's behind me, so it's in the goal.
Oh. So you can't use it as like a spatial reference?
No, I use the lines on the field as spatial reference. And when the goals are out of whack, it messes me up big time if the goals are off center, because I use the lines on the field as a reference for where the goal is behind me when I'm coming out to cut down angles.
Paul. You know, the same thing happens in basketball. If you're used to playing in one type of court, like sometimes they have different, like if you play outdoors versus indoors, some people use the pole as a spatial reference in like being indoors, because sometimes the basket comes from the ceiling. It'll screw up their shooting because they, for whatever it is, just like, you know, it just throws it off a little bit. And sometimes the pole is straight up, and sometimes they're straight up and they got a, you know, a frame that the backboard is extended out. So relative to the pole, the backboard is different. There's all sorts of like little things that'll just like screw you up. Even if the rim is slightly tilted down, just that will screw you up. Sometimes things like if there's a like behind everything, like say the behind it's a wall, like in a gymnasium, that can that screws you up as far as spatial reference. Things look further away than they are, or closer than they actually are.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly our brain processes these things as well. Just to pull it back to the example of soccer, right? So if I'm playing goal and the goal's perfectly lined up, it's in the middle of the box in which I can use my hands, right? But the center of the field, the circle at the center is not perfectly centered, it's off-centered. That'll throw me off as well, especially when I'm further out of the box. So it's like just little differences like that. What's up?
Yeah, well, because of a lot of it, like especially if you're using the lines, you know, I know in football, you got to take angles to cut people off. It's really the angle at which you attack the ball in football or soccer, I'm sure. And like if you use the line as a reference, it's like if the line's off a little bit, your angle's going to be off if you're running relative to that line.
Oh yeah,
like 100%. That circle, if it ain't centered, you're like, okay. If you always like okay, straight down the middle of the field, but if you're using the circle as to designate in your mind where the middle of the field is, and the circle's off, and you're not running down the middle of the field, you're running to some other place.
Yeah, especially as a goalie, right? Because playing goal, angles are very important. Meaning, coming out of the goal, I'm cutting down the angle that the attacker has to shoot. Right? If I remain in the goal, they have a lot more area.
You could argue it's the most important thing.
Yeah. So those line references being off is huge for a goaltender. And it's something you don't even, your brain sees it and processes it so quickly. It's crazy how quickly your brain can use those references and put you in places that are where you shouldn't be based off of something being out of whack.
Hey, Napalm, is my mic working now?
You're working good, Dave. How's it going?
Quick question I always wanted to ask a soccer goalie. The penalty kick situation, is that literally a coin flip, or is there some kind of tail you can get from which way they're going?
So it lots of times it is a coin flip. There are some indications that somebody taking the penalty kick will give you. Lots of times it's the arm opposite of the kicking foot, right? So if I'm right-footed, or if the kicker's right-footed, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to their left arm and also their hip angles. Because if I'm lining up for a kick, I'm right-footed, and I'm going to kick the ball to the left-hand side of the goal, my left arm is going to come out away from my body so that it'll help me pivot and come across my body with the shot. Whereas if I'm right-footed and I'm going to kick to the right-hand side of the goal, my left hand is typically going to stay close to my body. So that's one indication. But kickers also know this. So sometimes they'll use, their left arm down, but still kick the ball left. Or put their left arm out, but still kick the ball right.
Okay, I figured it was literally like a coin flip, but then you try to bluff each other out of what you're actually doing. So it's kind of like a little mind game, right? Anyway.
Yeah, and especially at a young age, right? So when I teach young goalkeepers, literally it's when they're first starting out, it's pick a side, fully commit, and hope that you can make some body adjustment to where the shot is placed if it is on that side of the goal as you're diving. So usually youth ages, you really want them to just kind of pick a side and stick with it so that they can get full extension and get a full dive out to the post to hopefully stop it if it goes to that side. But as you progress, lots of times you try to look for little tells within the kicker, but it's not easy. It's a big goal, and they're very close.
Okay, anybody in here think they live on a silly globe besides Paz? Dead Air Dave strikes again. Y'all continue.
All right.
Well, you're dead air, Dave, because you always ask, a couple questions, man. You always ask, where's the curvature? Dead silence. Any proof of the globe? Dead silence. So, it's your fault.
You got a point there, Indio. My bad.
Wait.
Oh, sorry, got no. You had a good question about penalty kicks.
Why is that important?
Now, how many flat spots are on a soccer ball?
Depends on the ball.
I guess it would.
What is the shape of a soccer ball? And no, I don't mean a sphere. The pattern on it. Give someone a free cookie if they guess.
Aren't they pentagons?
They vary.
Hexagon.
I think it's a truncated icosahedron.
Yeah, it's laid out.
Traditional
Flex my nerdiness. Flex my nerdiness.
I think he's right.
Icosahedron. A truncated icosahedron. I see. Huh.
What if there's no air in it?
That's the traditional stitching pattern, but now they've got a lot of heat glued synthetic materials to where they have patterns, kind of like baseballs have, these weird patterns that they'll stretch around.
Says here that it's a prolate spheroid, and it says that it has 12 pentagons, 5-sided shapes, and 20 hexagons, 6-sided shapes.
I was going to say it was 6. It's 5 and 6s.
Truncated, icosahedron. Truncated icosahedron. Interesting. These shapes are all examples of polyhedra, 3-dimensional shape whose faces are polygons is known as a polyhedron. Essentially.
And truncated means they cut off the points, right? They cut off each of the points.
I see. a Buckminster ball consisting of 20 hexagonal 6-sided and 12 pentagonal 5-sided surfaces, also known as a truncated icosahedron, except it is more spherical because the panels bulge due to the pressure of the air inside container while they're all sewn together. When they're sewn together and inflate, they make a new sphere. Yeah, we don't have that on Earth, bros. Just trying to help you out here.
Oh, who was here last night, or approximately 14 and a half hours ago, 15 hours ago?
Probably me.
There was the topic. Somebody came into the chat, and I was trying to help them understand about the Curie point and stuff. And then somebody in the text chat said they meaning Globers probably say that the rotation of the Earth of the molten liquid is what forms the electromagnetic field. And I said basically that is what their claim is. And then I looked for a demonstration of generating an electromagnetic field with a molten material, and they did that. And in order to create an electromagnetic field, they first of all, they used some version of sodium molten, and they rotated it, or rather they stirred this molten solution or whatever 29 times a second. So I don't know about you guys, but something about that seems like a false equivalency.
Yeah, I've seen that. Kosho used to show that one all the time. So it was molten sodium.
Yeah.
But that is okay. So that molten sodium will generate an electromagnetic field, but in order to generate electromagnetic field, it has to be jump started.
But it also has
so it's contained within an electromagnet. It's inside of an electromagnetic field that was already created.
Yeah.
So it's actually just acting sympathetically. Basically, it's electromagnetically coupling to the external field. It's not generating its own field.
Exactly. And it's sodium and not nickel and iron. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, the theory of electromagnet, they're going to say, so the Curie point applies to like bar magnets, paramagnetism. So all the, this is what they say, all the molecules and atoms all line up, right? And so that creates basically a bar magnet out of some material. But electromagnet means you have a current, right? And a changing electric current creates a magnetic field, and a changing magnetic field creates an electric current. So this is a chicken egg problem. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Mm-hmm.
But they can't maintain it. So if they cut off the external field, it no longer is not a self-sustaining electromagnetic field, which is what the Earth is.
I didn't realize the melting point of sodium was under 100 Celsius.
Really?
Yeah, it says sodium's melting point is 97.79 Celsius, but its boiling point is 882 Celsius, which is 1600 Fahrenheit. Very, very high.
Isn't sodium reactive to oxygen? Like if you have pure elemental sodium and you expose it to air, no, it's reactive to water. That's what it was.
Yeah, water.
So if you expose it to air, it like explodes or something?
Sodium is a soft metal. Calling sodium a metal is the way that the the periodic table of elements and how they classify the different elements and stuff. I don't know. It seems weird to me, but
Metals are classified as such because their
structure,
their atomic structure, yeah, is crystalline.
Yeah.
And the way they figure that out, they use what's called X-ray diffraction. So they blast it with X-rays, and then it leaves like a shadow on a plate. And that shadow is like one of these polyhedron, right?
Yeah.
That we're talking about. So many things are just related like that.
Mm-hmm.
So if it projects a pattern that's like geometrically, what would you call it? Like a crystal.
Yeah. Rookie, you're hot micing.
No. It could also be classified as a metal because of what they call electron mobility, like how easily the an atom of that element gives up or receives an electron. I think that it might have to be behold some threshold. But I mean, these are just like classifications. They don't really mean.
Yeah.
How good of a conductor is it? Does it say?
Sodium.
Make some sodium wire.
Electrical conductivity for all the elements in the periodic table. Well, I don't know what these numbers mean. Some of them say not applicable, which stands to, but I guess by rule of comparison, here I'll post the link. There's an entire list of all the elements and their conductivity, but I don't know what S over M means.
That's a unit called Siemens, SIEMANS.
It's in reference to electrical conductivity, I suppose. So
yeah,
gold.
I think Siemens is the other unit must be everything with electrical stuff is like it's always in reference to some other unit. So Siemens is probably like amps per surface area or something like that.
So it appears that bromine has the highest. Oh no, that's negative. That's a negative exponent. So I guess bromine has the lowest because it's 10 to the negative. I mean, it's 1 times 10 to the negative 10. And that makes it the smallest number because there's not even any other numbers. No, sulfur. Sulfur is 1 times 10 to the negative 15. So sulfur, I guess, is the least conductive material, which means it would make the best insulator, right?
Ew.
If something has the lowest conductivity,
no, because this is where it all gets weird, man. This is why electromagnetism is kind of a little mystery. Usually the ability to stop a current from passing through it is correlates to what's called the dielectric constant of the material, which is also, guess what? That's also the refraction. So it's really, so it's how fast. I'll try to think how to put this so it's simple.
There is an actual article on nature.com with the title, published in 1907, the year 1907, Sulfur as an Insulator.
Usually the higher the dielectric constant of a material, the better the insulator it is. So the best insulator that I know of is, other than vacuum, is a man-made material called Kaptan. It's basically foam.
Isn't sulfur
Teflon.
usually a gas?
I thought it was in its natural form a powder or a solid.
But you said its boiling point was what, like 100 degrees Celsius?
Well, that was sodium.
Oh,
I was looking at this list that I posted in the chat of the electrical conductivity of the elements, and I was just looking for the highest one and the lowest one, and the lowest one is sulfur. No, I'm still looking for the highest one. I'm looking if there's
think of it like this, okay? So the values they have is Siemens, which is the conductivity, but the reverse of that is the resistance, right? So that's resistance to a current. The dielectric constant is related to something called dielectric breakdown, which is if I try to pass a current, how much does it resist a current passing through it at all? Doesn't matter what the current is, right? So one is like, if a current is flowing, how much current will actually pass through versus how much resistance, right? But the dielectric constant is, there's no current flowing, you're trying to pass a current, right? So at what electrical field strength do I have to get to until that material breaks down and a current passes through it regardless? Right? So think of it like this. If you had a pipe, right? And one type of material lets, X amount of water flow through it. Another type of material lets a little bit less flow through it. But they all let something flow through it. Everything will let something flow through it eventually. But the dielectric constant is, if I try to flow a current through it, and think of it almost like a blockage, at what point, how much pressure do I got to put into the system before the current will flow?
Mm-hmm.
Would this relate to permeativity and permeability?
Yes. Permittivity is the dielectric constant, basically.
I'm sort of grasping it a little bit, and it sounds interesting.
This is why this particular part of the field of electromagnetism is confusing, because depending on what you're using it for, even though it's the same thing, they're using different terminology. So the refractive index is also the relative permittivity and permeability combined, which is also the dielectric constant versus what the hell do they call it in magnetism? Resistance to magnetism. What would be called diamagnetic properties, right? So, like, even though these are the same things, right? They're the exact same things, but they're different terminology depending on what you're using. Depending on the field you're in and the application. So if you're using like material science and you're using electronics, they'll use the dielectric constant. But if you were doing something like making lenses, they wouldn't use that. They would use relative permittivity and permeability.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the permeability.
But these are all the exact same thing, though. It's just like using different words for the exact same thing depending on what field you're in, the application. It's just like the convention they use in that particular field. Which is why this shit is confusing, is because they use the different words for the same thing all over the place.
Well, we're talking about a potentially a barrier, not necessarily a container. Is what I'm getting out of what you're talking about. I mean, I'm kind of getting it a little bit, really, but not enough to like talk about it with somebody. But it's fascinating. So appreciate you.
Silver on the list is the highest electrical conductivity, higher than copper, and copper is higher than gold.
And that's why the best wire you can buy is Teflon coated silver wire. Because Teflon has the highest dielectric constant that can be actually fabricated in such a way that you can make a wire. There's others, but I think Teflon has a dielectric constant of like 40,000 or something, which is fucking high, needless to say. That's its resistance to passing a current.
Yeah, and gold is used more often in like external connections because of its inability to corrode, where silver and copper have the ability to corrode, which will interrupt the electrical
Silver is highly corrosive. Like silver will corrode very fast. Obviously, everyone's seen silver tarnish. It'll tarnish faster than copper will. Gold is actually the best thing to use because, well, I mean, the one problem with gold is that it's almost too malleable, so the wires aren't strong, so you can't like abuse the wires. They're great for electronics, but if you wanted to like, wire like from here to, Indiana or something, then it ain't gonna work. The wires will snap all the time. You just be repairing them 24 hours a day.
But I thought all of that information was done by satellite.
Satellite. Anybody from the early 2000s? No POD?
Yeah, I'm listening to that. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
That was their shittest song though. So.
Oh. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it, but of course, I still liked NASA in the early 2000s. So.
All right. Yeah, I have to say, I never, ever gave a monkeys about NASA. Never cared.
Yeah.
I was never a fanboy. I never hated them, just meh. Until I realised they were big fat liars.
Yeah, India, when you were talking about the same thing being used with different terminology and it being very confusing, I was on another server one time where it was like a 2-hour debate between somebody who was stating that everything on the EM spectrum could be considered light and other people saying that no, only visible light and infrared and ultraviolet are light, everything else is something completely different. And this went on for like hours.
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
Hours.
That reminds me of two of my real life friends, man. If you got them in the room, they would argue about the stupidest thing for hours. And the thing is, they'd both be wrong. And they'd be arguing. And me and my other friend, usually like 4 of us hung out, we would just sit there and drink beers and laugh at those two arguing for 2 hours. Being wrong. Being like both of them are wrong at the same time about different things.
Yeah, so funny. It was like a semantical argument where like both sides are right and both sides are wrong at the same time.
Yeah. Technically, light is only the electromagnetic spectrum that's visible, but there's no functional difference other than you can see it versus you can't see it.
Right.
You can't really see infrared, technically, or ultraviolet. I don't know why that's considered visible light, even though it's not visible.
Because there are animals outside of human beings that do have the ability to see into some of those spectrums, right? So.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's.
I wouldn't doubt there's some humans that can see it. You know what I mean?
Possibly.
Well, that's arbitrary at that point then, because then you're basically saying because there isn't an animal that can see magnetism, that it's not considered visible. But if an animal could see magnetism, would it be considered visible at that point? Like,
they claim now that birds can see magnetism.
All right.
That would make
And that's how they figure out which way they're flying, north and south, in the winter. And that's why they
awesome.
I think they figured this out by high tension lines. There was high tension lines that was like fucking up the way they fly. And their speculation was they can see the magnetic field and they're aligning themselves to the magnetic field and flying in a direction based upon that. And then they went and you look in their eyes, and in their eyes they produce something called a superoxide, which is very susceptible to picking up magnetic fields.
But what about when they put them like in a box or whatever and transport them? It's not like they somehow they orient themselves, and I've just heard of experiments like that.
Well, I'm just listen. It's a scientific paper. It may or may not be true. Half the shit that comes out is not repeatable anyway, so
yeah,
you have to take it all with a grain of salt.
So butterflies do that same north-south thousands of miles navigation over and over again. I'm not sure about fish, but the way that birds school and the way that, or it's a flock rather, and the way that fish school.
Oh, it's so incredible.
It's almost identical. It is really a fascinating thing to me.
It's like a wave of some sort. It's just incredible, and it's beautiful.
I used to watch this flock of pigeons, and there's a hawk that's right here that likes to eat the pigeons. But they would fly in a flock. In dead center, there would be one white. There was one white pigeon would be dead center. It looked like a big eye flying. It was really weird. But they'd all spaz out whenever the flock came around, and they would like all group together in like this huge flock and like fly in every which direction. I guess like if you're a pigeon in the flock, hope it's not me this time.
Oh God!
That hawk was hyper aggressive, man. Like I'm telling you, I watched the hawk catch a pigeon, land in a tree, and rip the frickin' pigeon's head right off in front of about 15 people.
Wow! That would be a sight to see.
It was a bunch of old ladies too. They were like, ah!
Oh man! You probably had the best day watching that shit.
I was cracking up. They didn't think it was funny though.
I mean, I don't want old ladies to be scared, but in retrospect, just talking about it, it's like kind of funny.
Like its head off.
India, was it a squirrel that they got?
No, he said pigeon.
A pigeon. Yeah, I've seen hawks fighting around here in mid-air over prey. Like literally tearing two hawks, like one would swoop down and tear the prey in half from the other one, and they would just drop it.
Oh man, I hope it's not me this time.
Like all of a sudden I was riding, I hear this thing go plop. I look over and there's a freaking dead, mangled squirrel. I look up, there's two hawks like going, ah! Like doing a dog fight.
Yeah, there's a bunch of videos on YouTube about birds flying in their formation. I think the first picture that Gospel Bear posted for fish, that's way better. The other one is too close. You can't get it too short.
Also, you know what the hawks do here in the city? Because there's a huge park here, right? So the hawks come into where the skyscrapers are, where the pigeons are laying their eggs. They pilfer the pigeon eggs.
Oh, bastards.
From skyscrapers.
Well, that's nature. That's what they're supposed to do. Steal eggs.
And I suppose if there was a dog small enough, they wouldn't be opposed to that. Just a different snack choice.
I guess so. It'd be pretty sweet to be a hawk, huh? Or an eagle. An owl, that'd be kind of cool too. Birds of prey. Would I want to be a bird of prey, or would I want to be a beautiful bird?
A squirrel. Can you imagine the conversation? Hey, honey, you see the puppy poodle out on the porch there?
There's a squirrel prancing across an open field.
Just out there a minute ago. Fifi was just out there. Oh, not there anymore.
I'm distracted by the squirrel, Sonny. There's tons of them around here. So cute. Sorry to be so random and stupid.
That's okay. Squirrels will fight with each other too. I've seen them.
I know. I was like, hey, look at the squirrel, right in the middle of what you were talking about. Sorry, bro.
I've seen squirrels pilfer each other's food too. Like someone will be squirrel will be munching along, just all not a worry in the world. And another
this
one will
one's desperate. It's burying.
Race by and snatch the food and run off.
Get this. This one's desperate. It's burrowing into the ground. I'm gonna have to buy them some nuts. I don't think the peanuts, I don't think that's their favorite. I saw this one video where this dude, he was like an engineer or something. He did this elaborate thing that the squirrels would have to go to get their nuts that they wanted. And it was so cool. But anyway, I thought it was like walnuts, but
Jenny, they do bury their nuts.
Well, then maybe that's what this little one is doing, because he's going to town still.
Yeah.
Right from here, he's so cute.
They actually burrow all in through the ground. There's some areas where they're burrowed in where I live, and you step on it and it's just all soft because they've dug tunnels through the whole area.
Yeah.
Then
someone just tuned into this for the last 4 sentences and didn't hear anything else. They would think that this is a perverted server.
I used to live in Olney, Illinois, and it's known as the home of the white squirrel.
Squirrels bury their nuts. That one's really going to town. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, that's good, man. High five.
Well, there's this old saying, to the pure, all things are pure.
True that.
I was actually scratched by a squirrel. I tried to pet one when I was like 5 years old, and this shit scratched me. Yeah, don't pet a squirrel.
Yeah,
they
they're
don't want to be
mean.
petted.
Yeah, they do not.
People having pet squirrels.
Well, rather than talk about nuts, we could bust some balls.
Whoa, yeah!
Oh,
get it started.
I'll get it started. So earlier, a guy mentioned he was on another server and people were confused about light. There is a rising movement within the flat earth community where people are equivocating frequency with light and therefore frequency with sound. Therefore sound is light because everything is light.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they basically are, throwing science out completely. Like Quantum Erasure would always say, science, 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 but, pseudoscience. But don't throw real science out with the pseudoscience. Don't throw everything from the mainstream out and then start from scratch and come up with nonsense like sound is light because it's measured in hertz. Sound is electricity because it's measured in hertz.
Those little distractions, like you just mentioned, could be planted. I'm sure of it. Yep. They're probably planted in on purpose to diffuse the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or to make flat earthers look totally retarded, right?
Yeah, and that's done in the result of it also. Yeah, secondarily.
Yeah, and it's a two-pronged attack as usual. So you have the extreme to the one side and the extreme to the other. So that's the one extreme. And the other extreme is just equivocating science with knowledge because the etymology of the word means to know.
Sounds
so therefore anything you know is science. Yeah, so simultaneously within the flat earth community, everything is science and nothing is science.
No.
And now we look stupider than stupid.
We gotta put a stop to that shit. Who else is gonna stop it?
I mean, you could do a simple thought experiment, let alone a real experiment, to figure out that light, just because it's measured in hertz, is not sound. Light and sound are two different things. They operate differently, they're received differently, they're created differently.
Is there any type of group of people you can point out that are equivocating light and sound as being synonymous?
There's a lot of ether proponents that are doing that nowadays. I don't want to name names, but they're within the circles that we all frequent.
That would be a misunderstanding of what ether would be considered. I think. I mean,
this all boils down to three fallacies.
Well, using sound as an analogy for perturbations in the ether isn't necessarily incorrect. To say that they're the same thing would be incorrect.
Yes, but why they're saying they're the same thing? Because they share a word and a measurement, and that's frequency or hertz or cycles per second, anything of this nature, right? Therefore, this is measured in this is measured in this for this equals this. It's a false equivocation, right? It's an etymological fallacy, right? Because they're going back to the roots of the words. And it's a lexical fallacy because they're using the same word in a different context with the same meaning when it should be a different meaning, because it is a different meaning. So they're committing three fallacies simultaneously. And people are promoting this nowadays. They're going on Nathan Oakley trying to tell him that's the way it is and getting eviscerated, et cetera, ad infinitum. It's getting quite ridiculous, to be honest.
That is pretty ridiculous, because hertz, you can literally measure any cycle in hertz. Anything, any possible conceivable thing that's in a cycle, you could measure in hertz. It's just a unit. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's like saying wood and steel are the exact same thing because the measurement of the inches that you use to measure it is utilized.
Napalm. Don't even finish that. It's so much worse than you could possibly imagine. So you're correct. They're measured in pounds, therefore the same thing. But they all have electricity, don't they, in their fundamental parts? Therefore, they're both electricity. Correct? And electricity is measured in hertz, and light is measured in hertz. Therefore, steel and wood are just light. They're just hard formations of light. They're solid light formations.
I have heard those arguments. I've heard that exact same argument. Everything is, monism. That's monism.
What this sounds like to me is just an advancement of the Flat Earth Society's argument that they're ridiculous statements, that this is just them.
No, it's the New Age religion, Sonny. It's the New Age religion. One is all and all is one. Monism. Now they don't.
But I wouldn't be shocked if it was the Flat Earth Society that's pushing all of that kind of thing.
Well,
mixing it all in.
That guy is a monist. The weird eye fat guy. What's his name? He's not that fat, but the guy, the Flat Earth Society guy.
Are you talking about the Flat Earth leader?
Yeah, that does all the interviews. That he's the Flat Earth guy. You know, like I always forget his name, but he's the person that shows up. Give me a moment. I guess every time I ask this question, everybody acts like they don't know what I'm talking about. I have to look at his face to try and remember his name for some reason.
Yeah, make no mistake about it, guys. The Flat Earth is going to be hijacked to wedge New Age religion.
Yes, Sargent, thank you. Mark Sargent. He is a monist. I've heard his talks recently, and he is fully head first dived into monism.
Didn't he say some dumb shit like there's machines underground creating lava or something?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm pretty sure he said something ridiculous like that right before the Flat Earth Australia conference. Right before he made that stupid commercial.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to talk shit about. I don't even want to give that dude airtime.
Yeah, no problem. But
because that's obviously saying that that's what he wants. That's his motivation. I'm not saying he's not a flat earther. He probably is, but I don't. I think flat Earth is secondary to like his true motivation.
Oh yeah, that's pretty obvious.
I mean, it's not like he's the only guy that shares these views.
Correct.
But the idea that the flat Earth itself is part machine and part simulation is shared by a lot of people. You know, like at first glance, it seems like we live in an organic world, but if we're inside a structure that's machine-like and the organic is kind of like a biosphere, or a biome within the machine, and some of the external things like the lights in the sky are simulated. I mean, that's plausible to a lot of people.
Yeah, just the transhumanist freaks.
I don't know. I kind of liked what was said just a second ago. I think it was AI that was talking. Yeah, I think those conversations are interesting. But the transhumanism, I mean, that's a whole nother ball game right there.
Well, here's the funny thing. If it's all a simulation and then we take the simulation, plugs ourselves into a machine, and like, is that like a double simulation? Like,
A simulation
Well,
within its
Indio, did you watch 13th Floor and remember the plot? And towards the end, where the one guy who was part of the simulation escaped, and he's like, "Wow, I'm in the real world. I'm a real person now." And then he saw something that reminded him, "No, you're just in another layer of simulation."
yeah, that's kind of what's that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where they put themselves like in people's dreams?
Inception.
Inception, yeah, and it's like a dream within a dream within a dream.
Yeah,
They never know if they're coming out. It's the same basic idea. I mean, simulation versus dream world. I mean, what's the difference? Your consciousness is in another place. That's really the underpinning of it.
Yeah, I think that kind of talk too. That's extra fascinating.
Well, that is part of the whole transhuman.
Is it?
Philosophy. Yeah, like make no mistake about this. If you listen, just put playlist on YouTube and start listening to things about space. In the new pioneers about space, new things, right? Not old things. You will hear a lecture about we're trying to reproduce a star on Earth so we can get power. And then you'll hear another lecture about things happening in the far distant universe. And then like the third or fourth video that will automatically pop up will be about humans eventually downloading themselves into machines and then eventually transcending the machine and becoming pure electricity floating in the universe.
Oh yeah, they've done a TV series about that. It's called Altered Carbon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like eventually we'll be electrical signals just floating in free space without a corporeal body.
Yourself, quote unquote, for lack of a better term, in Altered Carbon was a disc. And you could put it in another bio machine we know as our bodies, whatever. But yeah, it's cool stuff, man. I wouldn't mind watching it over again.
Yeah, and then the dream, Jenny, the dream eventually is that you don't need the disc anymore and you don't need the biosuit anymore. You just exist as etheric information in the universe.
Like Q from Star Trek.
Sounds
and
really
we just
lonely.
circled right back to what Gosler was talking about, the monad, right? I'm just one with the universe. I'm just a consciousness enveloping everything.
All is one and one is all. And yes, I am mocking it.
That's fine.
It deserves to be mocked.
I am biased against monistic thinking.
Ooh, that also sounds like Schwab's little minion where he said, like, it comes down to, like, what is the self? Does it belong to you? Does it belong to a corporation or a government or to the collective?
Or are we like the Sims?
We are Borg. We will assimilate you.
Resistance is futile.
I think we could be like the Sims.
Maybe someone could put my consciousness inside Optimus Prime's body. That'd be good.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Boy. Okay, so why is the monoism, whatever, why is that BS? You guys put it down, just lay it out there. I mean, I was listening, but we've been talking about a lot.
It's logically contradictory. It's a violation and refusal to accept the law of cause and effect, or the law of causality.
Okay.
It mingles the two in the same way that they do with the narrative of gravity. Gravity exists because of gravity, and gravity makes gravity.
Wow, that is a problem. I got you.
It's like that in a way, but there's probably somebody else that can put it in better words.
Monism is the idea that everything is one, and even though there's individual parts, right? We have distinguished parts. It is all just part of this one, and that there's actually no real separation between the two, and that the separation is completely conceptual in our minds.
Whoa, that's cool.
Which, I mean, there is some validity to it in some mathematical sense, but I mean, that's just like a rabbit hole.
Well, isn't that what the Trinity concept is supposed to be?
Well, hold on. The part is not the whole. The part is not the whole.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I retract.
Oh, Jenny, you're on the right track. It's all stems,
am I?
All parts are artificial distinctions that we make as human beings.
Mm-hmm. Our distinctions that
What were you going to say, AI?
Right.
Yeah, AI.
So this all stems from thoughts. This all stems from thoughts about the Creator, right? So who and what God is, and it's essentially a belief that God itself, whatever it is actually us, and we are part of it, and we're all one and together, and one and the same thing. So God isn't individuated from its creation; it's part of its own creation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what monism is. Yes.
Yeah, there's been
of course, for us, it feels like we're missing something, because then you have the uncaused cause problem again, it seems. So you yourself are eternal in this view, ad infinitum into the past and ad infinitum into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and all this.
Whereas in non-monistic ideas,
religion.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go.
I was just going to say, in non-monistic ideas and more Western philosophy of thought is God exists eternally and we are created at a point in time, rather than we are eternally existent with God as part of God.
Our bodies, I believe our bodies are created at some point in time. That's my
The monad is not. It's time too, as AI just said, right? So the past, present, future, they're all simultaneous. There is no actual time. Time is just like an illusion. Everything is happening simultaneously. All aspects, all possibilities, everything exists simultaneously, all at the same time. And that's just our consciousness that breaks up. Yes, it's just our feeble consciousness that breaks up and individuates and distinguishes things. But all that shit's an illusion, and that's the basis of basically Eastern religion. Now, if you think about what a mandala is, you ever seen like a Buddhist mandala?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there'll be like usually typical 8 to 12 different figures on there, and each one of those figures represents some aspect of a deity, right? And even those deities have sub-features, right? They actually have, but they anthropomorphize them, right? So they actually make them into like other deities, sub-deities, right? So you can think of it like God, archangels, angels, that type of hierarchy. So they have this hierarchy of divinity, right? So there's the monad, there's everything, but then there's like different aspects of God, right? This is also in the Kabbalah and all that shit. So there's different aspects of God, and each aspect is represented in Western culture as an angel or something. But in Eastern culture, they call them, well, our translation is that they're gods. But they're all like different aspects of, say, the Buddha. But the Buddha isn't God. The Buddha is just one aspect of this monad God. But God isn't like God as a personification. It's just everything. God is just everything. The universe and all the time that it has ever spanned, in every possible universe, all smushed together into one.
Yeah. I don't like that. Everything, a time is a man-made
And that you're just viewing it through a certain viewpoint, right? You're just viewing it from your own individuated viewpoint. But all the things that distinguish, trees, houses, people, thoughts, yesterday versus today, all those things are just because of your individual viewpoint, but that's just actually an illusion. That doesn't really exist.
Oh man, no, I don't like that at all. No.
Yeah. What's interesting about all of these, Jenny, is that it gives us an individuated experience as a self entity, at least from our experiential point of view. But it deprives God of being an individual. God is a conglomeration rather than an individual. And it's a completely different just way of looking at who and what God is.
There's someone new here named Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum with no roles. Do we want to unmute them? Okay,
oh boy.
Lumpy.
That's a great screen name.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. We love your name. Welcome.
Hey, am I on?
Hey, I got a DM from him.
You are on.
Lumpy gas means you shit yourself.
Hi. So at work, I'll go over this one thing that the claim was that they're making curves in the road because they're detecting Earth curve based on surveyors, and there's a couple problems with that. One, on a sphere, if you imagine a basketball with the lines going certain ways, if you were to put that into SolidWorks, you could change them lines any which way, and everything would need to curve all the time from every perspective you're looking at. Based on where you're at on Earth, everything's dropping down and away from you at that point. There would be no way to determine, because nobody ever sees Muppet vision from the side of their own head looking at Earth with you looking, with the Earth tilted, and the equator could be tilted more or less or whatever, but either way, from every perspective, it would have to be, for the surveyor, right? It would have to be changing. And it was a baseless assertion claim, and it was also another logical fallacy in the claim was I had the word the one, but it would have been false equivalency, because you're everywhere on Earth at 360 degrees based on where the observer is observing from. At that point, you would have to start making it curve to give more land because it's spherical. It's so ridiculous, and it took me a while to figure out the problems with the claim, and how to explain it in a way that because you're not going to be able to tell parallel to the horizon from, say, Minnesota. Do you know what I mean? If you're looking, if the direction you're looking is actually parallel to, and then you would have to be able to determine that, but then forget the fact that it's curving down and away exponentially every direction from every perspective on anybody on Earth. So if they're in Mexico, say, the sliver would have to go wherever they're viewing 360 degrees. Nobody sees Muppet vision the side of their own head from space. Say,
Love claim to you. I want to know who made the claim that
it was
surveyors take account into road curvature when they build roads. Who said that?
Yeah, it was on Google. The guy was responding to me with again. I try to tell people, things like air pressure needs containment.
Oh, that's not true. Like what he said was a lie. Like that's not true.
That's why I said there was two logical fallacies in the claim, and all he was doing was parroting.
Just his whole claim that they take it into account. That's not true at all.
No, that's also a lie. Yes,
Department of Transportation of every state. Like Department of Transportation of every state has a publication on how to do surveying. I've read like at least 5 of them. None of them say anything about fucking curvature in any of them.
Okay, totally, 100%.
Transportation Minnesota, their manual for doing surveying. Typically, you can just download it from whatever Public Works for your state is. You can just download the manual and read it. None of them take curvature into account. That's a silly claim.
I agree. That's why I said it was a baseless assertion. There is no actual evidence claimed and I agree. You're 100% spot on. But I thought I had a way of explaining the perspective
plane
aspect.
survey system.
Yeah, I agree. I just thought I had a way of explaining it based on the perspective from where you're at on Earth, as the curve would be happening all over the place all the time. There would be no way to put the sliver in the right spot.
Yep, but
the curve would be in every direction.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yep,
But
based on
let's
where
get to
you're at.
practicality, though.
Nobody.
Let's get to
And the
practicality.
confusion, and I think the confusion, I had a way of explaining it would take too much to write the text, and I thought maybe it would help somebody, maybe because that's it. Did I help anybody at all? That was the goal. I'm good, and I promised I was going to be good. Huh?
My friend, we could take it to reality. Okay, so if anybody's ever seen a road construction project, they don't build roads 2 miles simultaneously, right?
Yeah,
they don't have a big enough crew for that. They do it in sections. And I'm going to tell you this: if you've ever built anything out in the real world, you know that the tolerances necessary to quote unquote account for the curve of the Earth are impossible on a practicable level with the machines that they use to do road work. Not to mention that everything they do is malleable, right? So the dirt, they can move it. The stuff that goes on top, the tar, the blacktop, all that stuff is just going to take the shape anyway. So to say that you'd have to mathematically account for the curve of the Earth is, to be quite frank, retarded.
Yeah, I know it is. But I thought I'd come up with a way that the audience or people hear or whatever, or it's recorded and later down the line someone hears it. But that's all I really wanted to do. Is it was too much to put into text to try to explain it. I hope I was clear enough. But that's, the guy showed me the article and said, this is why roads curve. I was like, I just look at these people at this point, man. They're like believing something. It's kind of frustrating. But anyway, man.
Hey, I dare anyone.
Huh?
Yeah, no problem, friend. No problem. That's a great idea. And I think anybody can do a practical experiment and just go ask the road crew, where's their calculations for the Earth curve in the 500 yards that they're working on at the moment. They laugh at you.
Yeah. It's in the equation. It's not in the reality. I totally understand it, and I totally agree. 100% I agree. It's not real. It's a part of the equation that just gets stuck in there that doesn't even account for anything real, because it's based on perspective from wherever you're looking. And 2 miles down the road,
caveat.
2 different crews being able. That was a great. I also, when you said that made me say, "Oh, yep, that's another way to explain it." But 2 crews working 2 miles away from each other, trying to account for. It's just you guys got it too. So anyway, man, thanks a lot. And I was hoping I was a little helpful.
Even if you read there. Well, I mean, you made a perfectly good explanation. I would suggest just dumbing it down, because typically, if you're talking to just normal average Gulvers, they're just the normal average Gulver is their level of. I'm trying to be diplomatic here.
Right.
Their level of knowledge about this subject really has to be dumbed down. They have spatial and geometry problems. So you're that's the discussion. The explanation is perfectly fine. It's actually good. It's just you got to dumb it down for some people.
Yeah, I was working on it. That's what I thought I had done. But anyway, thanks for the time, guys. I wanted just to share that idea.
Yeah. I mean, it was fun. It's not this is a constructive criticism. It's not like you didn't say anything wrong. I'm just saying is that I just know from experience all the people that come in here, and you should too if you've been in here a while, that you've really got to hold people's hands through shit. Because you probably would have to even explain how surveying even works to some of these people.
And in the meantime, while you're trying to explain something to them that ought to be obvious, you have to try to coax their pride at the same time. It's crazy, man. This world's insane.
Yeah, it is.
It is, dude. Hey, guys, thanks a lot, man.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
And I hope that last statement wasn't offensive. I'm just trying to be, a nice guy.
Even if you read their documentation, they say that they don't have to account for curve.
I didn't.
They're not doing 100 kilometers squared surveys.
Right, you're totally right. I've already seen the documents. I didn't screenshot them at that time. It was months ago or whatever, sometime back, and I wasn't going to get into that much of it because he thought that he believed that the surveyors are already doing this right now. He thought he had evidence of it because of the article. And I would have had to go back and search for what you're talking about. Then, anyway, it's just so much all the time with these people. Their belief.
Department of Transportation. Just look. Yeah.
Yep. Minnesota DOT. Yep.
Look up from any Department of Transportation. That's all you have to search for.
Okay, man. Thanks for the time, guys.
And I also say one thing that's frustrating about Goldbergs is that they'll work really hard to debunk flat Earth, but they won't investigate the globe with the same energy, that's pretty frustrating.
Well, their debunking is always there's logical fallacy in almost every claim I've ever heard. And then they're not recognizing the evidence when you present it. They don't answer questions. They always answer questions with questions. They it's a God-sized problem or something. Maybe it is. He said he'd blind us, and I'll get off that topic. I'm not claiming I know that for sure. I don't know what I know for sure, except for I believe I'm physical. It's bright out right now. It's we got some snow outside. I don't know what I know. That's kind of what I'm trying to say is claiming I know what God is putting into people is obviously not something I can verify. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No doubt.
So anyway, guys, thanks.
I don't know what I know is a pretty true statement. I mean, you can't probably get any truer than that.
Yeah. And it isn't that, it takes time to get to that spot. But anyway, man, you guys helped teach me how to think. Thank you. Not particularly you, the communities. Is it Quantum, Nathan Oakley, a number of people, Flatsway. I don't got to do all that either. But I am kind of circling around the 24/7 sphere. I write it down on paper, hand it to people, or Nathan Oakley or Huey, and say, hey, go listen for a while. Try listening. See how it goes for you. So anyway, and then I troll trolls, man. When Globers come to our channels and just start saying stupid stuff, I'll say stupid stuff back to them often, because I never go to a Globe channel and start, just chanting at them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Hey, yes, it's good to have you. Welcome. Welcome on board. Right, I went ahead and verified you, VC verified. So yeah, good to have you.
Oh, you're one of my favorites, dude. I love your guitar playing. Another thing, I just want to say is I had a couple accounts, and what happened to a phone got stolen. Then I tried to verify the number it claimed it had, or it wouldn't send the actual text. So if you see like a few lumpy guesses, it's because I had gotten out of the server, tried to re-put a phone in because the phone changed. You know what it is. I'm just trying to get my phone number verified, and then the text won't actually come through. I don't know if that explains the problem, but yeah, I've been lumpy the whole time.
We have a podcast, right? Lumpy Gas. We have a podcast, right, on iTunes and Spotify.
What? Hold on, let me find a pen. Is it the same name? I got a pen and paper right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
If you go on Google, right? If you go on Google and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord podcast, it'll come up. So it's on Spotify,
then it's the same name. You got it.
Spotify and iTunes. So what they are is like.
Yep, I use Spotify.
Debates that were made in this live stream and clipped it.
Okay, you got it, man.
So they're just clips. It's a good thing to point people to, because sometimes we're not even talking about flat Earth in here. But if they really want to, if they really want to see something specific, you know what I mean, and not have to wait around to be somebody. You can send them to that.
That's really helpful, because there's often times where it could be 45 minutes before a cognizant point relating directly to flat Earth is put through, and it's hard because people don't have that kind of patience, and they don't, and often don't have that type of time. They got children and a job, and
episodes,
Yep, I wrote the podcast.
Episodes are broken up too, as in specific. So some are about gravity, about spin, about this, about that. So if they have a particular thing, they can just look and find it.
Got it. Perfect. I didn't have that. I didn't have that resource. That is another little thing that'll hopefully help people, because helping people is good, especially when it comes to believing truth. All right, man. Thanks, guys, for all your work. Let me just get out of.
Do my imitation dead air.
Oh, hey, I'm.
Anybody got any measurements of curvature? Who said that? Who said something? Sorry, I talked over you.
I think Lumpy was kind of hot micing for a second.
Yes, a ruler counts. Actually, a ruler is preferable.
Yeah, we need a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
So Eratosthenes supposedly measured the number of stad between Syene and Alexandria. We actually had somebody go and measure, see how long a stad actually was. So human sheeple used to be, whatever he did. He actually went because they actually have a Greek era stadium in Cyprus, and he went and actually measured it. Figure out how long a stad was.
Cool. Do we have the record of the meters or whatever?
I think it ended up being like 278 meters. But I actually have a citation. It's called "What was the length of Eratosthenes' stad?" And there's tons of different values, and pretty much the range is like it has like a 10% range of values.
Awesome.
So like between like 270 meters to like 310 meters, something like that.
So we just asked the Globers which version are you using, Globers? Anyway, we're also going to need along with that.
Depends on what language you're using, right?
Wait a minute. We need the speedometer he used, and also we need the elevation meter along the entire distance. We need all
and his communication method.
That's right. How did they
communicate?
How did they sync the sundials? Come on now. Were they using satellites?
Sync the sundials. That's fucking funny.
Gentlemen, sync your sundials now.
Dude, you make a sundial with a calendar built into it?
Dude, I'm 500 stat away. How do I set my sundial? Comedy galore right there, man. It's going to take me weeks to get there.
The better comedy is them arguing. So some people will come in here and they're just like, they won't let it go. They just will not let it go. And they will argue Eratosthenes for like 2 hours in like the lobby or debate text.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, you got nothing. Like, give it up. But they'll just keep going.
If people don't see the beauty of them putting this archaic thing on all of our materials, and then people come in here and use something so high-tech as a alleged character from 220 BC with sticks and shadows with no defining details or specifics, technical information about said measurement, if it even...
No primary source, so we don't even have what he wrote.
Nothing.
We don't even have the secondary source, something that wrote about what he wrote. We have the tertiary source, somebody wrote about somebody that wrote about somebody that wrote something.
In the 80s. That would be the 1980s.
Yeah. Yeah. And the third-hand source was written like 1,000 years after he was dead.
So you're saying we know more about Santa Claus than we know about Eratosthenes?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a good point, too. I mean, you could point to information, of course, like the color of his socks, like who his workers are.
Hold on.
His wife's name.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I am referring to Saint Nicholas, the actual historical character who we know very little about, but enough to know that he was a real person. I'm not talking about the cartoon character Santa Claus.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
What I'm saying is we have more evidence that Saint Nicholas existed than Eratosthenes. That's all I'm saying.
The actual Saint Nicholas. Yeah,
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was a website I read that was actually made by a professional historian, like a PhD in history. This is the guy's profession, and I'd have to try and find it. There's a lot of information on, like, I've lost because I just don't make those arguments anymore. But this website said that most historians don't believe he existed, just because there's no primary sources and there's no secondary. His first mention is by Cleomedes, something like 800 years after he was dead. And then there's the ideas like, was it Styx? Is it Wells? Like, which one is it? Do you use 3 Styx? Do you use 3 Wells?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have clowns that come in here. Well, they did it. Like, these high school kids replicated it again. Have you ever seen that one? They'll post this link to, like, some,
No, I saw
version
the
they
Canadian
did.
on the bicycle, though.
That proves divergent sun rays, by the way.
The Canadian on the bicycle one?
Yep. So in the parking lot at the beginning of the video, before he goes off on his little ride, he's got both of the measuring devices. They're side by side, right next to each other. And he took a photograph of them. And you know what? The lengths of the shadows are different lengths. And they're only 3 feet apart. If that. They're literally right next to each other.
But
yeah,
parallel rays.
I'll show you a picture of it.
But
so this is the problem with, like, Globers, man.
Mm-hmm.
Is their confirmation bias and cherry picking. They didn't even, like, confirm that the measurement was even what the measurement was at their starting point, right? They just, wrote off and then compared those 2 measurements, but they didn't do the initial measurement, right? So, like, what is it in the parking lot where I start? Because if you're going to say, the sun's coming in at one angle in one place and another angle at another place, you have to do the measurement at the first place, right? So this is a comparison. It's a comparison between 2 values.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't do the first part, so there's nothing to compare it to. But they did the first part, but they didn't include that in their experiment, their tests. They only did the confirmation bias part. So hold on, let me post an image of that.
What Sonny said reminds me of the YouTube tramp stamp. I was looking for music. I was just curious, Flat Earth songs and stuff, and I found out that band from the 90s, Bare Naked Ladies, did this song titled Flat Earth. It's a mockery song, but despite it being a mockery song, YouTube finds it necessary to do the tramp stamp.
So does YouTube support their claim that it has been scientifically disproven within their little snippet?
Yeah, and scientifically disproven conception.
Yeah, I actually wrote the body copy for the legal document, so I can read it to you if you want me to.
It's not even a question of science, really, is it?
Well, I mean, I told you I wrote the body copy for the legal document, so if you want me to read it to you, I will.
Read it.
All right. Section 2, paragraph A, clause B. The etymology of the word science means to know. We already know the Earth is a globe. Therefore, scientifically, the Earth isn't flat. Period.
Damn it.
Okay, great. So that's good. Then, so all we need then is verification of the science that they used to know that it's a globe. Can we see that part? YouTube, Google, whoever you are? Numpties.
Yes, at one time we believed in the globe as well. I guess we were a little numpty ourselves. But luckily we woke up. Not everybody is so lucky.
That's true. That's true.
Numpty are the ones that refuse knowledge, not the ones that don't have it.
Numpty Dumpty sat on a fence. Then Numpty Dumpty learned how to science. Numpty Dumpty took a great fall, and Numpty Dumpty gave up the ball.
Poetry.
That's really the only way it could go.
So I posted those divergent rays. So you can see the timestamp. You can check it in the video yourself. I proved the Earth is a ball with my bike. But I didn't actually really pay close attention when I was actually doing it. Antonio Silverat found this, by the way, not me. May he rest in peace.
Well,
I know a lot of people didn't like him, but he came up with a lot of good info. No one can do that.
Yeah. People heading on out of here. Even Lord Stephen H. Christ bit the bullet. I didn't agree with him on concave Earth or whatever he was posting, but I did like his work on the firmament. That stuff was solid.
Oh, he's dropping puns.
I mean, it was obvious that guy had a little bit of mental illness going on. I mean, it just sucks. I mean, I know he has a belief, and I believe in concave Earth, and I think his interpretation of the evidence is completely wrong. But I won't say that concave Earth is completely baseless. But him having, it's dumb, man, because people take the personalities and they go, like, well, this dude's crazy, so concave Earth, actual argument,
I guess
who it
I'm
is,
guilty of
what
that
they believe.
too. I mean, ultimately, you got to see if what they're saying has any substance. I think people get lazy and just say, this is a kook. I don't even have to listen to you. I can move on. But that's very dismissive. The truth can come from anybody.
It's also a logical fallacy.
Yeah.
It's also a logical fallacy. It's no different than like an appeals to credential or an argument from popularity. It's the same foundation, right? This person said it, and this person's crazy. Therefore, whatever evidence he said doesn't show what he said it said because he's crazy. Even if Hitler says the sky's blue, the sky's blue. It doesn't matter that he's a murderer. Murderers can say true statements.
Yeah. And weren't the Greeks that they're getting this heliocentrism from, pederasts, pedophiles, and boy humping catamite prostitute, lovers and stuff like that with their freaky, sneaky culture or whatever. I mean, we still take all of their, knowledge and stuff like that with no problem. We don't say, oh, these were catamite boy humpers or whatever, quote unquote degeneracy they fell into in the late stage of their culture. We just take their knowledge and leave the rest in history.
I used to use this argument when Gobers would try to make the argument ad populum fallacy, like more people believe the Earth is a globe than flat. I used to say, well, that means there's more pedophiles that are globe earthers than flat earthers. And now they don't want that. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. Then they try to backpedal, because if you're going to start making ad populum arguments, I can start applying that to anything I want. And using their logic is just as valid as what they're saying. Yeah, that's called I use this a reduction to absurdity. It's like you can take their argument and reduce it to an absurd conclusion to prove that it's wrong.
Oh yeah, and some people
be careful with that though. If you say reductio ad absurdum to someone, they'll tell you you're ad homing me.
That's funny.
Do they identify it as absurd?
They had the surgery.
It reminds me of a joke that Kent Hovind did. He does those kind of zinger, dad jokes and stuff like that. But he was talking about a news article that said evolution has its own, day or something like that, its own special holiday. And Kent Hovind was like, evolution already has its own holiday. It's April 1st, April Fool's Day.
That's it. Valid.
I posted a video in Mods. Did you see that, Lemon?
I did not.
It's pretty funny. So a little kid asks, Daddy, where do people come from? And he's like, well, there was Adam and Eve, and then they had babies, and then they had babies, and then she goes, Mommy, where do people come from? And she's like, well, first we were monkeys, and blah 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 blah. Giving the whole evolution story. The little girl goes, Dad, Mommy said you're wrong. And the dad goes, oh, she's talking about her side of the family. As an evolved from monkeys. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Wow.
I mean, who wants to believe? Why would you even want to believe that? Like, why would you fight for that? That I'm an animal. Like, why would you fight for that viewpoint?
And then trying to act like you're smart. And then trying to act like you're like so intelligent that like we got all the answers, but yet we're monkeys.
I'm a rational man because I think I'm an animal. I mean, come on.
Where's the logic there? What are they trying to say?
They want the freedom. They want the freedom to give into their base animal urges without morality. The ability to fornicate, have several sexual partners, do this, steal, and not have pesky morality, which comes from, being more than, say, an animal that can address certain aspects of his or her behavior. So they think that that's worth, taking man down a peg and making them more like an animal.
That's right. Lack of no responsibility. That's really what it's about. I don't have any moral responsibility for my actions because I'm just an animal, and because animals don't have consciences and they don't, there's no animal hell or heaven. If I'm an animal, there's no hell or heaven for me either, and I can do whatever I want. And that the calculus is this to my advantage or not? And that's the only calculus to take.
Yeah. Even the argument about free will being a thing. People say, there can't be such a thing as free will, but that implies that, everything's determined, even your thought process. So even if you told me there's no such thing as free will, I can't even trust that statement because ultimately it's just the firing of determinate chemicals in your brain or whatever version of determinism you'd rather go with. You have to be free to arrive at that truthful statement for it to even be compelling. So at that point, it's just self-defeating. But people don't care as long as they have the freedom to, sin and be unaccountable.
on that topic, I rediscovered this word that was in my brain, just don't ever use: agency. And I'm going to try and use it more regularly. Just wanted to share it again.
Oh, yeah. It's ironic that people are saying that there's no free will out of the desire to free us to do whatever we want. Very ironic indeed.
Yep.
What's an agent?
Somebody who chooses. Somebody who can make rational choices to choose this outcome or another outcome. A free agent in a novel would, I guess, choose to marry Juliet or try to, I don't know, divorce her or something like that in Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah. But have you ever had a character in a novel trick you into doing something in real life?
No.
Harry Potter.
What, buy tickets?
Well, he makes witchcraft seem cool and that he has friends despite, participating in the dark arts. And it tricks you into thinking that witchcraft can give you power as opposed to damning you to eternal hellfire. But that's ultimately J.K. Rowling, who's probably, writing and, I don't know, channeling a demon or something like that to write her literature.
Look, even in occultism, it says that there's a cost to using the dark arts, right? Even in them. But in Harry Potter, there is no cost. All his use of magic is only to his advantage. He never has to pay any cost for it.
Yeah.
That's not even a belief in occultism itself.
And these demons that you consult for magic, they hate you. And they're not going to do something without a payment. They're going to be like, you need to give me blood, your loved one. You need to give me a sacrifice. And plus, I still hate your ass. And we'll see you burn and be torn apart in hell anyway. There was a convert from the Hinduism and the New Age, Peggy Hubbard. And she talked about the price that she was paying for her participating in, quote unquote, magic and occultic arts. She talked about how the Hindu gurus would throw spells at each other and try to test each other's power. She talked about how she was walking along one day and she saw just on the side of the road or whatever, a stillborn deer. And it's like deep inside of herself, she knew that animal was paying the price for her occultic practices, that blood was demanded, that life was demanded. And so we may not see the cost, but this stuff works by laws that we can't even fathom or understand. That's why it appears that God says, stay away from it. You don't understand it. You probably never will. But there are laws that operate here that you're ignorant of. Don't do it. And there's going to be some consequences.
All day, this chat has been big brain. There's been just a lot of big brain conversations today, I'm just saying.
Well, I did sleep at a Holiday Inn Express.
Is that like a commercial joke? Like, because I'm wearing are you gelling, like that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's like some commercial, like, dude just goes in off the street to do a surgery. He's like, well, I slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Nice.
Get a good rest today so you can be big-brained tomorrow.
Dude, now the Globers are going to go to Holiday Inn and then come in here and try to defeat somebody.
Check out
the most annoying false equivalence too. You'd be like, oh, you can't see curvature? And they'll say something stupid like, well, you can't see your own brain, can you? dumb, dude. So dumb to say something like that. Yeah, but we know brains exist. 'Cause I can crack open someone's skull and see a brain.
What if it's
You can't tell me
Schrodinger?
where I can go to see curvature.
What about Schrodinger's brain?
What about ELO?
Great band.
Yeah.
Electric Light Orchestra?
Yeah, but check this out. Their album, it's like this spaceship thing with the rainbow and the globe and the moon and the sun. And the title of the song, Strange Magic. I just thought it was funny. But of course, that's only one song on the album. Evil Woman
Where
is.
exactly is Xanadu?
Oh, I don't know much about all that stuff. Mr. Blue Sky, man, they were.
Mr. Blue Sky. Yeah, I have an 8-inch that has Fire on High, which is all instrumental, and then the A side of it is Sweet Talking Woman.
Hmm.
Yep. Seems like they were given instructions to send certain messages that were still, I don't know, 30, 40, 20, 30, 40 years later talking about here.
Mm-hmm. One of their albums is called Secret Messages. Oh, man. Oh. I wonder if this Jeff Lynne guy was yet another MK Ultra victim.
Well, I think some of them were chosen as messengers by Tavistock. And some of them were just retired because their usefulness, like they started talking too loudly or something. Look at John Lennon, for instance.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why I saw that.
Yeah, we don't know anything about these people that are on the world stage. Like when they die, we don't even know that for sure. None of it do we know, or can we verify? Unless you go to some event and okay, there the person is.
Well, didn't the story of the Atlas Shrugged progress because they noticed that people were missing, and so they went out looking for them? Whereas if you just kill yourself off in the public eye, nobody's looking for you anymore.
Mm. I just felt confused all of the time when I was listening. I listened to the audiobook of that Atlas Shrugged, and I was just like, this is a really confusing story. I was picking up on certain elements, but aye.
Yeah, I think you could watch it probably 6 times.
I never watched the movie.
Still pick up different things from it.
Highly creative started vanishing.
Yeah, anyway, this title of the ELO album, the very best of, all over the world, would kind of imply there's no under.
Well, bringing up Atlas Shrugged, the author Ayn Rand was an existentialist, believed in existentialism, which goes back to kind of your term agency, right? Existentialism is kind of like the philosophy of individual freedom and or ownership of oneself and one's own agency.
Okay. Gotcha. I was
through use of free will.
Yeah, I was just thinking that agency was a better alternative than what people are always beating the drum of sovereignty.
Yeah, two can be used interchangeably, kind of. Sovereignty would lead you to believe, or could lead you to believe, that you have a sovereignty over a creator, meaning your sovereignty is higher than the creator's. Could be viewed that way.
Yeah, because of the whole preeminence clause.
Well, speaking that we were previously talking about uncaused monastic religions, there's many of those that basically posit that we are the creator, which put ourselves into a creation so we could learn more about ourselves and then ascend back into ourselves. So while we're here, we actually are the creator. So we need to realize that we are in order so that we can return from whence we came. Which, by the way, isn't exactly divorced from people within the flat earth community. There's a flat earth person that we've experienced here who basically thought that they were ready to ascend back to godhood, but turned it down so that they could save the rest of us.
That's reminds me of what is that called? Delusions of grandeur.
Yep, that would be a way to put it.
Yeah, it's a logical. It's a cognizant error that there's several. How many? But
Are we not what you would say part of what people would colloquially call a truth movement?
That's what they call it. I would say yes.
Yeah, but before flat earth, there was a thing called the emergent truth movement, which was all about these new age philosophies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everyone who's a protagonist in a movement considers themselves to be part of a truth movement.
What? I think everybody considers themselves to be
no one should call themselves sovereign. Because sovereignty is chieftain. You can't be a sovereign without subjects. Once you got a bunch of subjects running around, you've sworn to protect. You're not a sovereign.
Yeah.
The right term, I guess, would be free man, someone who exercises dominion over his environment.
Having free agency.
But if you're an agent, who's the principal?
The creator.
Free agency, yeah. Free dominion is better though, because agency implies subordination to something else.
The creator. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the agent for God. God's agent. Be the first time someone called themselves that. Agents of God.
Yeah.
So you've heard that term.
Secondary to the primary agent.
Well, when you adopt agency for corporation, what do you actually become in the real world for that corporation? Because the corporation is dead; it can't do anything on its own. So it requires an agent to act on its behalf in the real world, and then you perform actions on its behalf.
You breathe life into that dead fictitious entity.
The best thing about being an agent is that you're not liable for the actions of the principal. Basically, the just following orders defense. things like limited immunity for the police come from, because they're just agents of the municipality or the state or whatever. So they're not doing anything. They're just, it's the principal doing something. They're just acting on his behalf. So they're not liable for their actions.
So, would necromancy be the incorrect term if I was trying to say that you were giving, like, life to the dead, right? Like, if you have this fictitious entity that's not living, but you are performing an act of agency, giving that dead fictitious entity life or interaction within the real world, would that be similar or synonymous to necromancy?
No, in the way that necromancy is supposed to be demanding a dead body, so it has to have been dead first, as opposed to bringing a fictitious thing into quote-unquote reality. So necromancy implies that you're bringing something back to life.
Gotcha. What would be a proper term, or is there a proper term for that?
I don't know.
Yeah, incorporation. Look, this whole idea that people hate. Right. This whole idea that people hate corporations and big bad corporations and evil corporations, that's all designed to make you, the common man, stupid, ignorant, and afraid of having corporations of your own. Because if you incorporate in certain levels, like Indio said, you become indemnified for certain things. You're able to make more money. You're able to exercise more power. You're able to remove liability and remove seizure of your goods. You're able to perform so many more things. But why would they want you to have such power? They want it for themselves. So they tell you, oh, it's so naughty. It's so evil.
Yeah, that's why we incorporate. I mean, there was a legitimate justification for corporations, because there'd be some project, like say building a bridge, and like doing this for everybody, but they don't want to be personally liable for building the bridge. So, like, you know, someone gets hurt or whatever, so they create a corporation to limit their liability. You know, and so they can actually get some project done. Corporations were invented just for this, to limit the liability and to spread the risk among a bunch of people. Some enterprise. Every corporation is supposed to be made for some public good. That's what I don't think people understand, is that every corporation has to have a purpose that is for the public good. Making money is actually not a legitimate purpose to create a corporation.
Yeah, it's to provide a product or service. So we're all backwards. Should be I agree with one thing that I heard before with well, I won't even mention it. The monetary system. Well, we all know what the problems with that are, but we should be a resource-based economy. If things are resource-based, then that's what's real. That's working with reality instead of all this phony shit where you have all these fake things doing nothing, like insurance.
That's insurance is another third-party liability deal.
I mean, I'm not saying there's no use for insurance. I'm not saying that at all. But you see how, like, all the tort litigations, like thousands and thousands of all these cases, like, wow, all that energy wasted in the fake system, like all set up with phony intentions and false foundations.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't that whole system stem from insurance initially, corporations in general? Wasn't it
Well-
insurance for ships that were transporting goods?
Sure, but it also affects the individual. For example, I don't know how wealthy you are, but do you have the money necessary to repair the damages that you do to another person because of how you operate in the world? I highly doubt it. So, for example, you're zipping along down the street and you cut somebody's arm off with the side of your truck. Do you have the money to repair the damages to their life for the loss of their arm? No, probably not.
Well, if all our value hadn't been stolen from us, then we probably would actually be able to do that individually. But since it was stolen from us, we have no value because it's all been stripped away from us and mortgaged to foreign bankers.
Well, I would say the restitution of that doesn't necessarily need to be instantaneous. If you have the means or the ability to pay for damages, I would say yes, with future labor and things like that. But the whole crux of the matter is restitution in general. Most of our justice system or things that are imposed on people isn't necessarily a balancing of the harm, loss, or injury to the party that caused the harm, loss, or injury, because the third party judiciary system that we have seems to have a vested interest in not necessarily making sure that those scales are completely evened out.
You know what's weird? Like in the olden days, they used to have lex talionis, law of the claw, eye for an eye, right? So you lose an eye and an arm, let's say, therefore you can't work, and therefore you should be restituted for the rest of your life for that loss, maybe, let's just say. But then you go over and you chop the other guy's arm off and pull out his eye. Now he can't even work to pay you back. So now you both lose.
Right. There's no balancing of that scale in that situation, right? Like you're not being compensated for your loss in a just way. You're seeking revenge, basically.
Yeah, part of the corruption factor in like our modern system is local benefit, you know. You're supposed to have like a conglomerated benefit, but there are people who can make decisions that get local benefits for their decisions, like monetary incentives. You know, a lot of politicians are multimillionaires, especially career politicians.
I would say most, if not all.
Yeah, and they're supposed to get such a good paycheck so that they can just chill out and do their job and not have to worry about money, and therefore they don't need to be swayed, right? You know what I mean? Let's look how good that turned out.
Yep, bivocational can be a very good thing.
Yeah, I just feel like our current justice system, especially within the United States, is just there's not a lot of justice being served, meaning time spent in a jail isn't necessarily compensation to an injured party, right? there's not full restitution of what took place. It's very, sometimes there's fines or amounts that are imposed, typically in small claims courts and stuff like that, right? That do give some sort of justice or at least restitution to the injured party. But many times, especially when it comes to nonviolent crimes or crimes with no injured party, there's really no balancing of that scale, right? Like somebody getting a ticket for going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, for instance. Who, after it's all said and done, would technically be the injured party within the scenario of somebody driving 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, the law enforcement, and the judicial system? At the end of the day, when the judicial system clears their books, who is at loss? I would say the person that was issued the ticket and levied a fine for going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit.
See, that's a trick question, because the proper injury in that regard is actually to you and your honor, because you entered into a contract on your honor that you would obey the rules. So you're actually just dishonoring yourself when you travel over the speed limit. You're violating the law that you agreed to, because the contract that you signed actually becomes law that you lawed against yourself.
Right. If you're a licensed driver operating a licensed vehicle, correct.
Well, this is where we get into like a nebulous situation. It's not nebulous. It's more like, okay, so creating an unsafe condition is an injury. So I can't like go recklessly swinging a running chainsaw in a shopping mall. That is an injury, even though like I didn't damage anybody. What is it? They call it
reckless endangerment.
Causing it's a tort called causing undue alarm. Right? You're disturbing everybody's peace by making them scared because you're swinging this chainsaw. And kind of driving over the speed limit, it's also like AI said, is that basically when you signed your driver's license contract, you agreed to the traffic code. And by agreeing to the traffic code, you are admitting that those regulations in the traffic code are,
applicable to you, yeah.
Prohibited, right? They are injuries, and you're saying they are injuries. You're like conceding these things. Me driving 5 miles over the speed limit is creating an unsafe condition, which is, disturbing everyone's peace, which is an injury.
It's kind of a stretch, but that's probably how they look at it.
Yeah, that's exactly how they look at it. It's like it's almost like building a layer cake.
To have an actual crime, you do need an injured party.
Well, you need injury and damage. It's not just injury. You need to have damage. Because you need to prove damages.
Injury includes damage to your person, your property. Have some kind of claim.
It has to be substantial. It can't be just theoretical damage. It has to be actual damage. So if you say, "Hey, this person scared me, man," you better bring the freaking bill.
No, actual damage.
Because
yeah.
you needed therapy because of you're so scared now you have PTSD because someone drove 5 miles over the speed limit.
Somebody could try that, but
well, that's what you have these licenses. Basically, you're like all these defenses. You're just going. I don't. What you're really doing is, please don't shoot me on the side of the road. I'm going to sign your little piece of paper so that you don't shoot me on the side of the road, and I'm going to throw away all my rights, because I don't want to be harassed.
Yeah.
Because you can sign all your rights away. You can sign all your rights away, no problem. For some benefit, right?
You could, I guess. Yeah.
But what is the benefit of the driver's license? I'm not really quite sure.
Driver's licenses are for people operating in commerce on our public roads.
The direct benefit of the driver's license is to not have to bond yourself for the damages you cause on the road. You are then eligible for insurability. That's really the only tangible benefit I can find.
Yeah, I guess. Because what they say, the driver's license is evidence of competence.
That seems fair.
And by the way, you are eligible to bond yourself for damages. Okay, so you have to negotiate with an insurance company as a free person, which, by the way, costs a lot of money.
Every state usually, if you look up their motor vehicle code, it'll have like the compulsory insurance regulation, and right under it, it'll say "or," and it'll have some stipulation where you self-insure. And typically, it is you got to deposit like $1 million or something with the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, if you got an extra $1 million laying around.
Yeah, you're swinging high and swinging low.
I think in Massachusetts it's $50,000, which is the same amount of minimum coverage for compulsory insurance.
Yes.
The personal injury part. So the minimum coverage in Massachusetts is $50,000 personal injury and $10,000 property damage.
Wow.
So when you
minimum coverage.
When you register your vehicle with the state, you're basically giving them ownership of the thing, and you're now the keeper of the car. You get to upkeep it and repair it and put gas in it and use it to go to your job to pay taxes. But if they see you don't have your sticker right or whatever, they could just take your car because it's their car.
Well, that's quite the rabbit hole, right? So there's the manufacturer's certificate of origin, right, which is the actual title to the car, and then there's a certificate of title that you give to the state. But the state is actually the owner of the car. Well, what would they call it? The legal owner, and you're like the equitable owner or some ridiculous thing like that.
You're the beneficial owner. You get to benefit from having the thing, but they're the legal owner at the end of the day. You don't realize
that's why it's so easy for them to seize it, because they already own it, right? And basically, when they seize the car, they're just like taking away your right to use it anymore.
Yeah. They're going to take their car away from you. And put it in what do you call those lots that hold your car, and the price goes up $100 every day you don't come get it?
Yeah, the impound lot.
Yeah. And then they'll crush it into it.
1978 T-top Camaro. Fucking in mint condition because of that bullshit.
Yeah, they'll put you in jail for a week while your car sits and just racks up a bill for you that you can't pay. Then they get to just sell it at auction.
You might as well just go piecemeal a car together, like from any place you can get, and just go drive it illegally. When they take it, just fine.
Johnny Cash made
to travel.
A really good song about that.
Oh yeah, he took all the parts from his job at the Cadillac factory.
I'll post it. It's such a good song. Johnny Cash is so
every day he takes a different part home in his lunchbox.
Cadillac, one piece at a time.
Yeah, I love Johnny Cash.
Copy Mike.
What a storyteller.
And that's the funny part, is part of their authority comes from the fact that the car was an article of commerce that was imported, basically. So it's imported from another state. So it's an interstate commerce. So then once you have something that's an interstate commerce that goes from one state to another, you subject yourself to shitloads of regulations, because they can restrict that in any way, shape, or form they want, which is totally like so here's a loophole. If I grow marijuana, say in Massachusetts, sell it, right, or trade it, there's nothing the government can do about it, because they're not their jurisdiction, in no way does that article infringe upon their jurisdiction, right? So say I don't use their money, I don't send it across state lines, I don't do anything that interacts with the state. They have no legal authority to regulate. So there's all these little hooks that you have to, they have these hooks, right? You use money, that's a hook. You ship it across state lines, that's a hook. You sell it at a store, use sales tax, there's a hook. So like, there's all these little hooks to let them, interfere in your, life.
That's how Tommy Chong got popped. His son had a company that made glass bongs, and the feds tricked him into sending an order across the state line that would be illegal to ship paraphernalia into a certain state. And they made this huge order, and they produced all the product and had it ready to ship. And the guy was saying he was going to come and get it. Then he would say, "I can't. Hey, can you just send it?" And he kept begging them. They were saying, "No, that we can't send it to that state." I think it was New Jersey. And then finally talked him into doing it. And then as soon as they sent it, then they came and popped the whole operation. And then Tommy.
Yeah, I know something similar. This person, this is almost 20 years ago now. So they had an online-only business of selling water bongs and shit. But they only sold them in Massachusetts. Right? So at the time, sales over the internet wasn't regulated. So that they could sell paraphernalia over the internet within Massachusetts. But they couldn't send it over state lines, and they also couldn't sell it at a storefront. Eventually, someone convinced them, right? Someone purchased it online and said, "I'm going to come pick it up and pay for it then." And they slipped. One of the employees slipped up and let the person do it that way. And as soon as they did it, boom, busted for selling paraphernalia.
Yeah, that's the same exact scenario, yeah.
Yeah, so the state, to establish subject matter jurisdiction, they have to establish something called minimum sufficient contacts. So that means that whatever activity you're doing, it has to intersect the state in some way, shape, or form. And if it doesn't intersect the state, they don't have jurisdiction to act. But if it does, then they don't. Because what people were doing is California has let's call it beneficial for female divorce laws, right? 50-50 splits. So what this girl did was, she was like, "Oh, I'm going to California with our son for and I'm going to go to visit my mother or something." So she filed for, when she got there, she filed for divorce in California. So the guy shows up to defend the lawsuit, to defend the divorce. I'm not, basically, I'm from West Virginia. What is this California divorce thing? And just the mere act of him showing up, the state tried to argue him crossing the state line established minimum sufficient contacts, and they have jurisdiction to exercise their divorce laws against these two people. Well, the Supreme Court found that was a bunch of bullshit. Minimum sufficient contacts.
What does that mean?
It's you have to have contacts with the state that are sufficient to give it jurisdiction over some activity. And that those contacts are something you have to come under, it has to be something, right? So filing for residency. No. It has to be some governmental thing, right? So if I applied for a permit or a driver's license or, filed a police report or anything like that, you have to interact with the state in some way. This is what the court found. This is what I was trying to get to, is that the state of California tried to argue just him crossing the state line into California was enough. And the Supreme Court said, no, that's not enough. And this proves that that a state is not an area. It's not a territory. The state is a political organization. It's a body politic. It is not a territory. So when someone says I'm from the state of Mississippi, that does not mean the area of Mississippi. You cannot be in the state of Mississippi. The state of Mississippi is a body politic, a corporation, a legal organization. And in order for them to have jurisdiction, you have to interact in some way with them. And just crossing some imaginary boundary that they drew in the dirt was not enough. It was not enough. They said that he had to like do something, right? He had to come under the in some way. So one way would be like filing a police report. So you've interacted with the state because you've asked the state to protect you from something, right? Or registering a piece of property. You've asked the state to enter this into their records, and then, once you've entered it into the records, you have access to all the laws of the state to protect your property, right? So you've interacted with the state in some way. Just physically being present in some geographic area is not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually, for every state, there's two states. Like there's California State, and then there's the state of California.
And there's the people of the state of California, which is a different thing, too. The people of the state of California. So sometimes they caption criminal cases that way. Because they're different things, right? So there's the public, and there's the public at large, right? So anybody can actually, and most people don't know this, anybody can prosecute a crime. Anybody. Literally, any crime committed against the public at large, right? Anybody can prosecute that. But the state prosecutes that, ostensibly, supposedly, for the public. But there's also the state itself as an entity, right? And that state can have a crime committed against it. So and you can prosecute crimes committed against yourself. Like you can look up
by prosecute,
by a guy named Roger Roots who has you are the lawyer. You're the prosecutor.
Okay, well, you said anybody can prosecute. That means what? Like call the police on somebody, sue them? What does that mean?
It means you can prosecute a crime. It means you can go into court and charge someone with a crime and prosecute it as if you're a district attorney.
Okay, couldn't just a private attorney do that for you?
Well, you are a private attorney. If you
have the knowledge to do it yourself.
It's better than me explaining it. I'll give you something you can look up to read about it. It's called it was published in Seton Hall Law Journal by a guy named Roger Roots, who has a Juris Doctorate, right? It's called Are Cops Constitutional?
Okay.
That's the name of the article. Just Google Are Cops Constitutional and read that. So the first two sections of it, like the first two paragraphs, goes over the legal authority to prosecute cases, because cops did not always exist in America, and neither did district attorneys. But crimes were still prosecuted. Well, who prosecuted the crimes? Regular people prosecuted the crimes. Because the theory of government is that the government is in the hands of the people, right? It's not just relegated to whoever self-appoints themselves. Anybody can execute the so-called laws of the state. Anybody. Now, you're not going to get paid. You're not going to get compensated. You're supposed to do it as like a civic service, because you're a member of society, and everybody should want, good public order.
So, Andy, are you saying if I wanted to, I could personally prosecute NASA for fraud?
Can we?
No, this doesn't apply at the federal level.
Can we prosecute Fauci for crimes against humanity?
This is, I don't know. You'd have to go to The Hague. I don't know about that. I know that this private prosecutor, this only applies to the states. Doesn't apply to the federal government, because people have tried at the federal level. The Supreme Court shot that shit down. Because the federal government isn't what we call a common law jurisdiction. The federal government is like, you got to think of it like the United Nations. And the states are the nations.
Hi.
Hey, did y'all get one of these letters too?
Let's see. Wait. Whoa. To vacate.
Mike.
You must
Isn't the federal government like a
oh my God.
military?
You say military?
Yeah, like I don't know, some type of military law instead of the normal thing that we have in the.
No, the federal government is like, if you thought of like what the United Nations and international law is to federal law, the federal government is like the international law, and the states are like the federal law.
Yeah, the federal government
So
is like
the purpose of the
another
federal government
country.
is to regulate interstate commerce, right? So what's the purpose of international law? Is to regulate commerce between nations, right? So it's really just like the same structure, just applied at a lower level down. That's why, like, the federal government has jurisdiction. What do they call it? Exclusive and original jurisdictions of all causes in maritime and admiralty. So that's shipping and all that crap, and that like shipping and all that stuff is just international law. So they have jurisdiction over that shit, whereas the states have jurisdiction over domestic laws, right? So wherever your feet are standing. You can think of it as like the law, what they would call the law of the sea versus the law of the land. Even though they say the federal law is the law of the land, it's kind of like a misnomer. The United States has something called a dual sovereignty. So you're because of the 14th Amendment. So you're a citizen of the United States and you're a citizen of a state. But people, until the 14th Amendment, people never referred to themselves as citizens of the United States. They referred to themselves as citizens of New Hampshire, citizens of Maine, citizens of whatever. The 14th Amendment kind of like erased all that shit. Because it turned all the states into federal territories. And I'm not even going to get into all that, but because that's a fucking mess. This is shit you're never going to learn in high school physics or high school civics class. That's for sure.
No, because that would undermine the narrative of the abolition of slavery being paramount to.
Yep. The Civil War was over slavery. That whole bullshit story. Yeah. Had nothing to do with slavery. I shouldn't say it had nothing to do with slavery, but slavery was like there was the reason, and slavery was like a derivative of that reason. But the fundamental reason was state versus federal power.
Yeah, and wouldn't the trading of slaves and the acquisition of slaves via commerce?
Yep, they were an article of commerce.
Yep,
exactly. That's the hook for everything. This is an article of commerce. This is why Federal Reserve notes are so fucking dangerous. Because anytime you use one, you're entering into commerce. And as soon as you do that, they have jurisdiction to do whatever the hell they want, right? They can pass laws, they can do whatever they want and say, here's the hook. Here's the minimum sufficient contact that I was just talking about, remember? Here's the minimum sufficient contact. You use our currency. You used a benefit that we provide. And because it's ours, we can dictate how that's used. And we can dictate the terms and conditions on how you use it. And since you use it, you tacitly agree to all the regulations and rules that go along with using our currency.
All right, I've got an idea. I want to know what anybody's initial reaction is to a couple statements. Let's say we were rewriting the Constitution, hypothetically. And I said, you have the right to not be murdered. just as a single example, establishing rights, and that was one of them. How does that sit with everyone? That one, for instance.
That's pretty obvious.
I would phrase it as a right to life.
I would phrase it as oppressive to erotic individuals.
I don't know what you just said.
I would say it is a
people who get off on death.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You said it's a non sequitur, Indio?
Yeah, because you can't kill what's already dead.
You have the right to
if you're
life,
talking about the
liberty,
citizen.
and the pursuit
So
of
the
happiness.
I'm
people-
confused.
Listen, I know you are, because when it says "we the people," who are those people? Those people are the states. They're not individual human beings. The people in the state. Listen. If you read the Constitution, the document itself, and you go all the way to the bottom where they signed, it says "witnessed by," and then it has "witnessed by representatives of the states." The people named in the document. The people that are the parties to the contract are the states themselves, not the people of the states, the states as an organization, right? Think of it like this. You have Walmart, Boeing, all these companies, right? And they all sign a joint contract, right? And the people in that contract are these corporations. And this is analogous to that, except for these people are the individual states, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. Those are the people. So this is just because there's a legal case that said no man, this is exactly what the court said, no man can sue for breach of the Constitution because he is not a party to it. The states are the parties, and only they may complain.
How does the state complain?
It would sue. Listen, it would sue in Article 3 court. That you would sue in the Supreme Court, basically, under the Article 3 clause.
So my silly little question was based on what if hypothetically, and I understand that not everybody's on board with this idea, it's just a hypothetical thing. What if we were to rewrite the Constitution and delineate rights based on the 10 Commandments?
So I would say
dangerous.
Instead of rewriting the Constitution.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Well, the Declaration of Independence, the first sentence or two, is about all we need to establish rights, at least in my opinion, right? It's we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and I would change the pursuit of happiness to life, liberty, and justly acquired property. And
right, so stop right there for a second. Stop right there. Based on what you just said, it's impossible in principle to create a document with the enumerated rights of an individual in totality. Would you not agree? In other words, we have unlimited 100%. Rights. It's impossible to codify them in a piece of paper.
Well, you could talk about it in general terms and cover it pretty well.
So I think that
the problem is what this does, if you follow this train of logic, it cedes the rights that you have to a codified document rather than retaining the rights that you have, and the documents only create restrictions on people infringing on the rights you have.
That's why
that's the difference between positive liberty and negative liberty.
Right. That's why I think the Declaration of Independence was very eloquently stated when it says, endowed by the creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and right. So it doesn't enumerate all of them, but it certainly establishes where the rights are garnered from, meaning where we are given rights. It's not from
they were.
the state.
We got granted certain rights by God just because we're alive and born here.
Which nobody can infringe upon, right?
That's the idea.
Well, see, let me hip you to this thing that used to exist, which doesn't exist no more. I was talking about this the other day about like sleeping on rights. So there used to be, and things that aren't used anymore, and like you're not going to be able to appeal to them anymore because human beings don't use them, right? So something called a writ of right. So there's rights that we know exist, right? That everybody recognizes, right? No one has a right to impede my travel. No one has a right to hurt me without compensation. No one has a right to like do these things. But because of what AI said, because rights are innumerable, right? They're infinite. Every possible iteration of right someone could claim. There's something called a writ of right. And if you wanted to proclaim some right that someone was infringing upon or didn't recognize, you would draft a writ of right and submit it to a court, right, for whatever that issue was. And you would create a new right, not a new right, a newly recognized right, a right that already pre-exists that the public or society did not take what they call legal cognizance of. Right, so there's always an option to make a new declaration through this thing called a writ of right. Like, hey, I wanted to like walk from here to there, and skip and jump rope instead of walk, and someone tried to stop you. You would create this writ of right, and that would basically be a declaration. I have a right to do this, and it would be on the other opposing party to demonstrate why you actually don't have that right through facts and evidence.
Correct, and couldn't you technically do this proclamation within the public domain, and if it's not contested within a certain amount of time, it becomes basically
you
law.
make a public notice, put it in the newspaper, like post it on the side of a wall, like wherever.
That's why anytime you see like signage for like a meeting of your local council over some certain project that's going to be done at an intersection or something like that, it always says posted, meaning blah 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 blah.
Exactly, because due process means notice and opportunity to be heard. So if somebody's doing something, like say someone has a beef with you, right? Some piece of property you own, your tree is falling into it, and they can summons you into court. And if you don't answer, they can do a public notice. And if you still don't answer after a public notice, the court's just going to hold you in default, and they're going to do whatever the other person wants. But there's a rationale behind this. The rationale behind this is that you don't truly have an interest if you're not protecting it. And a reasonably prudent person with possession of their faculties and is competent would be protecting their property. They'll consider it you abandoned your claim, right? And they're going to execute the other person's claim. So a public notice is enough. So if someone actually has an interest, in my example, skipping rope down the street, right? Someone has a legitimate interest in me not skipping rope, and I give a public notice and they don't respond to it, that's their problem, right? If they truly had an interest, they would have been paying attention
This is where we use that phrase a lot. Actions speak louder than words do. So you might say, well, I didn't have my chance to be heard. And they say, you were heard by not showing up. We heard you loud and clear. You don't care.
Yep, exactly.
Now, this actually happens a lot. This happens a lot in property law. It's called contract by estoppel. Now, contract by estoppel happens in other areas too, but it's very prominent in property law where you basically let your neighbor use a certain portion of land for like 30 years. Technically, it's on your side of the land. They go to sell their house, and they include that part of land as part of the sale. Then you say, hold on a second, that's mine. You know what the court's going to say? No, you let them use it for 30 years. It's theirs.
That's right. That's why it's substance. It's substance over form. The law always takes substance over form. It's what are you doing in action? It doesn't matter what your words are. So if it's like, and this is a common like fallacious thing, a verbal contract isn't worth the paper it's written on. Verbal contracts are binding if the parties act, right? So if me and you come into a verbal contract that like, I'll chop down your trees if you mow my lawn, right? If you mow my lawn, I can't just say, well, I'm not chopping down your trees because you don't have it in writing. No. I sat there and watched him mow my lawn. I did all these things. I never stopped them. I did, you know what I mean? I acquiesced to his part of the deal. I have to execute my part. The law isn't going to just assume you get free shit.
Yeah, but you go into Judge Judy's court, and she's going to go, And the guy goes, "Hey, we never had an agreement to do that." And you said, "Yes, we did." And he says, "No, we didn't." And then she's going to go, "You got something in writing you can show me?" And you go, "No." You know what I mean?
She'll also take the actions of the parties into account, because if you're acting as if the contract is enforced through your actions, if it can be inferred from your actions that you were acting like this is an enforceable contract, they are going to enforce that contract.
Yeah, I guess if he came over and mowed your lawn, there'd be no reason to do that unless you guys had an agreement.
Exactly. And why should the court go, "Oh, you didn't write it down, this formality, so the substance we're going to just ignore"? No, the courts are, like, for all the shit they get, the courts aren't fucked up because of the law's fucked up. The court's fucked up is because the people that are in the court, the lawyers and the judges, they're fucking criminals. The criminals are in court, and they're not in the defendant dock. Someone's got a serious hot mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's we're under this maritime admiralty law, which is pretty strange. It's like
the thing is, how did you get there? How did you get there? How did you go from the common law jurisdiction to the admiralty law jurisdiction? And that's, again, it's the actions of the parties. You did something which made whatever interaction under the jurisdiction of the admiralty law. You took insurance. You did something.
Yeah, got a driver's license that they demand you to do. Now you've committed yourself to this, that, and the other.
So going back to the enumeration of rights, or where rights stem from, I feel like in one reason for the strong push and indoctrination of an atheistic viewpoint is to kind of usurp the knowledge that was previously understood as to where rights came from, at least in my opinion, right? Because if you look at the founding documents, you look at the Declaration of Independence, and you don't believe that there is a creator or that there's a higher being, what does the statement even mean? That all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Yeah, the atheist world says there's no such thing. You have no God-given rights. You're now an animal of the state.
Right. So the state has the ability to dictate what your rights are and are not at any point in time, at any whim.
Yeah. Oh, here, check this out. This is how you're not a party to the Constitution. In 1871, they created a corporation called the United States, and it's owned by offshore foreigners, and when you tell on your tax report, it says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" and you say yes. Now you've just told the government that you work for a corporation doing business in the United States, so you are a franchisee of that corporation, and therefore you're not a party to the Constitution. It's a trick of word magic that people don't even realize. That's why they could just violate your constitutional rights, really, if whatever they have a little emergency or something, they could just say, "Forget it, your rights are gone right now. Listen to us now," because they just gave you the idea you had rights until they need to take them away. You don't understand that you're not even a party to the Constitution because you're a U.S. citizen, and they consider that an employee of a foreign corporation doing business in the United States. See how crazy that is?
Yeah. Have any of you guys read No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner, by any chance?
No treason, did you say?
No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner.
No, but it sounds interesting. The Constitution of No Authority. Why does the Constitution have authority?
There are also no trees in the ghetto.
There's what?
There are also, because he said no treason, and I said there are also no trees in the ghetto.
Oh.
No trees, I guess.
Some places have few trees in the city.
True.
Trees. Anyway, all right. Sorry.
So is this the point of this person's book that it's not even illegal to deny us constitutional rights because what?
Because the Constitution technically has no authority behind it.
Now, why? We all assume it does. Why wouldn't it? We call it the highest law in the land.
Right. So based on assumption doesn't necessarily make it true. But if you go along with it, it can become a reality, right?
Well, it's either the law or it is not the law.
Or it's either a right or it's a privilege that can be taken away. And right. I'm still looking for evidence where anyone was ever treated with something as a right.
Well, not all laws apply to you. How about that? It's a law, but if that law doesn't apply to you. Okay, so if you read the article, Constitution of No Authority, he goes through the reason how it does not apply to you. Because the people that signed it don't have the right to bind you for eternity. You didn't sign it. You're not a party to it. They signed it, and they have no right to bind you to it.
Yep, there's signatures on that document. Yours is not on there.
And it's listen, as I already said, they signed it as witnesses. They're not liable on it. They're actually not even parties to it in a sense. They just witnessed that the document was created. The only bare signature on it is George Washington's, who didn't represent any state now, did he?
I mean, the shit they've set up to trick us is insane.
So obviously India's read No Treason, the Constitution of No Authority. Right?
I doubt it.
Oh yeah, I've read it, and it was written written right at the Civil? I can't remember. It was written right before the Civil War, right? Was it right before or during? I can't remember. 1840?
Right after the Civil War is when all this nonsense kicked in.
1867 is when it was written.
So after the Civil War, basically. I think the Civil War ended in, I don't know, 1850s.
65, I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's around that same time. I mean, that's the point. Is like, Christ, that guy didn't end up locked up.
62 to 65. Yeah, that's correct.
It's just like when they let the Federal Reserve, the central bankers, in here. They're again the foreign corporation. They're not even allowed to be. What do you call it? What am I trying to say? They're not part of our government, and our government can't even mess with them. They can't audit the Fed.
Yeah, so I would say, those of you who have been interacting in this conversation would probably benefit from reading that book. It's fairly short. Actually, I don't know if I have a hard copy anymore. I think I gave it out, but it's a fairly short book, easy read.
I read the Law by Bastiat. That was a good one.
Frederick Bastiat, The Law. That's a good one too. I've read that. I might actually have it here too.
What is this? I have another book that is on my reading list. It is.
The law. Listen, if you want a total evisceration of the idea of government, read that, man.
On Social Justice by Saint Basil the Great. This is sitting beside my desk because I need to read it.
It's on your reading list.
Well, yeah, it's. I'm looking. I'm thumbing through it. I don't take very much time to sit down and read books, but when I do, I try to make them worthwhile or whatever.
Yeah. I don't often read books, but when I do, they're good books.
Exactly. Now, my wife recommended this one to me, On Social Justice by Saint Basil the Great. She said it was remarkable and very insightful.
Did you say social justice?
On Social Justice is the title, and yeah,
he was the first social justice warrior.
Yeah, except for the fact that it's not a cringe book.
Yeah, it's like real, thought and social justice.
Yeah.
Not just being a snowflake trying to
precisely, yeah,
tear the society apart, with an agenda.
It was from.
Yeah, the law is pretty amazing. There's so many laws. There's probably a million laws. If you got every law from every city and every county and every state and the federal law, it'd probably be a whole library full of books, Like, how many damn laws do we need?
Mm-hmm.
And then the tax law, forget it. That's so freaking complicated. I think you just have like a 10%, off the gross or whatever, or 10% tax, flat tax, and try to live on that. Don't stress everyone out with the taxes every year. It turns out that there's actually no law in existence that says you must pay income tax out of the wages that you earned. It's not even a law. Am I talking to myself over here?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, all right.
But I'm not the only one in the room.
Everybody's mic's turned off except like two people.
The income tax. Listen, the income tax law is not a tax on income. It's a tax that's measured by income.
That sounds like weasel words.
It is weasel words.
Because
I think about it. Like, say I had a tax on you driving up and down the street, but the way I was going to assess the tax, I was going to measure it by the number of trees in your yard. Right? That's literally what they're doing. They're saying this is a tax on something else, but we're gonna measure how much tax is by income and assess you based upon that.
Yeah, I think it's unconstitutional to tax people on their labor.
It's not constitutional to tax income. It's not, but they can measure it by income.
They established that once we let that central bank take over, and then same year, we got this other thing called income tax we need to get going.
Yeah, but it's like saying you can measure it with gravity, but it's not gravity.
Yeah, but check this out, guys. Check this out, okay? Nobody forced you to decide that your labor is worth United States debt notes. You opted in of your own free will to utilize their system. That's the way they see it.
I know,
you could have said my labor is worth. You could have said my labor is worth a good meal. You could have said my labor is worth 5 chicken eggs.
Yeah, but you can't pay your rent with chicken eggs.
Yeah, well,
that's not their problem.
You can't? Listen, listen to this. Okay, I'm going to be crude with you guys. This is how they see people like you. It is not my fault that you are too incompetent to negotiate freely your labor in exchange for chicken eggs, in exchange for rent. And you're too stupid and you need my debt notes to accomplish it. Not my fault.
Yeah, you came crawling here using my dollars. Now,
Yeah, you came crawling to me, Holmes, to use my dollars that I printed, and I'm going to tax you on the amount of dollars you use.
You went and got that job, and you knowingly took dollars as payment.
Now, check this out. You can argue fair, okay, that you didn't disclose all these terms, right? You didn't know all of these things. But you know what they're going to look at? Your behavior over time. Because your behavior over time is you use the system. So what are they supposed to believe?
You knowingly took those dollars, and then you spent them knowingly.
Yeah.
Now render unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, right?
Yeah, and ignorance of the law is no defense.
Yeah, the laws, they tricked you into everything, and they, put you in systems you never agreed to. It's up to you to figure it out.
You did agree to it through your actions.
Yeah, even if you didn't protest, that means you with silently consented.
Okay, check this out.
So,
check it out, Captain
also,
Dan.
income. Hold on. I just want to say one thing. Also, having income in the first place is a voluntary act. You don't have to make a profit. That is a voluntary act. You could charge less money so that you break even, right?
And well, then you can't live.
And you'd have no tax. Then you'd have no tax. If you don't have income, there's no income tax. When they go to measure it, it's a big zero. They said, this is your liability on taxes. Nothing. Right? So you look at what the deductible is for a single person, and you just make that amount of money. Boom. No income tax.
Exactly.
Well, who can live like that?
Well, that reminds me of that reminds me of one of the smartest things that Donald Trump ever said. He said, if you pay taxes and you don't take advantage of every loophole available to you, you're stupid.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, people get down on Donald Trump. Oh, he didn't pay enough taxes. Well, he's looking for every legal loophole. Or else I'll rape you.
Yeah, but anyways, Dan, to your previous statement, if you look in the live stream text, I posted that estoppel word. That's how they see your actions. It's a contract. Your behaviors is establishing the precedent for the assumed contract that they're going to hold you to. You don't get to then say, oh, no, I didn't do all of that. They're going to say, yes, you did. We saw it for the past 20 years of your life.
Yeah, if you claim, I forget how, I just read it. If you claim something different than all your past actions have shown that you do, they said it's estoppel.
Yeah, because keep in mind when you're going to have to quote unquote fight or put up a stink or whatever, who's going to come to your benefit, right? You're going to rely on somebody with power to act on your behalf. And if you're going to a court, they're going to have to judge you by the facts, and part of those facts is your behavior over time.
If you show a pattern of doing a certain thing and then they catch you almost doing it again, and you say, oh, I never do things like that. You see. That wasn't my intention. They go, well, look at all these other times you had that particular intention.
Yeah, I mean, all your registrations and your licensing is what ties you and binds you to the state, period, including registration to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those forms to, like, if you want to register to vote or get a driver's license, you have to make certain declarations. You declare you're a resident. You declare you're a citizen. You declare all this stuff, right? You declare you have a mailing address. So all these things have, they bind you legally in certain ways.
Ramifications in the future.
So then when you go into court and you say, yeah, exactly. When you go into court and you say, oh, I didn't know, or I'm not a resident, or whatever, like, well, you got a driver's license? Yeah. As soon as you say I got a driver's license, they know that they don't have to assume a whole bunch of shit. They already got their hook. They already have their minimum sufficient contact. As soon as you say you have a driver's license, you're hooked. And it's just a matter of reeling you in.
It's kind of like when you get involved in the court legal system and the courts and the jails, and once they get you, then when they let you out, they put you on probation, figuring you're going to come back and be a repeat customer.
Oh, that's right, man. Dude, like, that's why, man, they'll give you probation because they know, oh, we'll give him probation, we'll fuck up, then we'll send him to jail for like 3 months, and then he'll get more probation, then he'll fuck up. We're going to be puppeteering this guy for 10 years for jaywalking. Then you can't get a gun, then you can't vote. So basically, you're a dude that can't defend themselves and you can't change the system. So like, you're totally fucked.
I feel like they should just, once you've served your time, that's the end of the issue. Keep reporting back to people and taking piss tests and all this stuff.
Well, think about it. If you get convicted of a felony, not only you can't have a firearm and can't vote.
Stay away from certain people.
You can't even exercise a democratic right to, like, say you don't, like, hey, I want a gun. You don't feel it's fair that felons can't defend themselves with a firearm. You can't even change the system because you can't vote. So you can't even use the legal mechanisms that they prescribe to change rules that you don't like, which should be unconstitutional because you're supposed to have the right to petition your government. But you can't petition your government in any effective way if you can't vote. Right? What the hell do they care about you? You're not even participating.
You didn't commit a crime with a gun. I don't think they should take your gun rights away. That's silly.
And think about what they say about the revolution, right? That what they were rebelling against was taxation without representation. What happens when you take someone's right to vote away? You've taken away their right to representation, and they're just forever your slave because they did some act, and some felonies aren't even connected to an injury, right? So say I get caught with fucking a kilo of cocaine, now I got a felony. No one was hurt, no one was injured. And it's a mala prohibita law, so it's a law that they just decided by decree of the legislature that all of a sudden is illegal. It's completely unfair at every level, right? And it violates the very principles that they claim to uphold.
Called the criminal justice system, you see.
Yeah, but not all criminal acts are the same, right? So there's different types of criminal acts. There's
saying they're admitting that they're the criminals. It's criminal.
They are criminals. That's what I said.
System.
The biggest criminals in court are not where the defendant sits. They're in all the other seats.
Set this stuff up long ago. We were just born into it. And lucky if you're smart enough to ever figure half of it out, And in 100,000 steps, so it's so crazy, and you could never unravel it. That they said, well, if 1 in a million people figures this out, it's no big deal.
It's actually not that hard to unravel. Most people think that you got to know all the laws of the state to figure it out, and that's actually not true, because think of it like this, okay? So you have a club like the Fraternal Order of Eagles, and they have their bylaws and ordinances, right? Now say they kick you out of the club for violation of those bylaws and ordinances. Who is going to determine whether that was justified, right? You're going to go to some other court and sue because you're a member, so you can sue, that they kick you out in public. They breached their contract by kicking you out for a reason that's not a violation of one of their ordinances. So you sue them for that. So their law is going to be judged by some other law, right? Whether that law applies. So they're going to, you got to think of it so you have all these bylaws, but how those are decided is a smaller set of laws. And this is how laws, the legality of laws and rights are decided. They're decided under the common law, which is a smaller set of laws through which all the other laws are interpreted.
Yep.
Right? So what do the courts do? What does this claim the courts do? Courts interpret the law. They tell you what the law is. It is useless, completely useless for you to go, oh, what is the law regarding this, and looking it up on the in your local legislature's website, and then reading it and then interpreting it yourself. No, that's not how you do it. You get a copy of what's called annotated statutes, right? So there's the statutes of Massachusetts annotated. What that is it's the statute laws of the state, but it has the interpretation of the courts and what the courts say that law means, right? Because that's really what you need to know. What do the courts think that law means? Because it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It only matters what the courts think, right? So that's what you look that up. You don't look up the law. You look up the interpretation of the law. It's the same thing. Like if you go to court, don't look up the law. Look up the jury instructions on how to apply that law, right? Because that's what matters. How the law is applied.
Term again that you said, India. What's the name of the term?
Annotated statutes. It's ANNOTATED.
Well, I mean, generally, most laws should just.
If you go to Boston Public Library and copy, they have a copy of the ones from Massachusetts. In case you're wondering, I know because I've read it. I've read some of them. Obviously, it's like fucking 27 feet of wall space, but it's an alphabetical order, so that should help.
I mean, most laws are pretty obvious what they mean.
Not really. Because in certain words, shall, like, words like shall and must don't exactly mean what you think they mean.
Shall and must.
Yeah, shall, not, depending on the context shall is used in, sometimes it's compulsory, sometimes it's not. It depends on the context.
They use the word may. Said you jury,
yeah, sometimes may means must, and sometimes must means may. You got to remember, this is like legalese, dude. This isn't English.
When they send you a jury duty notice, it'll say something like, don't respond to this, you may get in trouble. Just write in the garbage if you don't want to go. They don't need to do jack shit.
And why do they say may? Because you have justifiable reasons not to go to jury duty.
Yeah, because it's not even legal to make you just drop what you're doing and go do that.
Well, there's a possibility that you're not a citizen, right?
Sure.
Right? So you can't be on jury duty. There's also the possibility that person's like your son or your brother. But obviously, you can't go to jury duty for them.
Or how about you say, hey, did you send that registered mail? They're going to know he sent a regular mail. You go, well, must have got lost in the mail. Fuck off.
Hey, if you guys ever want to get out of jury duty, just ask them what is their position on jury nullification, and it is okay if you talk about it among your jury peers.
That's why you go to jury duty, is to talk about jury nullification to the people there who are
exactly.
They'll shuffle you out of there so fast your head will spin. Do I get him out of here?
Look, in Orange County, when you go down for jury duty, there's like 200 people sitting around, and then they end up using about 5 of you. They just waste a bunch of people's time all day. So I mean, if you don't show up for that, they don't care. They got tons of people.
Yeah. It's a trick question, by the way. The fourth branch of government.
Media.
What?
The media.
No. The jury.
That's the third branch of government.
No.
It's called the judicial branch.
Nope. The jury
is so funny
is not
that media
is branch.
That media is the fourth branch of government. Where does that come from? Who says that? The media. I wonder why they say that, right?
Oh, they're the mouthpiece. They're the brainwashers to get
because they
all thinking the way they want you to think.
And they're trying to brainwash you into thinking that they have power and they're just as powerful as the government. And that's how important they are. Oh, we're the fourth branch of government. Why? Because we said so.
Wait, the CIA is the fourth branch of government?
It's the only branch of government, bro.
Yeah, they don't
The
even
branch
have
of
a branch
government
for
is the
those people.
stick that they beat you over the head with.
The CIA is the trunk.
Right. There's a big club and you ain't in it.
Did they use that to measure shadows too? That stick that they beat you over the head with?
Speak softly and carry a big stick.
Turn around, Earth's the globe. Watch the shadow of this hit your head.
I think Teddy Roosevelt said that. It was his negotiation tactics. He'll talk real nice to you, but he's got a big stick if he needs it.
I saw an awesome quote from somebody who said, everybody has to decide for themselves how much truth they can handle. Which I thought was a pretty cool quote. Especially for Globers. And I think that's the problem, is that they come in here and they don't have enough intestinal fortitude to actually handle truth.
It's worse than that.
Too scary.
It's worse than that. I believe that at times they see the truth of what we're saying, and at that moment they choose to cling to a lie. They see a truth and they go, "That's the truth," but their brain goes, "No, cling to the lie, prop up the lie, keep going."
Indio, next time a Glober comes in here, I want you to Jack Nicholson their ass.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah. You can't handle the truth.
Who ordered the cool run?
I want the truth.
Why Jack Nicholson?
Because he was in that movie he referenced.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
That's right. I ordered the, what is it called? The code red. You're goddamn right I did. Sanchez was a sack of shit. He wasn't deserving to be in my corps.
Gospelware, have you seen A Few Good Men?
He was a dirty Sanchez.
It's been
a dirty Sanchez.
It must have been a really long time. I was definitely thinking of a different movie. So yeah,
it's a good movie. It had like Demi Moore in it and Tom Cruise, and they were lawyers in the army, busting this big dickhead of a Marine, Jack Nicholson. He was on the front lines over there on the border of where was he stationed? Anyway, in the Marines they used to have a lot of pretty severe hazing, and some kid got killed from it. So,
he was on the front lines of Cuba. Okay,
Cuba.
Yeah. So, like that's kind of like the point of the movie is that the dude is so ate up by his own bullshit. He's in no danger at Cuba, but he's so brainwashed. He thinks the Cuban communist hordes are going to come over the freaking wall, and that if he doesn't beat this guy to death, they're weaker. Right? The point was to show that he's an ate-up military man that was completely delusional.
Yeah, he thinks he's, protecting the nation from all this evil stuff, and no one's really doing jack shit,
Yeah, the point was no one was actually even in danger in the first place.
Yeah.
In that he was justifying an immoral act when it was actually a futile act.
Yeah, it's like he actually endorses and encourages this kind of hazing where someone could get killed. And he thinks they deserve it if they did, because they're weak, and we can't have weak people up here defending America. And that's how we do it. And you don't even understand all that, because you're not a real patriot,
Yeah, if somebody needs to say me to add that to his Cleveland soundboard, it would be good to play for some of the Globers. You can't handle the truck.
Somebody posted the slap heard around the world up here. What do you guys think? That's fake or what?
I think we shouldn't talk about it because that's what they want us to do.
Fake Holmes.
Yeah, let's not even
One man
discuss
slap
it.
another man.
It only deserves one day of internet buzz. There's Jack Nicholson, full of rage. He wants to just kill this guy who's questioning his authority. He'd just like to rip his head off right there. And then he just at the end of this, he thought he could just get up and walk out with no consequences. He's like, "Hey, not so fast, buddy. You're going to jail."
That's why it's so real, right?
Yeah, right. As if these people actually go to jail. As if justice actually triumphs in the courtroom.
What?
What?
All right. Who killed the room?
I don't even know.
It was me. It was me. Definitely me. I spoke out.
If you smelt it, you dealt it.
So you killed the room, AI?
Yeah, you must have done it since you're the one that.
Oh.
No, AI can't smell.
We seem to have a distinct shortage of heliocentric model defenders coming here to profess their beliefs to us.
Where are
Wonder
they?
why.
I thought that they are like.
What's that?
I thought there was like tons of them and stuff.
Earth glob.
Yeah, I posted something over there to see what they thought of it. It was
Oh no, you went over
NASA.
there? Oh.
Yeah, NASA claims that they've contacted this 1979 Voyager 1 unit that's, supposedly on the outer edges of our galaxy, and they sent some sort of signal to it 13 billion miles away, and it responded and sent a signal back 13 billion miles. And these people just are like, what's so hard to believe about that? We can do that. I'm like, give me a goddamn break, man. They said they have radio telescopes. Radio telescopes. Then I said, well, why not just say it's 13 trillion miles away? Would you have a problem with that? They're like, no. Why not? What's to stop it? It's just like talking to people who believe in Santa Claus or something, the Tooth Fairy. Can I get an amen?
I thought somebody was gonna back you up there, and I just laughed because there was no answer.
Yeah, crickets.
I found it very sexist. Why didn't you say a woman?
Come on. I mean, doesn't that bother you? They're trying to say the 13 billion mile radio signal? Really? I mean,
Yeah, we all know it's complete nonsense, bro. I'm slightly disturbed by your sexism, though. Why didn't you say a woman?
what do you mean, a woman?
You said amen.
You said amen. I just find that very.
Oh, yes. Oh, a man and a woman. Yeah, I like that.
Saying amen in 2022 is just unacceptable.
Yeah, that got a cringe from me. So it's just the etymology.
Maybe you should go in your safe room and color or something for a little bit.
Give me a sec. I just need to cry. One sec.
Hug a stuffed animal.
Maybe I could get a stuffed animal to hug me. I don't know. Sorry, go on, Gospel.
Oh yeah,
I felt so excluded when he just said amen, so callously, just disregarding women of all ages.
Why come you don't have a tattoo?
Sorry?
It's just it's the scene from the movie
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy that comes to mind every time I hear something that's really stupid. I think of that guy asking that question because it's about the stupidest thing.
I know that movie's like prophetic or something.
Well,
I don't know.
But Rondo has electrolytes. I love that movie.
Mm-hmm. What the plants crave. What the plants crave. Oh yeah, how do you know that? Because it's what the plants crave. The level of critical thinking skills is not futurist. It's current.
Right, but what was the most salient point of the whole movie?
That the most stupid person could save the world?
Nope. That was a trick.
Well, technically the most average person, not the stupidest person. All right, go ahead.
Most salient point of that whole movie was the beginning, where it explains to you exactly what they're doing in the real world.
Ah, yes.
Which is all the intelligent, wealthy, good people aren't having kids, and all the stupid people are having kids. So eventually, the stupid people will inherit the earth.
Well, we got a lot of stupid people now.
That's an excellent point. I never thought about that movie that way. It's true.
Think about it. The Western world, there's almost zero nations in the Western world that have a positive birth rate. And all right, that's it. Background noise,
third
bro.
world is
yeah. So in the Western world, almost no nation has a positive birth rate, and some of them are below replacement, obviously, and some of them are near extinction, which basically means that their birth rate is so low that mathematically it's impossible to correct for 100 years.
Hmm.
So the Western world is essentially going extinct and being replaced demographically.
Yeah, by design.
By design, exactly.
And the second you point this out, you're a nasty racist, even though it's true.
Now, whatever your thoughts on the topic, the logistics of the facts of the matter is what they are. And that is that what's causing this is obviously the destruction of the family, but the first precedent of the destruction of the family is the liberation of the woman from the home into the workforce and from her children into the state.
Yep. Well, why do you
well, I just got to make it even more salient. Not only that, but the United Nations itself has a literal document that says, and of course, part of their goals is to help save the planet because people are so nasty and they're hurting the big bad, the big planet that we all love so much, that the number one way to depopulate a society is to empower women into the workforce for obvious logistical reasons. They have less children, and the children are then released for state control.
Yep. To then be brainwashed into the second generation of having no children.
Yep.
So it's almost exponential, yeah. The other thing that's interesting, though, is you'll notice that this has definitely worked better in Europe. I say better in very sour quotation marks. This has worked better in Europe than in America, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, I think that the population density of Europe is just a lot higher, and so they just cram people into cities, and people in cities don't want to have children. But second of all, I think that America seems to have held on to its, I don't want to say religious, because I think there are some negative connotations that I'm not trying to imply here, but I suppose I will say religious. It's definitely held on to its religious identity much better than the individual European nations have. And so I think if you want to kind of fight this destruction of your people off, then you'll have to keep hold of that as a bare minimum.
That map I posted, pretty interesting. This is a number based on per 1,000 persons. So, like the country of Australia, it says 12 out of 1,000 people are. This is the birth rate per 1,000 people. America, or the United States, 12. Brazil, 14. Canada, 10. Chad, 42. Mali, 42. Niger, 48. Sudan, 34. Angola, 43. Afghanistan, 37. China, 12. Russia, 10. Finland, 11. Spain, 9. The UK, 12. Ireland, 13. Anyway, you just hover over, and it's just kind of fascinating. Kind of fascinating. But go, which one was that? Niger. How about that? Those guys they're at the top of the list. They're having lots of babies. Did I lose a connection? Or yeah. All right.
You didn't lose nothing. I'm still listening to you.
We're all absorbing that information, Gospel. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a pill. Especially when you consider India and China, the alleged highest populated countries in the world. And you got India is showing 18 and China is showing 12. And then you look at some of the lower populated, as far as I understand it, Africa's population is fairly low. Of course, they have a much lower overall life expectancy and all that. But their birth rate is quite a bit higher. Quite a bit.
With the general message here is, if you're a critical thinker, have as many kids as you can, because you're up against some mighty odds from the stupid people, to put it generally.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, the data on that website is all from 2020. I'd be interested to see 2021's data. And the source of their information is from the CIA World Fact Book. That's not peculiar.
Nah, it's just a quinky dink.
No. I mean, the CIA have no reason to lie to anyone. They wouldn't lie, would they?
I think they have a pretty good track record of doing that thing they do. Whatever that is, you know.
Being central, having intelligence.
Yes. Centralizing their intelligence here, so that we got to keep everything above board. I'm going to post the link to cia.gov/the World Fact Book, where the very first picture is a 3D rendering of a ball, and then the very next picture is a 3D rendering of a globe showing an illuminated nighttime United States of America.
Awesome.
And then a desert. And then rocks. It's just special.
Are they complicated rocks?
These rocks look pretty simple, actually. They're all very round. It's almost as if they really like round things at the CIA here, because their logo is like some kind of mandala thing, like a spirograph in the upper left corner. And then they've got the ball, and then they've got the globe, and then they've got the sand, which is just a bunch of little, balls of sand, and then the rocks, which are ball. I don't know. Lots of balls on their page. Lots of balls and circles.
I wonder what happens when they get itchy. Really? Nothing?
When it kind of cut off. When they get itchy, is that what you said?
That's what I said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, they have a dance for that. Yeah, at this point in time, there's a dance for everything. Even if that dance has the same name, there's a dance for everything. The name of the dance, of course, here. I'll post the dance in the chat. Okay. Here we go. Yes. There it is. That's the dance that everybody's doing. See, I'm not good at dancing.
That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. That's what I've noticed. And I'm not a good dancer, and I just don't want to do that dance in particular. I mean, I'll maybe learn another dance, maybe, just not that dance.
Well, gospel, you can dance if you want to, and you can leave your friends behind anyway.
Everybody, do
Okay.
the globe hokey pokey.
But if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine.
They're no friends of mine. Thanks, quiet noobs. Good post.
We can go where we want to.
That band was it Men Without Hats?
Men Without Hats. Yeah.
On a different song of theirs,
What does that mean?
They're set on a flat Earth model. I can't remember the name of the song, but maybe somebody remembers it. The whole video, he's dancing around on a flat Earth model.
We can go where we want to. You can leave the globe behind.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Men Without Hats, Earth.
It's another one of their popular songs. I just can't think of what the name of it is right now. But the whole video said him dancing around on a flat Earth thing. Anyway. Pop Goes the World. Look that one up. That's what it's called. Pop Goes the World.
He said, I master this dance. Do I have to say that I'm being euphemistic? Okay. Napalm found it. So what's the song?
Pop Goes the World, right?
Yep, Pop Goes the World.
Bro.
You pop the globe, you flatten it out, stand on it, and sing a song.
I thought you were talking about having a Nagila.
Men Without Hats doing I'm gonna watch this.
There's also Fine Young Cannibal.
Bruh.
Are you talking about Spandu Ballet?
Just watch that video. Like within the first few seconds, there's an inflatable globe in the background and then a question mark, while bubbles are floating all around him.
Yeah, that video's got a lot of nuggets in it. I remember watching it like 3
I
or 4
wonder
years
what they're insinuating.
Yeah. Just like that Annie Lennox video where she's spinning the globe for the first 2 minutes of the video or whatever.
Oh my gosh.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
Sweet dream, yeah.
Who am I to disagree?
Yeah, who am I to disagree?
Look at the snowman in that Men Without Hats video.
So when you watch the video, he's singing kind of up on a stage setting, and there's a inflatable globe behind him, and then the word pop, and he jumps down onto an AE map.
And invites other people to come with him. Throughout the video, he keeps on inviting others to join him.
What a nice young gentleman he is.
And is the snowman on the drums insinuating some sort of snow globe?
Oh man. I posted the lyrics in the chat too.
Is that my mind just being too far down in this rabbit hole to make that stretch? Snowman, snow globe.
Look at his trousers. They didn't make skinny jeans back then, did they? They got to be leggings.
No, jeans were super tight.
Oh yeah, of course they were. What am I thinking?
There's globes all over the place in that video. That is the creepiest looking snowman too. And then the world explodes at the end in confetti. Wow. 1987.
It's amazing how many little clues were either intentionally or unintentionally put there right in our face, but zipped right on by me at the time, you know.
Yeah, most people would have been like, it's about pop music. It's about everybody in the world going for pop music. It's a pop band.
Oh, someone needs to be unmuted, I guess.
No, it's not. Oh, thank you. Hey, listen, we were just talking about that song. You can dance if you want to. You guys remember it was called "You Can Dance"? That's the chorus. You can dance. You can dance.
Yeah, Safety Dance by Men Without Hats. We were just talking about it, yeah.
Yeah.
We're actually talking about another one that's... anyway, go ahead.
It was You Can Dance. Am I right or wrong?
I don't know.
No, it was We Can Dance. We Can Dance.
Safety Dance.
The name of the song is Safety Dance.
Safety Dance.
Yeah. I'm talking about the lyrics now.
I know.
You can dance.
The Mandela effect.
Mandela effect incoming.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying, don't you guys remember it that way? You're all going, no, it was we. Okay.
I think he says both at different times during the song, but don't even Mandela it.
Oh, he says both now. Maybe I'd have to check the lyrics on that one. Well, I mean, if it's been Mandela affected, the lyric page will also say we.
Is Lou in the room?
Lou probably just came in because somebody said Mandela.
No, he's been here all day.
I know, I just give him shit about the Mandela effect. So let me ask you a question.
Somehow I become like the house authority on the Mandela effect.
Why do you got to pick on my buddy, man? Why you got to pick on my friend, man? Even more.
It's my job.
If anybody brings it up, so do I. They bring me up. So, like,
That's like saying, gee, there's no such thing as chemtrails. Oh, those big X's in the sky, those are just from jet planes. Yeah.
So since we're on the topic of the Mandela effect, right? What is the people who in the room who think that this may be a thing? What is the point? What do you think that it represents? What is your conclusion based on this story of the changing of reality, allegedly?
Before we go down that, I just want to tell a shit joke if I can. Did you guys know that there's an alternate reality where Lou isn't the go-to guy for the Mandela effect?
Say that again. There's a little too much background noise, Captain Dan.
Okay, hang on.
Mute yourself when you're not talking, please. Go ahead. What'd you say, Crypto?
Yeah, who muted that kid?
I said that there's an alternate reality where Lou isn't the go-to guy for the Mandela effect.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it just depends. Before I answer that question for you about what it all means, can you explain creation for me?
Well, I just know in my previous memories, Lou wasn't the go-to for the Mandela effect.
I just want to know what a woman is.
I could take my swing at it. My answer would be the
be careful.
The coming into existence. I try to when I define things, I try to simplify them with the least amount of words so as to not lend to confusion. That is how I would describe that word in the most concise way.
Word?
You had a follow up to that, Lou?
Oh no, it was actually more rhetorical. It was back towards Nate. Which one of you asked me? You know, like Napalm. What it all meant. Napalm, yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you're asking for me to solve it for you and then tell you what it all means.
Oh. Do you?
That's not much to ask, is it?
I've had that same question many times. Like, okay, so what's the point? So the point is that there is no point?
No, the point here is that nobody fucking knows. Why are you asking me?
Oh.
I was just wondering if the people that push this and promote this idea, if they have any type of insinuation as to what it may mean or any type of overarching kind of idea of what the whole thing could.
I'm pretty sure they've known for a very long time. Like, actually thousands of years, like generations of families, literally like full families saying to their family, we are going to be number one forever, right? Because we have this story that we came up with, our family came up with it a long time ago.
No, hold on, Justin.
Keep going.
Justin, it's getting all mushed up now. So the question was about the Mandela effect, and then I was being rhetorical and I asked, before I answer that, can you explain to me creation? You know, like how it happened. It's something that you probably don't understand. You're not going to be able to explain it to me very well.
No. Mine was like is the story that just The
Yeah,
story
it was just so we weren't talking really about creation or anything, is what I'm saying now, and that's kind of what I think where you're going.
He was using it as an example to demonstrate that there's no way to answer that question.
Yeah, exactly. My point. Thank you.
Yeah, as for the Mandela effect, how it's being done is a complete mystery to me.
Yeah. So I would still position on the side of non-declarativeness.
Yeah, well, I declare that I remember what I remember, so that's
You said
number
how
one.
it's being done. I dispute that anything is being done.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I have not yet been able to adequately refute it with logic, unfortunately.
So how it's being done is,
I mean, there's like a lot of people that remember Ed McMahon handing out big novelty checks to the winner of the Publishers Clearinghouse, and now that doesn't exist, but we all saw it. We got the mail with Ed
I
McMahon's
saw that, but I
picture
think
on
they're
it.
covering that up. I really do.
It's just one of those tons
Oh,
of
this is a
Mandela
great
effects.
example. I love this. The same people who deny say the Mandela effect isn't real. There's nothing happening. It's a psyop. Also go, okay, but Ed McMahon did work for Publishers Clearinghouse and hand out giant checks. There's just some other fucking psyop going on, not related to the Mandela effect. To freaking dude, is anybody here not have a memory at all of Ed McMahon, big checks, Publishers Clearinghouse? Anybody? Seriously?
I don't have any memory of that.
Why
It was
does
a pretty long
why does
time
Ed
ago, though.
McMahon have to have anything to do with it?
It's just one example of a Mandela
Walking
effect.
around.
Just one.
And
I got somebody who said, "Yeah, I remember that totally." I mean, look at the Monopoly game. If you played Monopoly, it's been around forever. We all remember the Monopoly man had a monocle. Now he's
We're
never
going
had a
all
monocle.
out. We're doing this, Napalm. Yeah.
You tell me what's going on. Do you remember?
Why do we have to do this?
Anybody else remember a monocle on a Monopoly man?
You mean the monocle on the Mr. Peanut Man?
That's not what I said, is it?
I know. I'm giving you a context for why you thought that a rich man with a top hat had a monocle.
Because I could see it in my mind's eye. I
Brace yourselves. Somebody's going to say that you're confusing Monopoly with Mr. Peanut. It's coming.
They already did.
I just did. And I posted pictures of Publisher Clearinghouse references. Publishers Clearinghouse obviously does the big check thing or big, yeah.
Yeah, but it never happened. But according to the history now,
they say he never worked for them, never happened.
I'm not talking about Ed McMahon. I'm talking about the pictures I'm putting in chat.
Yeah, there's still a Publishers Clearinghouse, but that's not the point.
Yeah, look at the big checks.
Wasn't there just...
Yeah, that's not the point. The point is that they say Ed McMahon never worked for them and never handed those checks out.
Yeah, but who's Ed McMahon?
Oh my God, forget about it.
He's a game show host. You looked at him every day on a game show.
No, I saw him more often in the mailbox. I saw him way more often in the mailbox than I saw him on
Johnny
TV.
Carson. Give me
commercials for this all the time.
Wasn't there just a spoof on The Tonight Show or whatever when Johnny Carson was hosting where they just spoof Ed McMahon with a Publishers Clearinghouse check or something like that?
That's why they spoofed it, because it's not true.
Yeah, it was part of. They did do some kind of gag on there.
Something called Prize Patrol.
Because that's how he was so well known at the time, was for doing that shit.
Or they're calling him old in some way, shape, or form?
No. That wasn't it. It was just because that was his gig. That was the thing that he was doing at the time, was Publishers Clearinghouse. And when he came on to the Carson show, they made a gag out of it.
You mean American Family Publishers, the company that he actually...
No, dude. Yeah. So now it's American Family Publishers he worked for, which seriously nobody ever heard of until they looked up the Mandela Effect. What do you mean he didn't work for Publishers Clearinghouse? I never heard of American Family Publishers until I looked into the Mandela Effect on this.
Yeah.
It's never even been a fucking thing.
It's something that you either see or you don't see. I don't know. There's no convincing anybody.
Yeah. And then
Publishers Clearinghouse was the main rival to his company.
Yes.
Right?
And it was the more popular because it was the one that paid way more money in advertising and got in everybody's face. And his wasn't known as American Family Publishers. It was known under a different name.
It's hilarious watching you guys ball-tard your way around this stuff.
Yeah, it's called Publishers Clearinghouse.
It's called providing evidence. It's a weird thing called providing actual evidence as opposed to thoughts and ideas that you're conveying from your memory. It's weird about that weird thing called evidence.
And the idea that somebody stopped time and then went and changed it all is crazy. I don't care what you say about it. On either side of it, that's still
Well, of course, that's the totally bizarre thing about it.
I just had a Mandela effect that we never even talked about the Mandela effect, and let's talk about something else.
I remember that one.
You just demonstrated that you don't understand what the Mandela effect is. Now we got to do it all over again.
It's a memory false equivalency between what Ed McMahon did, right? He had commercials for his company where he basically did the same thing as Publishers Clearinghouse.
No, he just is an employee of a company, a front person, a celebrity spokesperson, that's all.
My bad. Thought I was talking, sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were talking.
He's not an employee of them.
His company had commercials on television. Stuff very similar to Publishers Clearinghouse. Publishers Clearinghouse had the big checks. Johnny Carson spoofed him by giving him a Publishers Clearinghouse check, I'm pretty sure, at some point in time, as like a joke. And these people that are equivocating two different memories as one look at that as proof that Ed McMahon worked for Publishers Clearinghouse because Johnny Carson...
Everybody remembers Ed McMahon working for Publishers Clearinghouse, but they all got it wrong because they watched that one moment on Johnny Carson.
Because he worked for a similar company, Lou, and he had commercials. So did Publishers Clearinghouse. It's pretty easy to equivocate these two things.
I've never seen a commercial for American Family Publishers in my life.
Here you go. I'm posting pictures in the chat. Apparently, somebody's photoshopping him in there. No, it's a different picture. Is it different? It's not different. It's the same thing. Are these?
I can see him right now. They go to the front porch, and one guy's holding the check, and one guy's got balloons, and they ring the doorbell, and the old lady opens the door and has the shit fit, and it's let out, so a big whoop-de-doo time, and it made an impression on the viewers at home. I would love to have man come to my house and give me $1 million.
She's been in the Publishers Clearinghouse for over 20 years, and I asked her who's the guy that walked around, and she said Ed McMahon. It was amazing how she said. I didn't say it. She said it.
It's like common knowledge, They used to run commercials for this all the time.
When Mandela's itself out of existence, I'll give you guys like $50. How about that?
I don't even know what you just said.
Yeah.
I know you sound like an insane person when you try to tell people things are changing. I realize it sounds crazy.
Well, the problem is you're just misremembering things because Ed McMahon did work for a company. I think he might have even owned it, American
Give
Family
it up,
Publishers, that did a clearinghouse, and he did have commercials on TV, and you did receive mail from that company, but the commercials were different than the people walking up to the door and presenting checks. The fact
Well,
that
that's the one I'm talking about.
clearinghouse and a publisher's, right, is why people equate the two as the exact same thing, and then 30 to 40 years later, when they come back to it and they think about it, they think Publishers Clearinghouse, oh yeah, that was Ed McMahon. No, you're just associating the two because they were very similar in the past.
Dude, there wasn't two of them in the past. There was only Publishers Clearinghouse. There was no American Family Publishers. There was no fucking competition there. There was just the one. I've never seen anything ever having to do with American Family Publishers in my life, except for once I looked into it and said, what do you mean Ed McMahon didn't
I
do
know about it. It was there. I know about it.
So, because you can't remember it.
He did another thing where he was working for a check cashing place or something like that. He did a commercial for that, and he did a rap where he talks about delivering big checks, and he knocks on the old lady's door. And he says, "Hey, I'm really hard up for cash. Remember I gave you that big check? I'd like to have it back." And she slams the door on his face. This was his thing, man, the big checks.
Let's
call Ed Big McMahon Check was a gag. You know, Ed McMahon became like the big check guy. You know.
Yeah.
So something is going back and creating articles of incorporation for American Family Publishers, creating videos that were commercials that never existed previously. For what reason? And how is this taking place?
I said I don't have
it's time travel,
an
dude.
answer for that
it's
whatsoever.
The warp in space-time.
I wish I did, but I would just be guessing at things I don't understand. I mean,
but why does it always seem to happen to these things that are very easily confused, right? Even when you talk about the line in Star Wars where lots of people say, Luke, I am your father. The line is, no, I am your father. But later on, you have a movie called Tommy Boy, and he's talking into a fan going, la, 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 Luke, I am your father.
Yeah.
So now you implant the memory of Luke, I am your father.
No.
10 or 15 years after the original.
No, so we saw Tommy Boy.
Well, there also was the accident where they made one of those toys that actually did say that. That was the problem.
When we saw Tommy Boy, the reason that was funny is because we all knew that line from the movie. Because he's making a funny space voice by talking to the fan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, nobody's going to tell me I remember wrong of you.
Residue and
you think I saw one Johnny Carson's? You think I see one Johnny Carson spoof on an idea, and then I invented my mind seeing these commercials and seeing Ed McMahon go to people's door with a big check. So I mean, how do you defend that? We'll have to agree to disagree.
I've had conversations with childhood friends, right, where we're going back over memories, and I have a memory in my head of something that took place with a different color of a vehicle or somebody owning a different color of a vehicle and this situation that we're in, right? And I've had this in my mind for whatever. When I bring up the memory, the car is blue. Then I have the conversation with my friend. It's happened 30 years ago. We talk it out. Oh, the car was red. Oh, you know what? You're right. Now I have this other memory that pops into my head. of that same person with that same car, and the car's red. That makes sense. He's right. I was wrong. I just had a false memory of it. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen all the time where like almost everybody has the exact same false memory.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we used to all know Oscar
People
Mayer.
can be easily
hot dogs
swayed,
list.
right? Like if you haven't thought of something like Jif peanut butter in a very long time, and somebody says, "Hey, wasn't it Jiffy?" Yeah, maybe your mom called it Jiffy because it was fun to say, but it was always Jif. You might look at that person who's brought up this memory that you haven't thought about in a very long time, and you're like, "Oh crap, it was Jiffy," and then they've implanted something in your mind that can, in your mind's eye, change the reality that you believe was taking place. Not the actual fact that it's Jif peanut butter, not Jiffy.
Look, this is actually a psychological phenomenon that's well documented. I posted a link in there. You actually create a false impression to yourself of a memory enough times, and it creates a memory for you that actually occurs after the date of the original claim of when the memory originated, but you perceive it in the future as if it's a real memory that you've always had, and you can't tell the difference.
It's kind of like you have versioned a document within your document management system of your brain, and anytime you look back at it, you see the most recent version, even though it's not the original version, and the most recent version may be incorrect. I don't know how to better explain that.
Are you telling me, Napalm, that you never came to discover that you were wrong, that you didn't think Ed McMahon also delivered big checks, that he was the one who did it? You're just now going with the evidence that you looked up? Is that the case? Because that's how this usually goes. Because I bet you had that memory. You're just denying it.
I don't have a solid enough memory of that.
Oh, so no, you don't have a good enough memory about it. All right.
I remember Ed McMahon and Clearinghouse. I don't remember him going to the stores with checks. I remember people doing that. I don't remember him specifically doing that.
He's the one who started that. After he retired or quit from doing that, then they started sending the what did they call it? The prize patrol, I think.
Weren't the majority of these in our formative years?
Sorry, what was that?
From what I could tell, the majority of them are from the formative years. Well, at least in my life. Like I would say very young.
Most of these are things that people are clinging to from their just nostalgic kind of things, from their childhood or whatever. I'll give you that. That does seem to be a lot of them.
I will say this: I have memories that are clear as day of physical locations in my life when I was young that are actually, upon reflection, amalgamations of two different buildings composed into one building. But I clearly remember myself in that building. So we had a farmhouse that had a hole in the floor. We could actually look through and see the lower floor in this one section. And somehow I remember that being in the house that we had after the farmhouse. It's clear as day to me, but I know for a fact that it's two different locations now looking back at it. But again, I was like, let me see, no more than 5 years old. And I got a memory of my brother being an infant at the next house after the farmhouse. But before in the farmhouse is when he got injured by riding a bike into a radiator. So I actually have like the age of him at 2 different ages, even though he was a different age at the previous house. I don't know why I remember it that way. I just knew.
You're using it as proof of your memory being false. But I know this is wild and out there. I'm not saying I believe it. But how could you not be certain? Like, what if this shit is real, and what if somehow you've gone back and forth between 2 very similar realities? Like, what if, like, how the fuck would you know?
Well, my worldview, reality is grounded by God, who upholds reality by the word of his power. And it's based on his constancy. So in order for this stuff to be happening, you'd have to be getting one over on him, in my opinion. So in my worldview, that's a very tall order to accomplish. On the other hand, it would work very well towards synthesis of the flat Earth, globe Earth hyper-dimensional omniplane, which I've already floated the idea for years now. That'll be the ultimate synthesis, is that the Earth is a subjective render to the individual, just like subjective morality, subjective theism. Now we have subjective objective reality itself. Everything's subjective. It just is what you think it is. Which is why we don't have as many globers in here anymore. Because they know that synthesis is moving forward till where eventually flat Earth and globe Earth will just become something new, and that'll be mainstream consensus narrative, and they can just wait for that to come, and then they can laugh at us. Like fight the flat Earth. Why fight it? It's just going to be synthesized into the mainstream narrative later on. Why fight? Just enjoy your life.
Can I say you unfortunately have a good point there, AI?
Yeah, definitely on point. I feel like that could be an objective of getting people to believe that reality can be changed. It's possible simulation, subjective reality, subjective morality, nothing matters. To me, it all falls under the same kind of ideas and concepts, right? As something very similar to we're a nowhere planet in a unsuspecting corner of an ever-expanding universe, and we are of no importance or relevance, and we have no agency over the world that we live in.
Wait, a second ago, you said something about them working the flat Earth subject into mainstream propaganda or such. I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on how exactly they do that.
Well, we already know that, relativistic physics warps space and time. We know that the Earth is experienced as flat, yet modeled as a globe. We actually already had one glober, famous glober, Rumpus, have a mental breakdown in this regard, where when he was demonstrated that the geometric horizon that he claimed existed is essentially just an optical phenomenon, and so essentially you have Schrodinger's horizon, where it is or isn't physical at any given time. His brain snapped, and he basically said, if this is true, I cannot trust reality anymore. Rather than concede that the Earth would be flat, he just said reality itself is up for grabs. If you have a world 1 second. So if you have a world that's subjectively to you one thing, but objectively something else simultaneously, and they mutually are exclusive to each other, well, then you just must throw out everything and just say, well, I don't even know what reality is anymore. And then somebody can put in a completely new idea and synthesize the two paradigms for you and then give you a new answer, which is what they did with Einsteinian physics, right? They came up with this whole new way that the universe works, right? And what's been floated nowadays, right? Like, what's one of the most popular stories that captivated the hearts and minds of the general public? The universe that was created in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is now shifting to the multiverse, right? So that's the idea that they're going to float, because remember, the multiverse is the ultimate excuse that all these people have, all these inconsistencies within our universe. Oh, well, it's just a permutation of the probabilistic multiverse, which there's absolutely no evidence for, right? But if you got the Mandela effect, and if you got the Earth measuring flat, but it's still a globe because we already know it's a globe, then what do you end up with? You end up with a synthesis of multiverse theory and simulation theory, with a subjective render to the subjective entity, which is you, the observer, at any given time. So just like in a video game, where you're in a game world with other players, each player's world is rendered on their home system to them as they're viewing it. The parts of the world that aren't rendered just aren't rendered. This also coincides with quantum physics and some of the metaphysical, philosophical ideas that come from the idea that the conscious observer affects or manifests reality. So the answer then isn't whether the Earth is a globe or flat. The Earth is just an experience in the sentient mind, subjectively. Moving, again, towards subjective everything, which is the way the philosophy has been going in the past, in the mainstream anyway.
So I kind of understand what you say, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I don't really see how, with what you just said, it really puts in the option or part of the plan of actually telling people that the Earth measures flat. Like you were saying, like, oh, putting the idea in people said, oh, we somehow, some way know it's a ball, we know it's a globe anyway, but it measures flat, and like I don't see how that would work.
Well, if you take a game world, right, and the overarching world is a self-looping world where you can go around it in a circle and end up back where you started, does that mean that each individual instance of everybody playing in that massive online multiplayer game, that it needs to render the entire world at once? No, it doesn't. It only needs to render what you see. And it will almost always render it in a matrix that's just an XYZ coordinate system with a flat, planar world. Very few systems actually use a circular or spherical world. So it's just rendering to you at the local level as flat and stationary. But in the system, it is, right, heliocentric, expanding Big Bang cosmology, or whatever else they shift it to. Because look, check this out. People are already abandoning the Big Bang in physics. They think that the Big Bang is trite and antiquated, and they basically consider the universe as being a state after what they would have thought the Big Bang was a precedent for. So, the Big Bang is going all the way back to a singularity, right? What if the universe began at a point past the Big Bang, and all this idea of going back to the Big Bang is just retro-engineered mathematics that really has no basis in reality? So basically, they start off with the universe, let's just say, for lack of a better term, 1,000 years after the Big Bang, and that's the universe that popped into existence, out of the quantum foam, no less. Of which entire universes pop in and out of existence all the time. Here a universe, there a universe, everywhere a universe. Now, this sounds silly, but this is what top physicists are positing as ideas to explain our reality and some of the inconsistencies of what we experience. It's like to them, these inconsistencies, like Mandela effects, or is the earth flat or round, or how do we understand subjectivity versus objectivity, all these contradictions are answered by a multiplicity of universes where every possibility is possible, and we just happen to live in the magical one that has them all coincide for intelligent life or whatever. Now, to be fair, you're wondering, that doesn't really sound very coherent, and it's kind of gobbledygooky, and that's true, it is. But it doesn't matter. It only needs to satisfy a change at the current moment. Because, like, even Einsteinian physics is wonky, and a lot of people don't like it, and a lot of people are against it. And even when it came out, people were writing papers and giving lectures that it was stupid. But it did become the mainstream status quo, did it not?
Yeah, but what about these globers, these firm globe believers, whether on Discord or in other places, that are, so insistent on saying, when I ask them, do you know of any time anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And they say, oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's this, we took this thing and we put it over here and we put that over there. We measured this angle and there's that angle. It's, there's so many of these things and they're all just not measurements, That's the thing. They think in their heads, they convince themselves, or someone's convinced them that they're measurements. They're not fucking measurements of arc segments of the alleged globe Earth. They're not that, But they're sure of it, that they are, or at least they seem pretty sure. And there's a lot of people out there that fall into this category. So I'm just wondering, if they were to say on the mainstream news or something, oh, the Earth is a ball, the Earth is a planet, but it measures flat. I don't know where these people would be. They just, their heads explode? I don't know.
Well, what happened when they introduced Einsteinian physics? In order for it to make sense, they had to introduce an extra dimension, right? They had to basically tell you, hey, everyone, guess what? We proved an extra dimension to our reality. And then they give you the whole flat world, 2D man versus 3D man explanation, how you couldn't understand it and you never could, because you're only a 3D person that can't understand 4D, right? So the next level is going to be 5D. And they're going to give you a whole bunch of equations for it and be like, oh, the same mumbo jumbo all over again. And look, they may abandon the classical heliocentric paradigm in totality and come up with something that's similar in some respects, but, different enough. But the point is they're always coming up with these extra things that can't be quantified or tested or measured and can only be explained or calculated or mathematical jargonized to explain why we experience what we experience. Now, of course, what they're ultimately trying to explain is consciousness, because that's the one thing that they have no tangible way of explaining in a materialistic paradigm.
You're really breaking this down very well, AI. I appreciate it. You're saying things that I have in my head, but I haven't been very good at articulating. And then I think anybody who is in this topic and also contemplating the Mandela effect, you should understand at least the principle of what subconsciously can take place when you feel like you're in a nowhere planet, middle of nowhere, nothing matters, we're just a speck in an infinite amount of specks, you're meaningless, right? It's a very similar concept as to what the idea of the Mandela effect can do to you subconsciously, right? Breaks down the basis of your reality, which leaves you open for deception, at least in my opinion.
Well, I think about it this way. If there's no objective standard for which you can base knowledge or verification of past events upon, then the only thing left is your subjective experience. And so again, you can see how it's moving everything towards subjective verification, whatever I feel is the truth. Now, that does seem correct at first glance, but again, where does that take us in the end?
Yeah, well, we already see a very large shift towards, like moral relativism, which would be like subjective morality, right? We've seen a huge shift over just my lifetime to where most people fall under this moral relativistic view, and it there's a lot of side effects to that. At least,
yeah. And if external reality can't be trusted to inform you of any of those things, then all you're left with is your own internal faculties. What you have to ask yourself: can I even trust my own? Can I trust reality? Can I trust my own memories? Can I trust my own thoughts at all? Do I even exist? Am I thinking or am I not thinking? Am I just a complicated rock having a delusion of grandeur?
Yeah, and I feel like when your brain is in this kind of mind state or this type of thinking, you're certainly more open to other people telling you what is or is not your reality. Meaning authoritative figures are more, it's more easy for them to implant the ideas they want you to believe are objective, even though they are undermining it by convincing you that everything is subjective. If that makes sense.
Correct. The one objective truth is that everything is subjective.
And when you think everything is subjective, you're easily guided towards conclusions based on outside influence that's not of your own faculty.
Yes, especially when you've decided that your decisions are your own and haven't been interfered with by external sources. You've come to this truth. You've had a realization. You've had an epiphany. You've figured it out. Not that you were manipulated your entire life into exactly this result. Very hard to tell the difference sometimes. To be honest, who came upon the idea that the earth is flat on their own? Or was it given to you by an external source from the mainstream?
I kind of did, but I didn't.
How so?
Just my complete lack of understanding of the heliocentric model. One day when I was out surfing, looking at the moon as the sun was coming up, and I was looking at what I perceived was an incorrect geometry for what I thought the phases of the moon at that point in time were caused by the interference of the Earth being in between the sun and the moon, right? Because it'd been a while since I'd even thought about that, and I was like, wait, this doesn't work out. And then I went back and studied. I'm like, oh, that's right, because it's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon that causes the phases. It's just the reflection of the sun on the moon. And then I started looking into, okay, well, how did we figure out the distance to the sun? How did we figure out the distance to the moon? I started getting these circular arguments that all kind of depended on one another and circularly supported the whole narrative. And I was like, this doesn't make sense. We have to assume the size of Venus in order to get the distance to the sun, but how did we know the size of Venus? Right? So I went down this whole thing.
That thought completely occurred organically with no outside influences.
Correct. This would have been around 2013. And then I was doing some research into it, and then the mainstream stuff started to come into play. So obviously there was eventually an influence there. But as far as the thought initially being planted, it was through my own investigation.
Sure, but I will submit to you. I will submit to you that organic epiphanies about this topic are very, 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 very to the umpteenth power rare. So rare that it's inconsequential. The majority of the reason why most people are into flat Earth today is because of some mainstream media outlet released the information. Now, that might have come from somebody organically originally, but it taking off was from the mainstream. And don't get me wrong, with advancements in technology as well, that it just was bound to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. Yeah, and I think my story is probably maybe more rare than other people's, but is what it is.
It was given to me by the algorithm. But to be fair, I was looking into some things that had to do with the monetary system. Essentially, that's where it began.
Ooh, my truth journey started with the monetary system back in the day, back around like 2005, 2006. My understanding of the Federal Reserve, looking into economics, things like that. That kind of started my truth journey.
Yeah, because I'll say I've got an art background with perspective and all that type of stuff. Photography, certain type of things, military, weapon systems, living near the beach, going out to the beach. I will say this, though. I never imagined when I was at the beach that I'm looking out across a spherical world. I just, looked out across it, didn't think anything of it. I never thought this is flat, this is round. I just said, oh, that's a cool beach. That's cool water. It never really crossed my mind. But after I went down that journey into the monetary system, all the legal stuff, of course, obviously, atheist versus Christianity debates, all the philosophy wrapped up into that with materialism and evolutionaryism and all of that, and the whole system being a deception in and of itself. Like when I was given the information about the lack of curvature and the hijacking of perspective, and then doing to be fair, a very minimum amount of effort on my part to recognize how true that was. I mean, it was very simple. Once I got the concept, I recognized it from what I experienced in the military, at the ocean, and in art, and I applied that really quickly, drew some angles out. I was like, yeah, baloney. But to be fair, I didn't come to that until my queue on my feed basically presented to me somebody who had already made those arguments. Because I was watching tons of stuff about legal issues, human rights, philosophy, in light of all these conspiracies like the monetary system, the straw man, fiction, all of that. And so naturally, I imagine the algorithm just said, okay, your next video you're going to get is a flat Earth video about angles and perspective, and that what we see doesn't match the globe whatsoever. That just popped up in my feed, and from there, the rest is history as much as I can trust my own memory.
You can totally trust your memory. but the reality gets changed by Nelson Mandela.
Well, the easiest philosophical way to talk about the past in regards to any of these types of philosophical questions is just to ask for tangible, verifiable evidence that the past actually exists. That's a philosophical wormhole. It'd be like, oh, I got this newspaper that says 1945. Oh, great, you're showing to me that in the present. But I want proof that it existed in 1945. Are you going to show me some 1945? That's it. Does anybody have a cup of 1945 that I can verify? Problematic on a philosophical basis.
Yeah, it's on the shelf right next to the cup of 300 million years ago that this sediment formed into this rock. It's on the same shelf, right next to it.
Do you guys ever feel like that we're like a small group of the last defenders of empiricism and objective reality, and the vast majority of people don't care?
Yes, sir.
It's like empiricism is so yesterday. Like I always saying, reality can be whatever you want it to be, right?
You know what? Indio brought up Thomas Reed the other day. And if you guys haven't looked into Thomas Reed and kind of what he put forth, I would suggest looking into that, reading, we're listening to one of his books. I can't remember what it's called. I think Indio posted it in here the other day. But yeah, he was basically coming against everybody and just flat out said, I'm going to use empiricism. And he did a lot with perspective as well, like what he saw in the world, how perspective works, how all that relates. And he came from a very empirical standpoint. Basically shoved everything aside, all the common ideas of the day, and said, I'm going to start from an empirical standpoint and move forward.
Exactly. I mean, that's most people I even try to engage either on here or actually in my real life. One of the first common things we got to establish is there an objective reality that we can demonstrate to each other. If their answer to that question is no, I'm just disengaging. You know, what's the point?
Yeah, nowadays it's few and far between to find people that think that there is actually an objective reality. To be honest with you.
Man, where was I for the past minute?
Time dilation, bro. I also find that people have very strong emotional connections to things that when they use the phrase we to refer to events or situations that didn't involve themselves or the person that they're talking to, right? Like we landed on the moon.
We went to the moon. I hear that all the time. Go ahead.
I feel like, I don't know what it is, if it's some sort of psychological connection, putting themselves in the place of whatever, but I find that there's always strong emotional responses to anything that they would typically use the word we to refer to something that they and myself did not do. Like we know, since we know this, or since we know X, Y, and Z. I sometimes diffuse that with like, whoa. We? I didn't do that. Did you do that? I didn't. Did you? You said we.
Yeah, like for example, Michelle Thaler in her little thing, we've known the Earth is a globe 2,000 years or whatever she said. But she used the word we, but that's a good point.
Well, technically, the rocks knew, and since she's a rock, she could use we.
Yeah, I feel like the science communicators use that often, right? And it seems to be like a foundational basis of their claim, right? Since we know blah blah blah, and then they build whatever theory after the fact, right? But they always try to establish since we, because when your brain hears the word we, it associates yourself with the statement that they're providing. It's kind of like word magic in a way. Politicians tend to use the term we as well, lots of times in their speeches. But anyways, we kind of veered from the previous topic.
Has anyone checked for new people? I'm driving. I can't see the list of people.
Problem with Mandela effect stuff is that there's no way to prove it, and it doesn't mean shit. Great. Somebody, you grew up with something one way, and somebody else grew up with something another way, and what are you gonna do about that? What does that prove? What does that do? Who are you gonna go to with that information and be like, hey, this conspiracy, it's huge, and if I expose it right, why? Something might happen. Like nothing. Who cares? Right? What are you gonna do about it?
That's kind of why I proposed the question, like, what is the overall implications of if that is actually what's taking place? What are the implications? Or at least, what is the opinion of the implication from somebody who believes the Mandela effect? Blue.
Well, yeah, I skipped the diet Wheaties, Brad, and I went straight to the damn Wheaties. You're right.
From here on out, I'm going to refer to it as the Mandela effect.
Right. The Mandela effect. Yeah, and the only place that people are going to know about it is on this live stream. So say nobody listens to this live stream, but the people listening now, why? Nobody's going to know about the Mandela effect, are they? They're going to wonder when it switched. They'll never know.
I mean, I had the memory of Mandela, but apparently it's Mandelu, so
I guess so.
obviously.
Jeez. All right. Never
It
mind.
makes sense
I'm
that
sorry
you
I
would
brought
just
it up again.
continue behaving like Glovers after your poor demonstration.
Mandalay.
Early to
The
to
mandolin
refute it.
effect.
Mandalay Bay effect. Come on, we can have some fun with it, can't we? Come on, Luke, give us a break.
Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I know what's going on. I roll with it. I have fun with it.
He's hip to it.
So, Flo, do you know of anyone who's done a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
No. No,
Okay,
and I'm not nice to people who claim that they know that the Earth's curved either. So I would have heard about that.
That's cool, man. I was just checking. Maybe you heard something.
The Earth's
today.
not curved? No way.
No, yeah, it's never has been actually.
You need to define Earth. Is Earth the subcode, or is Earth the final render? Depending on which, it could be either.
Well, okay. So when I ask somebody who believes that Earth is a globe for a direct physical globe measurement, and the person seems to have their wits about them, right? They're an adult age, they've got a car and such, whatever. And then they say something like sunset. And I'm just wondering to myself, this person has a lot of other stuff together, right? They're smart in these ways, they can handle themselves in these ways, whatever. But they think a sunset is a measurement of something. Can someone help me out? How is it that someone seemingly normal can think something like that? Even my cat doesn't even understand it. Is a sunset a measurement, or is it just, hey, look, the sun moved? Which one is it? I don't know, because I keep getting told that a sunset is a direct physical measurement of Earth curve. So,
well, it will be in 3.5 months when they update the dictionary.com definition.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Then we'll get some real Mandela going on.
Yeah, kind of like they updated the definition of level to include adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
Right.
Did they now? That's fucking new.
Oh, they did. Hey, if you guys haven't been here for the past 5 years, there's a definitively marked time when they did that search. Because we used to search level. Yeah, we used to search level in arguments to say, hey, guess what? Level means horizontal, perpendicular, flat. And then all of a sudden we couldn't just quickly Google it anymore, because then the Globers then had a definition that they could Google that said, oh, adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water. Ha, we got you.
Yeah, which is weird, because if you're going to call something horizontal, right, then you have to, if you're going to call something curved horizontal, then you have to change the word. It's not that they thought everybody would be so stupid as to say, well, now horizontal means curved. No. It's either the horizon or it's a different word, guys, okay? You can't have them both. New definitions, that's cool.
Yeah, kind of like how they added 4 or 5 new different kinds of clouds to make up for all the crap they're doing in the sky.
Right. Which there was one that I saw. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I don't want to blab.
I think it was a total of 19 new clouds.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And all of them were straight lines of some sort.
Ridiculous.
Well, eventually they will evolve into birds.
I guess. Yeah, isn't that what's next for them in the evolution process?
Well, yeah, I forgot about evolution.
How could you forget?
Glad, are you claiming straight line clouds are not a natural phenomenon? Come on, man.
How could you forget about something that isn't happening? How could you forget about evolution? Come on.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, evolution doesn't exist. But that's just my opinion.
Well,
wait.
You guys are forgetting about the fossil record.
I was going to say, mean that we didn't come from a little bit of pond scum on the ground? We didn't come directly from that, our consciousness and ability to put things together and discern fact from fiction and to create languages? Are you trying to say it didn't come from little pond scum? Because that would be very insulting.
No, you came from someone like you.
Okay.
You guys remember all the pictures people take of clouds that look like animals?
Yeah, it's weird stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, eventually that'll be proof that, animals in the future evolved from clouds in the past.
It's perfect.
Oh, don't get me started. I'm going to start writing this down so I can put it into a comedy.
It's really good, actually. Yeah, write it down.
It's funny.
If we take that logic, then I'll just sit at this next red light until it evolves into a green light. Feel me?
Better yet, till it evolves into a flying machine.
Right.
Or maybe it'll de-evolve back into a stop sign.
Oh, you're onto something there. So
come on, that was funny. Come on, give me a break.
No, it's not funny, dude.
I swear.
It was funny.
Deadly serious. It's deadly serious,
I know.
let me tell you.
Well, yeah, it's terrifying when you start thinking about how crazy things can actually become true. Yeah, it's kind of gonna.
Well, yeah. I mean, eventually we'll invent robots, and then they'll get artificial intelligence. Then they'll kill all of us, and then 1,000 years after that, they'll dig up around and they'll find like stop signs and stoplights and toasters. And they'll be like, "Look, it's our ancestors."
Yep. Only we'd be there.
So it's the people out there saying they believe in aliens and evolution and stuff, telling us that we can't trust our senses. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that's what they want. They want us to doubt everything to an extent where we even doubt whether we're male or female.
Wait, am I male? What's this thing in the middle of my body? What's that?
I don't know. Till you tell me what a woman is, I don't know what a man is.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is anymore. Are there are there encyclopedias that still have this thing that I'm looking at?
Who cares? It doesn't matter either way. They're both people.
I'm going to identify as whatever this commercial tells me to.
She said, I'm not a biologist. That's her answer to that question. What is a woman? I don't know. I'm not a biologist. So there you go.
You have to be a biologist to be able to know whether or not you are male or female. That is today's world.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh, no, you have to be a doctor at least, right?
Right. At least a doctor. But you don't have to have gone somewhere to say that you went there.
Let's see. Oh, so all I have to do is take a test and get the answers right, and then I can be that. Okay, that sounds like fun. I can do that.
See, what I think they're trying to do is prepare us for this virtual thing to be in the metaverse all the time. So they're getting us conditioned to say things like, yes, I've been over there, when clearly you've never been over there. But inside your mind, inside that little digital thing you got over your eyes, over there is in that thing. So you can claim you've been there even though you've never been over there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the only problem is I've been there too.
Unfortunately, it does make sense, yes.
Oh, shit. I was hoping it didn't make sense.
Told you to be careful.
We have been joined by VC Verified. Let's see if they'd like to talk. Crystal, are you there?
Oh, hey, I talked last time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you always get picked on when your only role is VC Verified. But
Oh, okay.
if you don't want to talk,
Good
that's
to know.
fine. Yeah.
I
If you got any
kind of have
feel free.
questions, but I'll let someone else go ahead if there's a queue.
Well, you're first in line. What's your question?
You're the most important person.
I guess one of my questions is, it's kind of like, I guess, related to Flat Earth, but I'm just wondering if you guys have, I guess, looked into like the old ruins of ancient, I guess, civilizations, and if there's reasons why they're so empty, and why or what happened to them, I guess. Like, like the old Roman ruins and like Amazon ruins or whatever. Like, just like, or even the pyramids. Like, what happened to those people from that era? Like, why was it just, I don't know, found empty and nothing else around? You know what I mean?
Don't know for sure, definitively. There are theories, many abound.
Like, is it theories as like it's been hidden, the truth about what happened, or like is there things leading up to what's going to happen to us kind of the same way? Like, that's what it feels like. You know what I mean?
Don't know definitively. But there's many different theories. I mean, you even have on mainstream television channels theories of aliens seeding these populations, right? So there's many theories abound. I wouldn't say that the room has any one specific
Yeah, but when they say
idea.
alien, do they mean like just another human from another area, or is it
Typically, they're talking about interstellar space travel beings, but you'd have to confirm that with the people that put forth those theories. I'm not sure.
Well, what's your opinion on it, or
I don't know if I have enough information to really give a good solid answer to that.
I'll give you
to
an
be
opinion.
honest with you.
Sure.
Whatever it is, it's not what they say it is.
I mean, I think there's a theory out there called the outward flow of civilizations, maybe? Does that sound right to anybody?
Yeah, and that makes sense. But we do have a misunderstanding on the table. And that's that these things have happened in the past. They're actually happening right now. There are large cities, completely abandoned, infrastructure. Nobody's there. There's guys going around documenting all of this as we speak.
But what
What's
do you
happening
mean,
is,
like large cities? Do you mean?
I mean, like entire cities and infrastructure that are covered in weeds because everybody's not there anymore.
Is it because
no more
everyone's moving to like the city or something, or did you mean like something from the past?
That's
or?
part of it. That's
Oh,
part
okay.
of it. But largely it's because we're suffering a population decline, a demographic decline.
Hmm.
The modern world, people are just not having babies anymore. And so all of these things that we built are just no longer needed.
But do you think this is like a repeat? Like this has happened before, or do you think something catastrophic happened in the past and it could happen again?
Well, like a natural disaster, something sure. And usually if a civilization is so like emaciated of intelligent and active people because there just isn't that many more people around anymore and everyone's aging and getting stupider, I mean, they'd be more susceptible to such events, whether it be weather or a conquering force from another nation. I'm not going to give you like these things are credible or not, but there are people out there that posit the idea that there's 7 billion people on the world is a joke and that there's much, much less people.
That's definitely a joke. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I could believe there's less people.
And like I said, like before I even got into this topic, I used to watch a lot of socio-political stuff. And one of the guys I came across was a guy, I wish I could remember his name. I could definitely find it through my YouTube history if I look back far enough. But his mission in life was to document the demographic decline. And he would travel the world going to these ghost cities to prove to people that this is happening. And you just walk around. It's like, look, here's a bunch of skyscrapers. Ain't nobody here. Look, here's a road. Nobody here. What's happening? Something weird is happening.
So,
or you take things like the Sahara Desert, right?
Yeah.
Was that always there, or did it used to be lush and fertile, and it was used up by mankind, and then that society imploded and left the big desert wasteland because they basically eviscerated the natural resources?
It could be, but I just think it's kind of difference in environments, like having specific animals thrive or specific plants, and having dangerous. I guess like in ways, yeah, or like just there's things you gotta look out for in our world, like whether it's deserts or harsh environments like the cold. I think it's just a way of survival, different ways, because you can take advantage of the hot weather for other things as well as in cold weather. I think it's just different environments we could take advantage of or be careful of. It's kind of like that whole battle royale thing, like there'd be pitfalls and whatnot. Like I think that's the entire world. Like that's why there's like volcanoes and all these other things, because it's a risk, I guess. It's all about survival.
Interestingly enough, in the United States at least, there's kind of, I mean, it's not really a war, but it's definitely like a battle between sustainable farming and hyper agrarian commercialism. So like the sustainable farmers, they mix animals and plants and crop rotation and replenishing the soil and natural methods, versus like hyper agrarian agriculture, which is commercialized. Like they use machines, chemicals, techniques that have the soil of its natural stuff. And one of the guys that I was watching, he basically explained it very well, like that taxing the soil like that basically leads to desertification. So you basically create a desert because you're taking the life. Like every time you plant a plant, right, that plant grows out from the soil. And so it's taking from the soil everything to make that plant. And if you just do that on repeat, eventually there's going to be nothing left in the soil.
Oh, okay. I could see that.
Because like he specifically was a cattle farmer, and he did some other farming too, but he would put his crops here. Then later you'd have the cattle go there, and he'd move his crops over here. And he would let the animals interact with the ground. And for some reason, he said that that's how you keep the soil healthy and alive, as he put it. Otherwise, you're just taking the life out of the soil through every iteration.
So it's mostly try to prevent past mistakes and keep your farm from dying out.
Right. And there's ancient traditions that have the same kind of thought process where, like even in the Bible, it says to the Israelites that they're supposed to let the land rest every 7 years and to cycle their crops, for sustainability purposes. Whereas now it's just always produce.
Yeah, I'm
and what do we
surprised
need
we
to
haven't.
produce for?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, like, what do we need to produce for? Well, usually it's to feed people, right? So we simultaneously need to produce all this food, even though we have a demographic decline. So it's like, what are we going to do with all this infrastructure and surplus and whatever?
But do you think we've seen anything like that, like a decline with, like, I don't know, let's say a factory farm that is no longer around? Like, is there anything out there that would show this, that we would have to wait these 7 years, or is this just something that people aren't really taking up much land for to figure that out? Because that could be like the real global warming kind of, or like climate crisis right there.
Yeah, I mean, well, it is all kind of linked in a cycle, and part of that cycle is the sky and the water. And the ground holding the water. Like grassy ground holds water to a degree.
While you're talking about cycles, sorry, I was away for just a bit. Going back to kind of your original question, Crystal, I know I kind of intentionally dodged it a little bit when you first proposed it. But thinking about it a little bit more, I feel like everything has cycles and has a cyclical nature to it. Societies do, nature does, small cycles, larger cycles. I feel like these are pretty self-evident if you pay attention. And I feel that it's possible that human civilizations go through cycles of growth, decline, and it's very possible that this has taken place for a relatively long period of time. The ruins may just be remnants of civilizations that grew. It seems like as civilizations grow, as cities grow, as the basic needs of the individual are met fairly easily and without as much work, you tend to have more toil and more contemplation and a decline in morality within societies and an eventual collapse. And I think that could be kind of a plausible explanation for ancient ruins. And I feel like this is even expressed within the earth and nature itself. I feel like there's cyclical things that take place here. And where we're at specifically within one of those cycles, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I just feel like something must have wiped them out, because if we were going down the same path, I can't see us doing this. Like, I can't see us like doing it to ourselves. I mean, I guess I can in like cities, but
Well,
I think
maybe. Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. It's fine.
I was just going to say maybe kind of along the lines of what AI was talking about, right? Once you tend to have societal decline or decay, there tends to be less procreation, and that could be a natural effect of kind of these cycles, right? Where it may not be something as catastrophic as we may like to think in our fanciful minds, you know, big explosions or something like that. It may just be a slow, gradual decay of the society based on, you know, like a moral decline. You know, when society starts questioning basic biology and things like that, who knows what direction it takes and how that implosion may transpire. But
Yeah, I feel like it's possible like people just left or something happened like devastating that pushed them out of those ruins, or whatever, or not the ruins at the time, but you know what I mean, like the world, or the infrastructure they built. It just feels strange that they would leave something so spectacular empty. But I guess there's ways to find out why. If I looked into it more, I just thought I'd ask you guys.
yeah, well, maybe as the society declines, right? And I feel like it's quite possible you just get to the point where the existing portions of society just don't have the ability to sustain or utilize the infrastructure that was maybe put there in the past. You don't have either the population or the will or anything like that. Who knows?
Like the ability to keep up with it, or the skill set. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, you know, there's a lot of effort that goes into creating what we call our modern society, right? A lot of moving pieces, a lot of players, a lot of manpower, a lot of thought processes, a lot of technology. I mean, some of the things we take for granted, we have no idea the far reaches of the earth that some of these components come from in order to end up being utilized by ourselves, or, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like as those things start to break down, I feel like society's infrastructure at some point renders itself useless.
Yeah, and I feel like it's intentional to like dumb us down and make us feel like if you're extremely talented, only those types of people can go far, and like the general population, all they could do is just like a 9-to-5 job where they press a button or like pull a lever, and that's the most you feel like your abilities can go. So I do think like there is like some manipulation making us feel like we're not as capable of doing these type of things if that's what we're told, and like maybe deep down we actually can build these things if we're just given the option to work together. but they don't want to unify us. So
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
one day.
think of the way that society's currently going and our dependency on technology and technological devices. If at some point, there's not enough people to keep up with the technology or keep the computers and the phones and all of that stuff going, if that's even 2 generations from now, think of the skill sets that 2 generations previous to, let's say, you and I had, as far as building things, simple construction, even small scale gardening. You know what I'm saying? Like these things tend to just fade away. The knowledge of how to do these things can slowly fade away. And then at some point you can get to a collapse and then a struggle for people generations down the road to really fully come back and to be able to build a good societal structure for probably a long period of time, because you'd have to relearn a lot of the knowledge of how the earth works, the cycles of the earth, planting cycles, things like that. The average person knows nothing about planting cycles, harvesting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So would you guys so I looked into this one video. I guess it's kind of along the lines, it makes me think it's related. But do you guys think or believe that the sun will eventually leave this land mass and go somewhere else? Like if our world is really expanded and bigger than we think it is, do you think we'll be in complete darkness at some point, or do you think that's kind of unrelated to what could have possibly happened to these ruins where these people lived? Like maybe the sun left at one point and people just died out because their main source is gone. I don't know, something like that is what I'm thinking could happen.
Yeah, I think that was kind of what I alluded to previously with the outward flow of civilizations kind of theory, where people have concepts or ideas or possibilities of sun, moon, and interplanetary things being moved outward and replaced anew. There's even people who conceptualize the possibility that what we call planets were previous suns and moons, but speculation, obviously.
I feel like if that were to happen, do you think it would be more obvious? I feel like there'd be proof of that coming from, the controllers trying to, I feel like that would come out somehow. If we were going to be in total darkness eventually, we would see some kind of sign if that were the case. But so far, I feel like there's nothing that would reveal that. But I guess, what do I know?
Let's keep in mind that the mainstream narrative is that we live in an ambivalent system that we are just accidental to. So the fact that this planet, quote unquote, in their view, is perfect for life is a complete accident. It just so happens to be, and one day it won't be, and whoop-de-doo, right? And on the other hand, if you believe that we live in a created world that was designed by a creator as our home for us, then it would make sense that we're going to have what we need accessible to us. Now, within that, we obviously believe in freedom, in a sense. Most people do, even most theistic interpretations of the world, that we have some kind of free will. And so we can screw the land up for ourselves, right? So this area we could live in if we be responsible, but if we be irresponsible, we got to move over there because we use this place up.
Yeah, but I
So in
also
that view,
think
I don't
that.
see that
Oh,
they.
sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't see that the sun is going to leave us. You know, it'd have to be purposely done by the creator himself.
Yeah. I also do think that our world is just so vast, and like the damage we could do is like, I feel like it's the equivalent of like flicking a stone, you know what I mean? Like it's just so minimal, because even if we do damage something, I have a feeling like there's always a rejuvenation, or like there's a way to like regrow, and like
Absolutely.
things will return
Let
eventually. Like,
me tell you a problem. Let
mhm.
me tell you a problem in the vein of what you just said. It's called the oil problem. Okay, so the majority of our technology basically was based on oil and coal, right? Surface level, and the deep technology that we have took a lot of infrastructure to be able to get to. And so we had an energy boom, which allowed us to have the Industrial Revolution and get to the technological advancements that we are having and experiencing today. Now, if we lost that technology, we'd have no way of getting there again, because the natural resources that we use to get there are depleted. So what would happen? Well, we would die off, right? There'd be much less of us over time. Now, it wouldn't be instant. It's not like you'd see a mass genocide of billions of people, right? It's just we'd fade away over time to a much smaller population, maybe live agrarian lifestyles, get back to the land, and eventually all those natural resources that we had used up would replenish, just like you said, and then we'd thrive technologically again. So that the system, much like animal systems, is self-correcting. So like if there's too many deer, right, then all of a sudden the wolves start eating them, and then the plants regrow rather than the deer eating all the trees. You know, all these types of things. When there's less resources, there's less things alive to need resources, and then the resources regrow.
So what happens when they stop spraying stuff in the sky?
When the what?
When they stop manipulating the weather.
Oh, you mean if they can succeed in making it so it doesn't rain?
No, I mean, what's going to
That'd be
happen when
pretty
they
bad.
stop manipulating the weather and it goes back to normal?
Oh, yeah, who knows?
Oh, the weather manipulation thing is real?
Yeah, there's a bunch of patents, and it's officially called geoengineering.
Is it like advanced to the point where like you could make it hotter than it actually is, or like colder?
Just go look up weather modification or weather manipulation online, and you'll find companies that'll sell it to you.
Yeah, they have all sorts of things that they're working on testing. Different means.
They've been working on weather
That's
manipulation
crazy.
since 20.
Does that have to do with those planes and the stream or
Maybe.
whatever they're called? Mm.
That's for you to decide.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it wouldn't be enough just coming from those planes.
It's a very interesting study that was done right after 9/11. And the reason why it was done after 9/11 is because all the planes were grounded. And they basically did some atmospheric readings, quote unquote, and came up with some very interesting results that have to do with greenhouse effects of certain gases and particulates. So, for example, certain amount of gases and particulates trap solar energy and therefore increases the heat. But simultaneously, they block solar energy from getting through to be trapped in the first place.
Yeah, but if all that solar energy is still inside here with us, then what?
Yep.
Feels like they thought of everything. Like once they take advantage of something, they're they're getting like multiple things done at once. And it feels like there's no way to keep up.
I won't say anymore because it'll just take us off the subject.
Well, that also begs the question: is it our job to keep up, or because there's obviously evil people with evil designs, and then there's the common man and what they should be doing, and that's like a personal decision that everyone has to make. It's like, how involved are you going to get in, one, understanding the system, two, doing anything about it, or three, avoiding it and just focusing on your personal sphere of influence and baking out the best for yourself and the ones you love.
It depends on what you think your whole purpose here is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, sometimes I think we could meddle too much. Like stick our noses where it doesn't belong. Like one of the main issues I have is I guess letting go of certain things. Like especially when it comes to your loved ones. Like if they're down the wrong path or if someone does like an evil act, I think, wow, that should stop. But then I also remind myself that they have will or free will to decide if they're going to go down a good path or a bad path. But I'm just wondering, like, is it right to let them make that choice? Because if that's the case, why do we even have police officers? Or why should we help someone who's addicted to drugs? Like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I get conflicted with how far we should go to help, but then what's the limit?
You offer help politely, and if they refuse it, you move on. That's pretty much all you can do.
Yeah, I think
it's like, we're here to share with you, and we're here to share with people who want to listen, but if you don't want to listen, then that's not what we're here for.
But then when it comes to, like, I don't know, let's say like someone who is into cannibalism and they love eating people, and you try to stop that. I'm not saying they should do it or we should let them, but it's their free will to do that. Like, that's what they decide is good. And I know, like, you're on the brink of like evil, but I'm just thinking, what's the difference?
And you don't know what's right and what's wrong.
Morality is different.
Yeah, I agree. Morality is different than right and wrong. Right? Morality is more like things where you don't really know where the lines are gray. Right?
But do you think morality and free will, like, do you think that's a contradiction?
No, I think that it's not good to eat people, nothing else.
Manifestation, your will, the things that you do and physically, impose your will on is what you get credit and what you don't get credit for. Right? That's what's,
I mean, like,
being kept track of.
I personally don't see something wrong with if in the scenario of, like, here's a starving family and he gives up his arm so that his family could eat. If that was the only thing he could do in that scenario, I wouldn't judge him for that, but that's not my place to judge.
Yeah, I guess this question is kind of for like a different topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but eating people is generally bad as a habit. It's dangerous to your brain.
Yeah.
It's dangerous to your brain?
Yeah. For some reason, the genetic makeup of the human when you eat them releases what's called prions, which are essentially scraps of genetic material. And when they get through your system and go to your brain, they essentially disassemble your nervous system. It's kind of similar to a virus.
They end up dying anyway.
And that gives you a disease called Kuru, which is essentially degenerative brain disease.
Yep.
So it's almost as if God thought of a way to prevent us from eating each other.
It shows that if you try to do that in excess, it will lead to problems.
It's fascinating.
People have gone through horrible situations and had to do that kind of stuff and not gotten it. But then when you have cases of people who do it regularly, they seem to get it. So it's interesting.
And do you think this is one of the reasons why
cannibalism isn't necessarily, they don't necessarily eat just people. They eat people as part of their religion. I mean, don't think it's anything to do with doing it. I mean, it has to do with.
I guess this is why some of these people are so sick and like psychotic. Because if what they're saying is true, I guess, yeah.
I don't know if you eat a person and you start to go crazy or not.
Yeah.
You've got that whole, brain eating thing. If it makes people crazy, you've got the mad cow disease stuff. You've got, you know what I mean? Just all these things that I personally don't know if I eat that, am I going to go crazy or die from it? Or is it going to give me superpowers or what? And that's
I feel like it's not.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying that I don't think that. I personally don't believe that if you ate another person, you wouldn't go crazy. But I mean, if there's studies on it, I'd love to know. But if let's say people did do that, I think they would have to be forced to do it in a way. Because that's why I think that's the whole vegan agenda. Like they're trying to take the role of animals away from us I think that's why they're here with us, so we focus on animals and not each other.
That's a good point.
And the vegan agenda is trying very hard to like get this synthetic meat or this vegetable plant protein that says it's a good replacement for meat, and meat is actually causing diseases. I think that is going to drive that whole cannibalism.
Well, yeah, now they have the manufactured food shortage, so that'll help with it.
So let's say if you do get.
I mean, you can already eat yourself. You can buy that kit where you can grow your own cells of your own body and then eat it. Oh, disgusting.
What?
Okay, let me give you an interesting analogy for cannibalism and veganism. Now, I'm not saying this applies to all people because certain people's physiological makeup is different, but in many, many cases of veganism, what happens is you're malnourished and you then must cannibalize your own body to provide the nourishment to your other cells. So it takes away from certain areas of your body to give it to other more necessary areas.
There you go.
So you actually are
right there.
But that's what I mean. I think that's the idea.
Eating yourself.
I was going to suggest fasting was eating yourself, but I wasn't going to say anything. But since you guys did it, or
I mean, I think it can be. Like, if anything, let's.
It's a kind of form of masturbation.
You think so?
Maybe.
Well, if you're eating yourself.
Yeah.
Well, if
I
you
guess.
don't eat for 3 days, what is your body eating? Itself.
Well, I'm hoping it's eating the fat it's storing up, but it could be true. Yeah.
It also eats the muscle.
But what about when you're sitting down for long periods of time and you eventually like lose that muscle mass that you worked so hard at the gym?
That's different.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, atrophy is different than malnutrition. Malnutrition is when your body can't make muscle cells. So when every time you tear a tissue somewhere, it just stays injured. It never grows back right. So you end up with all these like foamy, like weird muscles that stretch and pull and cause spasming. It's a painful thing I've heard.
Now, one of the things that is damaged with vegans is their myelin sheaths in their brain for their neurons, and so their neural pathways are diminished, and they can't think as clearly, and it also leads to hyperaggression, condemnation, and specifically check this out, specifically predatory instincts towards other humans.
Yeah, it's almost as if they really need those nutrients, and looking at another person during those mental
In other words, they become
feelings.
hungry. They attack people through their psychologically. They attack other people because they're hungry.
Yeah, I live in Toronto, so there's tons of
Kinky,
vegans.
weird ass philosophy right there. I'll tell you that. I'm not saying it ain't true. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying it's really weird.
No, I've noticed that a majority of them, they will let little tiny things get under their skin, and what would normally be like not a huge deal would be extremely explosive, like, reaction. And it's kind of scary sometimes. Like,
there's this guy called Vegan Gains, who's a hyper militant vegan, and now he's trying to build his body up. That's why he's called Vegan Gains. Dude's nuts. He's on video saying, if I saw a baby crying, I just want to kill it. I just want to smash its face in.
Holy
it's
shit.
so disgusting. Me and my wife, we're never having kids. Kids are such
wait, he
pieces
has
of
a
crap.
wife?
Yeah, his wife is like a pink hair feminist type.
That's not a good thing. That makes you look bad. I'm just kidding.
That's surprising.
Like, why would anybody want to be with some crazy? Maybe he wasn't always crazy. Maybe he became that way. Maybe she's just afraid to run away. I don't know. It's a good question though. Right?
If you ever leave me, I'm eating a steak.
And that'll kill me, so you'll be my murderer.
But how is it possible to get, like, because you said he wants to gain muscle or get jacked or something?
Like, he wants to be a bodybuilder without eating protein.
But how can you do that on a vegan diet?
Well, like
bean,
I said,
bean curd, all kinds of whey, milk.
You could do that with vegetables?
Well, kind of. What you can do, see, legumes, beans, like black beans, red beans, kidney beans, all kinds of those kinds of beans are high in protein. You can also add nuts, fruits, and legumes that are high in protein. You just need to add more of the proteins that create themselves into being a complete protein inside of a piece of meat. So like say it takes all these bananas and lettuce and all this stuff to make this one piece of animal protein. Well, then you just need to get all those things together and eat them yourself. Drink a little coconut oil, get some good fats. You have to make sure you can supplement everything. However, there is a deficiency that's going to happen. You're going to have to eat a lot more, and you're still not going to get 100% of everything you need from what we consider animal fats, because those are necessary for the human body to be healthy. Thank you.
Yeah, Vegan Gains actually adopted a dog and then force-fed it vegan diet until he almost killed it. So that's one of the reasons why I have no respect.
Yeah, I heard about that. I
heard of that. I heard about that with babies too. Babies will just die like on a vegan diet if they don't get their mother's milk. And it's so surprising how it's still running strong.
Natural breast milk.
Yeah, like that right there is a huge sign that, hey, the vegan diet is dangerous if your babies are dying.
The soy crap that you give kids as milk, as formula, that stuff's horrible for kids.
Yeah, here in Florida a few years ago, there was a family that lost their kids to CPS because they were giving no animal fats, and their kids were way so underweight and just very unhealthy, and the one was supposedly being breastfed, but all the mother was eating was things like pineapple and stuff like that, and so there was virtually no nutrients in. And I hear every probably year or so I hear some story like that where some child dies or some child gets taken away or something.
Yeah, I don't want to be crude.
That's a damn shame.
In regards to women's, I don't want to be crude in regards to women's bodies, but there is this girl who was obese, and she then got on a vegan diet, hyper fruitarian diet, and she lost a lot of weight, and then she was very attractive. And then she kept on the diet, and now she's like a skin and bones nothing. It's like she went from one extreme to the other.
I just don't know how they could keep it up.
That's Freely the banana girl.
In other case, I know so many vegetarian and vegans living so healthy and in good condition, better than me and more.
That's because they're sneaking in a couple bites of eggs or beefing on the side. Trust me.
No, Sean, that's not true. That's not true. And I think that we don't need any animal fat.
Incorrect, but that's okay.
Oh,
I'm going to disagree.
Okay. I disagree with other things because
I tried it. Sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
No, I'm not saying about these products, vegans or these vegan stuff like community, what became or blah blah blah. I'm speaking about person who is eating the vegetables and how to say, and making food from vegetables.